Nobody else anymore this heat.
Tuesday, big out. It's just so many. So Tuesday, listen to Brian online. When you gonna come online? Let me know when. Come this week. When you tell me? I'm in town Friday. When you back? Friday's tomorrow, right? Friday's good. It's just too unprofessional for how big it is. Yeah. You know, like that's why I was like, what's that? What about next week? And then there are people walking in and out of the podcast somehow. Like they get interrupted by a guy. Yeah. We don't even get interrupted. Yeah. There's somebody else who lives here. You don't see us go, hey, what's up? And this huge podcast, they can't. How he's born. It's like, what do you guys talk about? You're stupid. All right. Is this over with? So this one is posted by Rothschild'S. It's called "This How We Guys Made It." Material not going to get you guys are doing it. 1,000 members all over the earth. The hot magnitude brothers. Should have put your community in network. But it's hands. You know what? I love that. A lot of people wear sweatpants. Wear sweatpants. You see these are nice. It's making me a little angry since this is what do you want from us? Why not? Should I be the black? I don't know, dude. You know what? That's fine. Wait, over Ryan. He's wearing a jumpsuit, which is very Dave Chappelle. He's not a jumpsuit. His outfit's actually pretty good. It's a jacket. Don't you shoes? So these aren't attached? I thought they were. Sorry. I know we were in New York. My bad. I didn't know you were giving me the rest. This is not. This is not attached. My undershirt and my underpants are attached. Put yourself down like a onesie. The legend of your own stage. We got Jimmy up here. I appreciate you pulling up, gang. You know, it's like we're about to close her down. But I want to say hello. And I like your PFP, sir. How are you? I'm good, bro. Yeah, sorry I jumped in late, man. I saw everybody in here. I was like, man, I gotta come support the space. And yeah, they usually have their shit together. Regular attendance. You know, one that was not trying to make your old ladies. Traditions for sure. There you go. Over the top. Things that you should make. Slacking over here. Let's turn it over to Quick space today was a brutal day because we got a bunch of things to do. Towards like the I think it's just everybody's like ready to bust because it's not, you know, just happening all the time. Sort of like, checked out kind of posts that you put up on it. I reposted it and posted it and everything. But did you, yeah, I mean, I did a little bit of a look at it. I mean, but it sounds like you're doing a lot of like shaking stuff. There's some leverage benefits to it. With Solana was one of them. And it just seems like you got to do a bunch of different, like, you know what I mean? Kind of, I don't know how to describe it, but, you know, signing up for these different things that you're just gaining, especially when working down. And there's a lot of staking mechanisms. Yeah, it looks like a lot. I've seen them set up.
Monsters. Let me talk, bitch. Yo, dog, how about you let me talk? Monsters. You have the biggest celebrity in the world here. It's like I have an Elvis in your space. Elvis. Come on, you little bitch. Let me in. Let me talk. Baby. Baby, 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 baby. Come on, you little bitch. Gordon Gartrell. Gordon Gartrell. What you know about Gordon Gartrell? Pay me. And when I leave, y'all, and when I leave, come together like butt cheeks. And when I leave, come together like butt cheeks. And when I leave, come together like butt cheeks. Look at this toe jam. Toe jam football. And when I leave, come together like butt cheeks. Grits and gravy. And when I leave, come together like butt cheeks. Now, come on. Referencing you to the shit? Oh, that is brilliant. And when I leave, come together like butt cheeks. And when I leave, come together like butt cheeks. Grits and gravy. World Series of Dice. World Series Dice. World Series of Dice. And when I leave, come together like butt cheeks. And when I leave, that Marcy needs a space. Thank you for the opportunity. Do you mind if I share my project with you?
I'll get out of the park.
And I will. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is the biggest event in global history. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than anyone ever. And with that data, I'm becoming more and more influential. And eventually, I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer that you'll ever meet. I'm not live on one stream, nor live on two streams. I'm live simultaneously on more than 20 YouTube streams. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to see those cameras, go to my pinned profile post. You can see a link to my YouTube. You can also see a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody's going to dare you to look at that link tree, but I do because I have so much social media. I have more content than you've ever seen. It would take you years to digest all of my content. You can also find a link to my Discord there, which is discord.me/rabbi. In addition to making you rich and streaming my life for world peace, I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a crypto guru, if you are a social media manager, if you're a reply guy, if you're a shiller, you're a raider, connect with me. Send me a DM, send me a follow. I'll follow you right back. Join my Discord. All the advice that I give her is free. I want to be a mentor, a coach, a friend, all for the cost of nothing. I never will charge you anything, nor will any of the strategies that we utilize. But most importantly, I want you to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to have an optimistic view of the future. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you for the opportunity to share.
Are you really a rabbi? Rabbi Rosas?
I am.
Awesome. Where are you from? Or is that too much?
From the United States, based out of California, but I travel a lot.
Right on, man. Yeah, that's a hell of a show. There's a lot of things going on. Desalinization is a pretty interesting process. I think the world is going to have to do a lot more of that in the future here, and sort of using our power is the only way to make it like really doable in a realistic way because of the energy it takes for the desalinization process.
Fire, you know what's up, but absolutely, I'm a major advocate of nuclear energy, both nuclear fusion and nuclear fission. I feel like that's the future. It's essentially a modern scientific miracle that we aren't utilizing enough.
Yeah, 100%. My father knows radiation and stuff like that, and a little bit about it. I think it's interesting. It's the forms of power we have is more practical than solar power. And I think there should be multiple different types of power. And honestly, as long as we should be relying on just one. But the more we can move towards nuclear
I'm in agreement with you. The earth is two-thirds water, and the fact that people suffer from a lack of water, people suffer from drought, crops fail due to drought, to me is a ridiculous premise in 2025 when this type of technology exists and we have nuclear energy to be able to power it. We need leaders who are willing to educate the masses on these types of technological miracles, and hopefully we can overcome the challenges and be able to eliminate anybody's death due to uh, drought or thirst in the future. I'm in agreement with you. I'm also an advocate for building nuclear power in more stable locations. There's nothing that says that you can't build nuclear power in Nebraska or North Dakota, South Dakota, Kansas, places that aren't on seismic lines, and be able to essentially power the grid from stable positionings and then just use underground power lines to be able to provide the necessary power anywhere you need in the United States or even the world. No one says that these things have to be built on the San Andreas Fault or fault lines or in the Ring of Fire. It seems like that's where we're building them, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. We could certainly put these power plants in more stable areas of the United States and the world for that matter to preserve the plant itself and make nuclear fallout less of a possibility. What is amazing to me about nuclear power, though, and if you're not aware, is how safe it is. It's been around for over 80 years, and in 80 years, fewer than 50 people have ever died due to direct nuclear disasters. That would be at Chernobyl, it's about 42. You can look this up on Wikipedia. Fukushima had two, and 3 Mile Island had zero. Now, there's the argument to be made, well, what about the radiation in the years afterward and such? That I'm not counting. That is really difficult to that is really difficult to surmise. Who's to say that the carcinogens that are put out by coal aren't doing more damage in the long term than what perhaps nuclear fallout happened in those disasters? But that's less than one human death per year. And that is an amazing statistic. That's an amazingly safe technology in comparison to the amount of people who just die in the coal industry from mining every year. It's hundreds and it gets into thousands when you look globally. It's a terrible, terrible tragedy when we have such a more efficient, safer way of being able to power, and it's essentially limitless. It's a really exciting future, and I really hope that people begin to re allow nuclear power into their lives, into their homes, and not automatically feel that it's an unsafe alternative to fossil fuels.
the stacks on things that don't like that they're causing more harm, like protesting it, more damage done to the earth with hydrocarbons and all these other things. And if they were to just get out of the way of their energy.
Agreed. There's major overreaction, in my opinion, on nuclear waste. If you don't know, usually the nuclear waste is essentially inert within a year of no longer powering the plant. It is put in a swimming pool and essentially allowed to de-energize, and then it is put in what are called uh, like concrete coffins filled with feet of concrete to protect them and preserve them, and then dug into a mountain or perhaps underground. And no one says that these have to be put near urban places. I mean, Yucca Mountain's not that far from Las Vegas. No one says that you can't put this in desolate areas of Montana or South Dakota or even in Alaska. It's not necessarily going to do any more damage than it would in some of these more populated areas. In fact, its likelihood is far less damage, and these are alternatives that we really should be exploring. We're not. There's a lot of overreaction. There's not a lot of education on nuclear power. People just automatically start thinking that if you have nuclear power, you're going to start turning into some kind of mutant, and that really is just a lot of propaganda. And if we know, a lot of this propaganda is put out by some of these fossil fuel companies and has been for the last 80 years to scare people. But nuclear power runs more than half of all of France's energy. It's used in many Western countries much more actively than it is in the United States. It's in China. China has overtaken the United States for not only the amount of nuclear plants, but also the amount of nuclear plants that are being built. And they have been able to do it safely to be able to power the energy needs of over 1 billion people. There's no need for the United States to be creating perhaps some of these outdated power systems and inefficient power systems. If you know wind power, it needs a diesel engine to continue to run, especially in areas where it can get cold and the turbine can freeze. And that engine is run on diesel fuel. That is incredibly inefficient. Nuclear energy is clean, it's safe, and frankly, in the big scheme of things, and in the long term, it's the future.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. So I know you mentioned all the stuff about like the Marshall Islands and whatnot. So with your projects, do you have a lot of stuff that's like America focused as well? Because some shit's fucked up around here, and I'm just more curious than that. Which I mean, I'm all about helping other countries and stuff. There's some people, way more situations than just here. But we got hurricanes and stuff. Heartbreaking supplies, not exactly healthy, in its own way. And I was just curious about any of your plans for your project to do some local work.
Yeah, most certainly. I feel it's important to start at home with any project. And I am just one individual, but I've done my best to stream in downtown Los Angeles in a place known as Skid Row. It's one of the most infamous homeless encampments in the United States, and to bring light on what's going on there and ways that perhaps people might be able to help. It's a big lift. I think there's a lot of corruption, especially in the homeless industry, which is really what it is. There's a major gap. There's Exactly. There's a major gap between the funding and the actually getting those funds to the people. And there are so many not-for-profits and six-figure jobs that are preserved because of this funding. And it's really unfortunate. At least in California, we have had tax increase after tax increase, yet more and more homeless. It's very sad. So what I'm an advocate of is not just the tiny home movement, because I don't want to necessarily put people in a small cramped area, but more the container home movement. So if you're familiar with this, it's essentially the idea that at least here in California, we have many containers these that you would see on a cargo ship, you can take those and retrofit them to put air conditioning in there, have solar panels on the roof, ensure that inside they're basically like a mobile home. They're very comfortable, and you put them in communities in the desert where there isn't necessarily the lack of real estate to be able for people to be able to spread out. They get a yard, they get an opportunity to be able to live independently, and they're powered by the sun. And also, we can use alternative fuels to be able to power those, but really to get people off the streets. There are people who need education, there are people who need therapy and counseling, there are people who need drug treatment. We need to help those people. So I certainly do what. I'm in agreement with you. And for the people who say the money's not there, I disagree. And frankly, people don't recognize that you could give every single homeless person in the United States $1 million, which generally will take care of them for the rest of their life, for less than it would take to just stop Department of Defense spending in half, cut the Department of Defense spending in half for 1 year. So that means for just like 6 months, we don't buy more planes to kill people, or more bombs to bomb people, or more bullets to hurt people. You could take half of that money and make sure that the military is still being paid, and just for 6 months, not buy new weapons of war, and you'd be able to house every homeless man, woman, and child in the United States for the rest of their life. You wouldn't even have to do this permanently, just for 6 months. Yet that is seen as an impossible dream. But that would solve a lot of the problems there. But yes, I understand that there are psychological problems that people have, addiction problems that people have. But for people who say that the money's not there, I refuse to believe it when I know what the Department of Defense spends. I recognize that. It takes it would take a lot of getting high to blow through $1 million though, and there are a lot of people who lost their businesses during the pandemic or perhaps due to regulation who just would need that extra boost. And if we were to say to them, look, we don't even have to give you $1 million, but $100,000 to get on your feet. We're gonna give you a house in Bakersfield or somewhere wherever it would be comfortable, where you could have some land and you could live the American dream. 85% of the people on Skid Row would run for that right now. 15% might say, I want to continue to do drugs, or I'm happy with my fentanyl addiction, or I don't want to leave. And I completely understand that we could have outreach, but there is a significant amount of that population that just got hard on their luck. What ends up happening, frankly, is a lot of times people in another city in the United States get on a Greyhound bus. Sometimes cities fund people to get on buses to just come to California. In fact, the city of Las Vegas will give you a Greyhound bus ticket to California for $1 just to get you out of town. And there's nowhere else to go. We're the end of the line. And then people, and that's true. And that's not, certainly a policy that trash it off. Exactly. Most certainly. I recognize that. I'm certainly not against military spending to some extent, but nobody would invade us within 6 months. We have more military planes, more than three times the nearest competitor. I'm just saying that we could hold off on a few F-35s that the funding of which and the development was over $1 trillion. We could just not have the F-35, and every man, woman, and child who didn't have a home would have a home and $1 million. And I'm not saying that we would give them it in a lump sum to be able to blow. It would be something that maybe you get a certain stipend or whatever it would be to get on your feet. I just am in agreement with you that military spending has become overblown and it's not audited. The Department of Defense, the Pentagon hasn't been audited. There is no oversight. And this is just an argument when people say, we have no money, we don't have the money. They certainly have the money. The money is there. It's just whether we want to allocate it to this major problem that we have in the United States. And again, I'm not saying cut funding to the government in half forever. To be 6 months, we're not going to get, we would not be invaded, we wouldn't have terrorism. We still have the strongest military force in the world. We would continue to have that, but we wouldn't have the homeless issue. And I'm just looking for alternatives. I'm not saying that's the only one. And yes, I'm in agreement with you. There's a major mental health issue. There are major motivation for people, but there's a major group of people there. If you've spoken with them, they lost their restaurant, they lost their small business, they ran into medical debt, and they got evicted, and now they're in a tent, and they don't really have a future. It, it most certainly will, and especially in a generation or two, and even currently, that's going to be student loans. You can't default on your student loans aside from serious medical or death. And yeah, but even still, there are issues that occur. People get sick when they are attempting to get their degrees, and then they find themselves six figures in debt, and they'll never get out. Debt is slavery, and we are enslaving our youth. That's another topic. But in answer to the earlier question, what are you planning on doing to help the world, but specifically the United States? Homelessness is a major issue, and I'd like to address that. That's a major passion of mine. I'm in agreement with you as well. I mean, you shouldn't be able to cut the. Excellent. I appreciate the opportunity. If I'm able to make it, I certainly will. To Dark M's point, and he raises an excellent point. How fair is it that you have somebody who's been breaking their back in a 9 to 5 job, supporting the country, paying their taxes, doing everything right, and then they're going to be passed up on $1 million? No, 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 no. I disagree with that as well. I'm saying though that the funds are available to be able to help many of these homeless people, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we shouldn't be helping the small business owner and the person who is cleaning the toilets and the teachers and nurses of the United States well. As I, without making this political, as I do my best to stay out of politics, but when we were promised as Americans this tariff system, one of the exchanges for the tariffs was not going to be um, rebates or we were supposed to no longer have an income tax. That's what was we were told, that we would exchange the tariffs for the income tax that was instituted upon this country in 1913. Prior to 1913, there was no federal income tax, and federal income tax is essentially a, it's a slow type of slavery, and I don't agree with the fact that that is something that has been placed upon us. Our wages are essentially being garnished by the sins of previous generations and war. 100%. If you take $100 bill today, that was worth $1 in 1913. So basically, in 1913, $1 is worth more than $100 today. That's more than 99. Yeah, so arguments can be made against metals, especially because we were taken off the gold standard in 1971 by the Nixon administration. But just based on inflation, $1 in 1913 is worth $100 today, which basically means that our penny, or pardon me, the penny of 1913 is worth like what a dollar is today, and it's even the penny in 1913 is actually worth more than what a dollar is. That's the type of devaluement we've seen in our currency. That's what inflation does. Inflation is a hidden tax on the people and should be avoided at all costs. And it's unfortunate, but we're getting into flirting with some aspects of inflation. At points, we may in the future see hyperinflation, and that's where things get very scary. That's why I personally feel you all are positioned pretty well against this, being involved in crypto and NFTs and such. You're in the Web3 space, and hopefully you'll be able to protect yourself simply against inflation, because each year your money becomes less and less powerful, and that's a hidden tax against you. That's what, right. This was not what we were promised. And with that, my friends, I am going to let you go. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to share and have these insightful discussions. And I, ab- absolutely, I look forward to speaking with you all again soon. Take care, everyone. Yo, how are you?
Oh, Rabbi.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Hey, you know what it is?
Flax, yeah, Flax Life. How are you, baby?
Hey, Rabbi. How about you been, man? I haven't talked to you in a very long time.
I know last time you were in here, I think we talked about how many people I'd have in this Discord, and we talked it was going to be 2,100, and we just surpassed 2,500. How do you like that, son?
Hey, good shit, man. Hey, good shit.
Excellent. Excellent. I appreciate it. My friend, you caught me at a tough time. I'm in the middle of a Twitter space, and there's some really big influencers in here. So if you just bear with me, I'm about to shield them. So this will be worth your time. Just one moment. You should listen to this. It's pretty good. Just one moment.
That's normal. She always makes you feel like that. Let's just remember, I've got two people getting very, very patient. T100, you've had your hand up for ages, bro. Thank you for being so patient with this thing. Alright, someone just muted the entire room. That wasn't me. Alright, that's obviously fucking Leslie being fuck them again. Alright, but T100, if you don't get muted, you can talk. Oh, Michael did it. Alright, well, let's just blame Leslie though. Within me and you against Leslie. So, T100, how are you? Chilling, chilling. Every day above ground's a blessing. Yep, yep, yep. Real, real. Good, Mike. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I was just listening. If you guys are looking for capital finance, like pretty on point these days. So let us know. We built some really cool shit. We got we got some like super alpha contacts, but we built like a system that just like goes to town and can handle like 8,000 plus personal inquiries, custom written emails using like super rich real data from like Tim Graph or like some of the most like insane Bitcoin businessmen. And it's been successful, right? Like I mean, like the response like from all the financial partners are just going nuts. So let us know if you guys are going to we got some content. Well, Mike was the one to talk to for that, so like it's I'm just a trading mate. I'm just a guy with a fucking tools. I'm just a monkey in the room doing this shit. So we're just got Team Alpha, Team Bravo, intersecting. Just chilling, barbecuing right now, waiting for his mom. Nice, mate. Nice. And we've got another hand up. If you want to, it's Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to grab the mic, mate, say hello.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity. Do you mind if I share my project with you? Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a time capsule and a timeline of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. Am I being interrupted? Please let me finish. Thank you. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. And with that influence, I'm going to go viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer that you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to see a link to my YouTube streams, look at my pinned post in my profile. There's a link to my YouTube. You also can view my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one else is going to dare you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. There's also a link to my Discord.
That's 2 minutes. That was fucking epic. Maximum 2 minutes shields, but bro, I'm gonna let anyone go around the room and ask if they've got any questions. That was the energy there, mate. Was fucking intense. I'm gonna go and have a look. I'm giving you a follow. Like literally, you go into a room and you start talking like that. I'm gonna fucking follow you. I love that energy. So let's just if anyone's got any questions, they want to ask you now. That was the 2 minute shield. It's well done, bro. That was fucking hectic. I don't know. Did you pause for breath at any point? If that's the first question.
I do my best to maybe practice circular breathing as I do it.
There you go. Leslie, Michael, that was fucking full on. What do we reckon? Ladies first. Leslie probably wasn't Leslie, right? Let's be honest. So that was a very good show, man. Congratulations on that. I appreciate that. I appreciate you coming up here talking. Sharing with us, about your project. It sounds like you said you had like the most content ever on the internet, and you got your life documented and all this other good shit. But you got 800 followers, bro.
Oh yeah, this is one of my 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have accounts with over 10,000 followers as well. If you've ever been on enough Twitter, you'll get suspended every once in a while, and you'll have to use one of your backup accounts. So that's certainly one of my backup accounts.
Yeah, for sure, bro. We definitely believe you right now.
Okay, I mean you don't have to. I have 40,000 plus followers on Twitch. I have 2,500 people in my Discord. I mean I do have numbers.
And what's your marketing campaign, bro? Just out of interest, if you don't mind sharing that, what chain are you on? That's the only thing I would say. Getting that what chain you on.
Yeah, most certainly. So I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency, one of the OG meme coins. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu. The ticker's Bitcoin. It's worth about $100 million.
Nice, bro.
Oh, and it's Ethereum.
You just lost Leslie. Yeah, I was laughing, about losing your account. This is my backup account. I lost my main account on Sunday for it was permanently suspended by the ex fucktards.
Oh, then we are two peas in a pod. And as you understand, there's no support at Twitter. You can be as nice as you want. I lost my blue check mark. I was one of the early adopters of Twitter Blue back when it was $1 under the Jack Dorsey era of Twitter, and Twitter support offers no support. It should be called anti-support. It's basically just a circular amount of emails that you're going to get, and it's basically impossible to connect with anybody unless you're a celebrity or perhaps someone extremely influential. So what you end up doing is just starting out another account and building it back up, and it's basically a climb, and I'm not going to let it get in my way.
How did you get to that point, though? Like, I liked it, but it was so fast and so it was almost robotic. Like, there's that bro. I have got it in the time in 2 minutes. Right? So yeah, I understand. If you had 96 minutes of content that you wanted to cram into 120 seconds, it slows down a little bit. Sometimes less more, right? Sometimes less time. I have a little bit with the people, man.
Well, certainly I understand, but basically it depends on what space you're in, how much they're gonna let you talk, and keep in mind in there I had an interruption, so I had to get through that and get back on my feet, and so I knew that time was of the essence. I did my best to cram as much in there as possible, and in a lot of these rooms, that's what they want. They want high energy and individuals. They can listen quickly. They know what I'm saying. They understand. They're picking up when I'm laying down, and especially when a Twitter space is dragging and other Twitter spaces I've been in there, that brings a lot of life into them. So they enjoy it. Just depends on what people want.
That's good, right? Moon, what do you reckon, mate? You're always pretty chill with your views on what people are doing with Moon. How you been, brother? It's been a while. I see you wearing your I work my hands, and that's what I do, dude. So, I mean, I love my trainees. And, then we had crypto black ops in it. Like, are you kidding me, dude? This is just next level, bro. Then Rusty shows up rocking his long neck legends. So, long neck legends are in the house, dude. Like, this is just, like, the whole community's here. And then we got Shiny out here, too. Oh, my God, bro. This is a dope space. Attorneys, I get minted yet? Dude, that Secret Santa and the Crypto Black Ops, that minted yet? Or is that did somebody get in there? That's fucking crazy. Did somebody get the second Trump? Oh, no, the second Trump's still in there. There's another Trump on the Monday. There's another Mossad agent. One of the Mossad agents minted out. The Wizards minted out. You see, we did a snapshot for that. Gandalf went through like a psychopath, minted out so much. He changed his name. His name was Kenobi, but he changed his name. His entire account, he changed it to different NFT. Yeah, I know General Kenobi. Yeah, I can't believe he did. That is gangster as fuck, bro. That's alpha, dude. I heard the Santa shit, and I was like, oh, that's different. And now it's ever. So I don't know that voice. Everybody just decides to run a random space, and then all of a sudden, all these fucking great accounts come together and have a fucking chat. Sometimes that's always the best way to do it, right? Just say something up, see it comes. So do you want to tell us a little bit more about what you get up to, man? Or you can just leave me fucking hanging, right? Whatever works for you, Dreamy. What have you been up to? I want to know. I want to hear a Dreamy show. Dreamy, tell me what you're up to. I'll do a Dreamy show in a minute because I'm literally in the middle of making a cup of tea. Okay, my internet cut out. So I'm going back and forth with Starlink, but I heard you. I don't want to leave yet. What did you say, bro? No, bro. It's gone now. It's gone. I can't read it. Like, in the moment it's gone. It's just like, you lose that moment. I was just saying what you've been up to. Right? That was all. So you want to tell me what you're up to and tell me what you're doing with your black ops stuff. I'll tell the room, tell us what we're up to. Shit, yeah. Dude, I mean, look, so I went up to Michigan to grab the Cybertruck.
Flags.
on the fighter and the kid. Give me something to wear. I mean, you look pretty good. And I usually don't. Wherever you are, I'm seeing you.
Do you think Shab knows who Howie Mandel is? I don't know. It's hard to tell. I mean, he really was like, oh, you're Joe Rogan's father. Yeah. It's like, right, that's hard to tell. And he has no idea. He has no idea who Shab is. And then this is like the clip of like them talking. It reminds me of movies when the son meets the father-in-law. And the father-in-law just, I have nipples great. Can you milk me? Yeah, that's the vibe. De Niro and still. Yeah. Just getting shit on constantly. Yeah, his mom was slobbering. But there's no daughter in this scenario. Howie Mandel doesn't like mom, even though he came into the show. Why would I get an outfit for this shit? Because next to this clown carnival team vacation in the back, you get the stupid tiger life.
We got one more, I believe, from the Howie Mandel episode. Joe Papa doing so well, all caps. Posted by Thick Hedgehog 4136. Let's do that. If you're hitting on them, you're actually hitting on yourself. That's what you're no. So that's, if they're hitting on me and they're knocking me, even though this is easy for me to say, then I'm doing something right. Because I realize that through social media, you're doing really well. You are. You know you're doing well. Do you not think you're doing well? I don't know. You really don't know. I don't know. I know I'm doing well. And where are you from? And did you run with money? No. Not at all.
I'm Netflix break. You watch me. Just kidding. He's like, you're doing well. You're doing well. Do you not think you're doing well? Shab's like, I don't know. It's all relative. Oh, yeah. That doesn't sound good. That sounds like someone who bet on himself, namely waters. There's like there's a certain aspect of like humiliation there, where he's like very self-aware of the suffering, which you don't see much from Bob. No. He thinks people hate him, and they do. There are people that really hate him. Yeah, they get found out some hate with.
But he's like a metaverse of just fucking like you cannot like you can't like him. There's one thing about Papa that everyone will not like. Right, I mean, it's different for different people.
I know you're not a numbers guy, but there's more than one.
So I know what I'm saying. At least for all people.
Yeah, there's at least one. Yeah, but there should be many. Yes. Gives his dog back. He makes it on his wife. Rude to open. Even as you're a podcaster, he's constantly interrupting people with his name. His zero self-awareness, and he's trying to get you to use kratom and nicotine and tiger thing, all these things that are not that great for yeah, that's probably the safest thing he's shelling. I mean, no,
suing YouTubers.
He's suing YouTubers. Threatening to go out the unique. Is that yeah, more threatening those comedians.
Calling out joke thieves.
He calls out other joke thieves.
There's been times where he's called out people what he's doing. He's walking chicks to his truck. There's at least one thing that no one will not like.
Calling people gay.
Yeah, okay, that's funny. Alright, so we go on to the next episode. You said this is like some kind of lifter or like this guy.
I don't really know. I meant to look it up. I saw it when I was scrolling through on the subreddit this week. I think he's like a performance wellness program type. Biohack.
So these next his episode. This one's called Brian noticeably tired of Papa's pitch obsession. Hosted by Neil Bench. Break, I'll be in Springfield, Missouri this Friday, Saturday. Blue Comedy Room, buddy. Blue Comedy Room, they have the biggest Bass Pro shop out there. The biggest quick shop out there. Look around. Fish shop. There you go. Check. Oh, they got fish there. Yeah, the biggest one. I did not know that. I didn't know. Good. Fantastic. So I'll probably be sleeping there, doing shows at night. Saturday, 2 shows on Friday, 2 shows on Friday. Freya, I changed. Freya is March 3rd, 2 shows on a Friday. Saturday, I had to cancel out the fight companion for the John Jones fight. So Freya's now just answering questions. Yes. When you wake up, you obviously do your deep squats, you do your meditation, you read the Vedanta. Oh, do you check your credit score? Okay. I think Brian's like a lame duck. Like they have some sort of contract signed, and he has to do X amount of episodes. Like later duck. No.
that's funny, but I think this is all Brian has left. Everyone's, oh yeah, he's stuck here just like everybody in the shop universe. You are it's a punishment. You cannot leave. It's like purgatory for the people that make the wrong call. If we get big enough, maybe we'll mess up. We could be balls to the shows if we make it. I don't know. I feel like he just doesn't want to. I mean, maybe both things are true. He doesn't want to be able to be has to be there because he has nothing else to go to. Maybe, but you know, they do, like I said, they do so much podcasting that they're going to be tired. Plus, you know, he's living with all the demons and nightmares in his brain from stuff. So he's like probably like, oh shit, I just got an email from somebody saying I did this. And he's like, how do I get them to go away? And Sean's like, don't just get a bad rate and talk about basketball shop. He's asking about his mistake from basketball. And Brian's got a lot of his plate. I was going to make sure Sean doesn't say something crazy or anything. What Chin's doing, and then they worry about BGL exposing the whole thing. This one's called, it's probably weird to assume that this prison crew won't be asking on it's only fair. So he's a prison. We wonder if this is a prison. Wes, I'm going to give you some advice. First of all, post my organization records. All you have to do is come in, you go with your paperwork, you have your medical, your fish kit, you roll up with one of my people, come get your paperwork from you. You probably know it's me because I'm sitting there reading it, I can't pay attention, and they come down with paperwork off the back, check your shit, drop you down my buggy, gets on the phone, checks your AUS, make sure that you're not a fucking chomo, and if you are, you're fucking dead. That's just a good clip right there. Punchline, punchline. Chomo. That's not what I was expecting. I didn't realize he was a prison crew, but now we know exactly what is a prison crew. I mean, I assume this guy went to prison and knows a lot about how to survive this. Talk about Edward James Olmos maybe. Yeah, this is the white guy from this one's posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie. It's called Careful Papa. Yeah, pulling for the horse with some support on it. When you're truly winning in life, you don't have like the problems. Like, even if like say my girl was sorry or something, I said, hey, so I'm winning. And she's like, what? And I was like, I'm fucking winning. I don't argue with people as well as yours do. You can go ahead and take that shit and figure it out yourself. Yeah, what's up? No, she gets pissed. I just like this. She's like, you trigger me more than anyone else. Thank you. She wants to grill Lindsay C. That's like this guy's like a Jack Chet Hanks. Yeah. That's terrible advice paid on winning. It doesn't make any sense. That's one is the worst take the job and is we found TV the Delta. None of these guys are doing great with their relationships. The best part about Brendan's job and watching all these clips weekly is that these feel like just regular podcast. Like when you start watching a clip, you're like, this is a regular, like just tuning into a certain part of it, and then Brendan opened his mouth. You know what I mean? You know, like usually when there's a bunch of guys, it's gonna be misogynistic. Hey man, I told my brother that they should have fun with it. Totally winning, man. And then Brendan's gonna be like, is that what he said? Yeah, he said, I'm winning. Yeah, Brenda's taking this advice to heart. Anybody else watching this is the worst advice you've ever seen. Losers argue. What are you talking about? What about people that win arguments? Why would you listen to the first guy's advice on your significant other? How we should be about Valentine's Day? I was like, winners don't go on Valentine's Day, okay? Does that work? No, she gets really mad. She like kicked me out of the house. I didn't listen. No. So I got my fish box. She's a chump. So she's mad. Alright, so this one's called Perfectly Normal, Perfectly Healthy, posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie. And let's see this song. Like I'm fully committed to my chick, fully. I do everything. And man, I don't have any, I don't cheat, I don't do anything like that. But my whole thing is I won't call her. She's like, you won't call me. I'm like, I'll never call you. And she's like, that's fucking what? I'm like, you have to call me. And I'm like, and I'll answer right. Even if I was in the middle of this fucking podcast, I'll answer if she calls. And the thing is like, I had too many chicks that I was controlling or
I call too much or I'm bugging out to where I'm like, I'm not fucking calling you. You call me whenever and I'll answer, and I'll always be loving it. Oh, so you're trying to work on that? Yeah. And I'm not gonna fucking do it. And if you don't want to be in a relationship anymore, don't call me. You'll never hear from me again. And I'm just like taking up massively. Like, if you don't call me, you'll never hear from me. Yeah, I have to be like, Phil, you just you were straight up stop. Yeah. I just been like straight like, yeah. Like, you know what? You know or nothing for you. It's like, yeah, they're so cool. This ain't over. There's so many spots. He's like, oh shit. I know you're crazy shit. Nothing. Yeah. That's it for you.
I would be afraid of this guy too. That's good. I think maybe there's a little bit of fear going on. Okay. I mean, that is we should. I always want to focus on Shaw on this thing. This guy, and I'm glad that he's no longer stalking me. That's a very Shaw is right. A very extreme position to take. Maybe we're gonna. It makes sense if it was a huge problem. Maybe he should. Shaw doesn't believe him that he's done. He's read a book called From Simp to Asshole. He could just have said, I had a problem with like being too controlling, so I try and have her call not to get very sensitive. Calling was like, it was a problem that I had this. He's like, I never talk to the woman. I don't call because she's got to call me, right? And then when she calls me, until then, I don't talk to her at all. And then it turns out I don't speak to her because somebody roasted me last week. Yeah. A woman roasted me briefly in the middle of the street, so all communication with women is ceased. I don't talk to her because I could be killing a chomo, I could be working on my fish box, I could be in the shake ready to batteries. Alright, so now we move into Food Truck Diaries. Nice. This one is called Brandon's Redacted Claim of Denver having the best barbecue is questioned by Curtis Blades, posted by Randy Glenn Lover. And if you want to remember, Curtis Blades' last name is Blades because it rhymes with Blades. So here we go. That's what you do when you think terrible stuff. It sounds like what this business is doing, this barbecue place, they're also stealing other ideas and making it because they're stealing that idea from you, Joe. Look at Curtis Blades' face. His faces are priceless. Not even disbelief, it's just like he cannot. It's kind of like a mix between frightened and laughing. Yeah, he's shocked, he thinks it's funny, and he can't believe that he thinks it's so important he doesn't want to like lie. Yeah. He's like, you gotta tell him that makes sense. Yeah, it makes no sense. The best barbecues in Denver. Memphis. Why they say that? No, but Memphis is maybe I don't know. I've never had that. I mean, if you listen to Plateau, it's gonna be fucking awesome. Yeah, of course. Alright, we got another thing from Food Truck Diaries. It's called A Collection of Redactedness from Today's Food Truck Diaries, posted by Rabbi Shorty. They take the camera off so you can see more than you can. Really, dude?
is like it's tough. Well, I'm a British guy. Here.
Somebody recently, like, unironically told me that Food Truck Diaries is the best thing that British was made. I call it failure. I think it's a fan of my other podcasts. I don't know. Almost everything he's made is not good. So it's like the best of the not good. Maybe. Basically, the conversation started with him in the Discord saying, like, yo, well, I get hated on if I say that I'm a fan of Brendan Schaub. So we were talking about Brendan Schaub on my Twitch stream, right? And then I was like, bro, I love Brendan Schaub. He's fucking hilarious. And then he was like, yeah, Food Truck Diaries is the shit. And I was like, it's the first time I ever heard anyone say, like, yeah, anything positive. But is Food Truck Diaries better than Carl Bassett? Like, anything's better than Carl Bassett. I guess you're right. He's fancy. Yeah, because Food Truck Diaries, at least you get to see Shaw eat plenty. Never eats normally. And then it's a perfect opportunity to see him and talk to him. Because there's a certain bubbliness about him, too. Right? Yeah, I mean, it's a funny scenario because it's two guys, generally two kind of meathead dudes, talking about a shop. It's like a goofy kind of thing. But Shop will be like eating an empanada and like, so your mom. Yeah, it's like, right? There's like, Shop's like trying to get something to fill out his mouth. He's got a cup and he was doing this and he's like, so is it true when they say, like, are you married to Mexican? And she kind of about Mexican. Well, our Mexican. That's like a serious question. It's also, too, that it's so strange how he eats on camera. You know how, like, before actors will have sex on camera and they'll do it for the camera, right? They'll, like, do it in a different way. He kind of eats that same way. He's like, he knows the camera's here, so he doesn't have to get the food.
This is honestly some of the bit. This is
He's almost like the actor studio where that guy James lived in and have certain questions he asks. So Shab has like he's got to say something weird about some personal issue that the guy has. Ask them about when he's talking about this kid, what all of our listeners. And then he's got to get weird. And then also on top of that, get something wrong about where this person is from. Yeah, it's like Dan. It's like what great market is. Associates market. Also, where does the diaries come in? Why is it Food Truck Diaries? That's not just like a Bob idea, or maybe he stole it, maybe just thought of it. They were like, yeah, that's a great idea. We'll never get know the answers to it. But, alright, so now we move on to the Golden Hour, which is one of the 15 other shows he's on. This one's called Mark Orr's Hot Take from the Golden Shower Patreon preview. The show has basically become three middle-aged dudes discussing movies and shows they've seen during their lives with arbitrary rankings, hosted by Rogan and Shorty Pie.
You ready for the hot take? You know the greatest TV series of all time, all seasons. Okay, well, give me your opinion. Okay, well, it's fact. Okay. American Horror Story. All 11 seasons. So you're an alien. You know what it is. Just too much of it. You don't know shit. I just realized you're a fucking great dad to me.
That's so neat. This is his show. Let's keep in mind this is a shop show. And his co-host just said, you're right, dead to me. And it's pretty serious.
I mean, that's kind of like misleading, though, because Brandon starts laughing right after that on the actual preview. Because I watched the Patreon preview. Because it was clickbaity about Workaholics movie being canceled. And he goes, you're brain dead in a year or more. You're stupid. Like, he's going hard on purpose. And it's like a communal joke.
I see. I wonder, does he say why he likes American Horror Story the most?
They start saying that you don't know what you're going to get with American Horror Story, so like one season will be completely trash. I don't know anything about that show.
Shab would never know any show. He's never going to understand what's happening. I'm surprised. I've seen American Horror Story. I'm surprised Shab likes it because it's not the simplest show. You think he would like something more extreme than probably second and third season.
Did you ask me American Horror
simple shows. Why do you say that? Because it's just random horror stories. There's no like depth to it. Like, what's the thrill or horror of watching a show that you know is going to be scary eventually? I don't understand your point. It is a horror story show. Yeah. It's like not like a standard horror story show. Like it's like the first one is there. Something is there's some sort of haunted house and the family's kind of falling apart. And it's like there's intrigue. Yeah. I don't see shopping. That shit sounds so stupid to me. That you might like. Yeah. But not being shopping. So. No, but to say that that's the best show of all time, go fuck yourself. Yeah, definitely not the best show. That's a crazy thing to say. It's the best show of all time. Alright, so the next clip is from the Shop Show. This one's posted by Dog. It's called Kratom takes X2 recommended daily limit before anything he does. Share with your friends, family, grandma, or grandpa. This episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by the best freaking energy for your brain of all time. I'm talking about my limitless pill. I'm talking about that Kratom. If you've always wanted to try Kratom, you always basically it was for you. I use the concentrated shots. I just took one, threw it away. I take one of those for any show that I do, stand up, podcast, whatever it is. If you've always wanted Kratom, I swear by it. The product is very well to our energy shots because you drink straight. The bottle is slightly smaller because you're getting a more concentrated, pure nitrogenine alkaloid extract. Start with a half shot and see how it works for you. And it's already size that bottle. Do not exceed that now. He's saying, so basically, recommended service size is 5 millimeters. The bottle is 10 millimeters. So he took the whole bottle. In a 24-hour period, he took 5 millimeters. Is this even legal to do and like suggest that people take way more than they're supposed to? Share with anybody you want, your friend, your family, your grandma, your grandpa, your UPS guy, I don't care. Energy for your brain of all time. Energy for your brain? Even if you're somebody like Sam, do you want to be like that? I don't know. The people that watch this show, are they so dumb that they're like, I need to get to that, like, hey, Kratom. He's not even saying Kratom, right? Yeah, wild. Yeah, no, I mean, listen, it's not a selling point that he takes these things before terrible stand-up, terrible podcasting, or terrible interviewing. Yeah, you know what I mean? I don't understand why. If I was having him, I'd be like, hey, don't mention what you do on Kratom. Say that you go by grading on Kratom. Yeah, say you were Kratom helped you with them pulling up the truck. Yeah. When you were 3 seconds behind the world's strongest man, that's when you Kratom. Not when you were talking to Howie Mandel about your pants. Let's keep that shit under wraps. When you're talking about fish, it had nothing to do with your fish tank. I feed my fish a bottle of Kratom every night. Alright, so this is called Papa discovered just a few years ago that not all Asians are Chinese. It's hosted by Cruel App Bombs. There's just a bunch of different names on there. Jesus Santos Aguilar, Rocket Tough years of fate, years. I went to Australia, I thought everyone was Chinese. Yeah, you were so offended. You weren't super fast. Okay, this is Chinese. Once you pointed out, I felt stupid. I'm just not cultured like that. I don't know. If you know what you pointed out, I'm like, oh shit, now it's too easy to do. It's kind of cool. Chinese are good. I mean, China's cool. That difference right there, dude. It's so are they saying he's going up to people and be like Chinese? I guess, I don't know. I hope it is. What do you do in that situation if you're the Chinese guy? You're like, yeah, thanks. Good job, Chop. Yeah, I don't know. Dicey for sure, though. Yeah. Imagine saying that you thought everyone was Chinese in 2023. Yeah, I mean, it's cool, like, if you had that personal revelation, but imagine having a podcast and saying it on a podcast. That's crazy. I mean, I'll give him credit, he doesn't care. Yeah, he'll say anything. And any offensive. Yeah. Alright, so this is posted by El Gallo in the throwback section. This one's on Throwback Shop Day. Brendan destroys water. Yeah, I think this thing today is water, coffee.
drink a lot of water? Yeah. Yeah. Fucking man, you have to care about that. I mean, when you are, it's a traffic, though. It's also a mess. So if you drink 8 cups of coffee, that still counts as fluids. It's a diuretic, but still a fluid. It's a diuretic, which means it's dehydrating you. Which is still liquid. You're going to get kidney stones and stuff. I feel great right now, although I was getting pretty sick from drinking so much coffee, so I've thrown up for 6 months.
I think this is a character, this would be like a genius character. Yeah, I don't drink water. I drink coffee. It's the same thing. Yeah, but it's caffeinated. Yeah, that's right. I think the same thing. Caffeine doesn't count. Yeah, it dehydrates me. Honestly. And sometimes I drink so much that I throw up. So why would you do that? Yeah. That makes no sense. All right, so this one's another throwback. It's called Revisiting a Chains of Original. Pat Patrick finally snaps. Hosted by Existential Spice.
Steve, hot tip in the streets. What do you know? Honey, big mom. St. Patrick.
I gotta hear my show. I gotta hear how sick I am. It's not recorded. Yeah. Huh.
Thanks for tuning in. Join the Patreon if you want to. Join the Discord. We chop it up in there. But anyways, that's not why you're here. You gotta start the timer. Oh, start the timer. Alright, we'll start the timer. This is 10 minutes. Stop giving me that. Start the timer. There you go. Yeah, so there's an announcement that changed. It says, don't watch tomorrow's TFAT unless you're getting clips. We're trying to see the effect of changes. So they're trying to get an estimate of how the actual sugar control, like a scientific experiment, is actually comments on the usual grifters, great podcast, never watched it. But is this really like is this from the administrators? Because this only has 700 so it's like virally announced. It was only 8 hours. Okay, so that is a little bit. I think so. I don't know. I bet a number's going to be. What does that fix? Well, I'm so ridiculous that I don't know. You want to see if you can zoom in here? I mean, we'll get comments saying, like, how dare you? But, oh, it's Callan. Callan, that's shop. Oh, man. Wow. That's old school. Yeah, they were having fun back then. Doing something like really corny. Yeah, I was telling you earlier, it's a bit of weird market on change right now. You know, passing a BGL. It's the conditioning, which I have a couple posts about that. Right? I guess he was on like some midnight fly read, really into a bunch of messages on his post. Yeah, let's go fly. He's not going to be on a 10 minutes show. Take a deep breath. We're not going to do that. So, look at that. Okay, so apparently this is supposed to his. Did they make an announcement on TFK? I guess they must have some great insights and post his reading an article. Next one here. It's I forgot to say most of these Rome is cute. This one's Ryan Jones here. 2 a.m. BGM letting it all out. Hallmark Barley. You get fired from hiring the kid. Reddit made a joke about fireworks. Then I realized you haven't been on for weeks. Replying back to this, Barley saying he was which is true. That's funny. Creating a narrative beat. Just no respect for it strikes me out. That's one of the funniest things that explained to me about things is because for a while we were watching the clips and I don't think either of us really understood. Yeah, his face was blanked out, and then his voice was like this weird thing we didn't really get. Like Charlie Brown's school teacher was basically saying that he's so obnoxious that they had like loved attention so much that they just block out everything he does. Which is hilarious. And we watched a little bit of that show he had. Like not for the show, not to make any jokes, but it's the worst thing I've ever seen. You need that. It's the hardest watch ever. It's real bad. Like his cadence and his thoughts and how everything works together makes for a terrible show. Yeah, I mean, the people that hate us, they say, and I agree sometimes we make people like us, and we still review it. I don't know about that. We'll never reach the level of that show I've ever seen. Toronto's going through something. It's not a sad thing. Yeah, I told you earlier that I went to Starbucks and I didn't lose it, and that was like a good thing. Right now you're losing it. You're not losing it at the 4 Starbucks lady. He was complaining about 10 cents. This one this because like everyone's like, you could be Mark, I could be Mark, who's Mark, you know? But in the end, it's really about just watching the journey. It is. But also, too, you're right. This could be some sort of like Ocean's 11, Papa's 11, trying to infiltrate the chains. And the red herring is Mr. Mark. And this time, 11 is the IQ points of Shab and Mark. And this one is just funny. That's a specific guy in the flower bar. Posted by policy, too. It's called Mexican Cinch Lid. I don't understand. Is that something like chicklet or what is that? Pitch lid? I guess it's the name of a fish. Is it is the fish's name is like lid? You know more than me. I just know that's the flower horn. It's the guy that's the flower horn fish. But the view of the guy, I think I assume is all right, now we get into some speech. So this first of this was posted by it's called Flipped Around YouTube last night. Found an hour-long video of the drunkest man on the title. Let's see here. Some fish were supposed to take some guy from Russia and take it, but for a relationship. Too much money. I mean, when you see ghost shows, that's what you see around this early some dress or whatever. I'm going to try to tell you, yeah, you call it. They were fish. Walks around the water. I'm sober minded. I like that fader might too. There was some around fishing. If I could dream of a Super Bowl and then Jordan girls, TV proper. Takes care of it. Oh, you're not so far. It's almost redneck vibe. He's like turning into an old country boy, or a very old country man. It's like, what are you doing today, Grandpa? Oh, you know, I'm all random every day, like some little Josh Terriers. This is and I love that it's the Super Bowl time of year, so we get to hear Super Bowl. The Super Bowl. I'm wearing Super Bowl, and the glass on this guy. I mean, like, much like his little ice. You see that little ice there? It's supposed to be like a big piece of ice in the glass. Yeah. It's just like everything's wrong. I want to say that I'm sad for Papa, but Papa just looks sad. He does look kind of sad, but I think he's just drunk. I don't really think he's sad. Some people drink on podcasts or during or before podcasts because it's like they want to get loose and they think that they need to drink to like deliver the great content that their listeners are looking for. I wonder if that's what Papa thinks because this is atrocious as usual. Yeah, it's just a drunk, very tired guy in a dark jean jacket, mountain pants. Also, too, I always judge a YouTuber's impression by how many Funko Pops they have. You just see two right now. Look at that. It's like, of course, he'd have Funko Pops. Any kind of thing that people kind of universally think is stupid. It's like, I got that. I got that. And also, the shoe is gone. Oh, yeah, where's his favorite shoe? No wonder he's surprised. Yeah, his favorite shoes aren't up there. He doesn't even like shoes right now. Look at that gigantic Jew hat. They're in his mouth, and there's like a giant sign behind it. He really does have a lot of people sponsoring. A lot of people are on Team Papa. Yeah, it's like, okay, Papa's that in the China for just twins. I'm a follower because someone tells me to. You can see that time. If you don't, but you still don't. And they just go back up to it's not that cool, just it's a little disruptive because what's wrong with this revival? More sports about. I'm also in Naples, February, please go up to Conference Championship games, the Super Bowl 57. Conference Championship thrills, the shop show, a CJEB show, minimum age eligible. He doesn't spell his name. It's just not even the first time. It's so worrisome because it's like many times he's spelling his own name incorrectly. CTE, call the doctor. This is ambulance appointment. It's a shot. Maybe we were judging him too harshly, and he really did hear that voice.
each other for the best someone's up there. Paul Craig or Johnny Walker. Like Paul Craig, I said he's my rock. Jesus Christ. It's from that scene, he just gets his head beaten. And he said, John Jones will be coming for it. I was like, heavyweights of forever skill sets is where the judge got drugs not great. So it's just like this. Is there any way we can just go to another game? But, for this complete nightmare of shit, he was like, he goes to the door, Brian gets like,
This is now I'm thinking it's more less southern and more like Marlon Brando-ish. Godfather. Has anyone ever said that before? I don't know. My daughter's good. Ask her for your family. Maybe ask you for some. It's a new song trying to think movies. It's sleeping with the fishes. My fishes, the balls naked fish. Michael, I never wanted this life for you. I never wanted you to be a monster drug addict. I take it back. Those pants, I think it would be totally as I kind of like the pants. Well, I mean, the front line's right twisted.
Look at his athleticism.
All like head and shoulders, or so does it come on and they do a sponsor? I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's
He
here.
travel a lot.
Oh, yeah. It's just, it's really
Bathroom. I go to the bathroom like 12 times a day. Really? Please.
That's all I have to say with that. But I appreciate the comments. He's very nice.
for you around to listen. And then he goes right into it. And Freeway gets to a guillotine. What happened, man?
Oh, look at this one. Yo, dog. This motherfucker's so sick. Look at this move. This is athleticism.
He doesn't care. It's not even. Not just he was like a speech impediment. So it's changing the English language, not unlike William Shakespeare. This one's called the first guy.
Baby, I'm a dancing queen. Baby, I'm the sickest motherfucker of all time. Maybe the sickest fucker ever.
900 likes. 300,000 followers with 1,000 likes. It's the ultimate idiot move. Oh my god, get your new South Jersey. It's the ultimate idiot move. Yeah, I mean, this is good. He's tweeting shit. Vanessa. Any quote tweet Vanessa. Well, that's the right for anybody to listen to. Yeah,
I see the plot of the movie's 300.
What is it called? Getting ratio? Yeah, he's like getting ratio by not getting likes. Ratio is when somebody like responds to you and gets more likes, right? Yeah. He's just getting ratio because of tweets. He's getting ratio by the number of followers he has compared to the amount of likes that he gets on his tweets. He should get more of that. People are just following him and being like that. This next one's posted by Brent Anderson. It's called Papa Does Some Self-Reflecting.
Now, let me ask you something. You think actually considered how bad my addiction has gotten? You think Brian's actually really passionate about my passion for fish? No. It's a new puppy. It's a new project. Something to do. Because I'm clearly bored with my son. So this is my next conquest. And it's stupid. For a guy that's made so much money.
Yeah, I mean, funny editing, but it's more funny for me when I actually hear what he says.
Now, let me ask you something. You think Daylight actually considers celebrity explored? You think Daylight's actually really passionate about two human beings slapping each other? No. It's his new puppy. new projects. Some for him to do, because he's clearly bored with the UFC. So this is his next conquest. It's stupid for a guy who's made so much money.
It's interesting. I was interested coming from Shah because Shah gives back dogs like freaking things you return to Target. And I think it's important to point out that one was much better. He needed a king pitch. Maybe a bad analogy there would be most people aren't care immensely about their new football. Yeah, I probably saw it like in some yeah, exactly. Very good. Did you see this part where we talking about Ariana now owning things? It's posted by Joe Bogan. It's called "I Didn't Do Anything to Ariel Friends to Meet Him on."
What are you doing? You're acting very innocent. You know what I mean? You're not a little you right now. You know what I mean? You're being the sheep. Here's my argument. If he wants to watch the beef, whatever, if he has beef, that's fine. I dare you. I dare you. Someone's shot. You will talk like this in my face. I'll fly to New York. Come on. Stop looking off.
Oh yeah, that's a classic. Yeah, I remember. I just didn't. He's too good of a mind. It feels good. Back then, before he got nuclear bombed by, how do you think that got? Or was that was the response to this one where he's like, he had a football coach, had a comedy coach? Yeah, so I don't know the chronological extent of it, but he conditions some shot like chronological order. All I know is that Ariel seems like you can understand the words that come out of Ariel's mouth. Oh yeah, he's very well spoken. Ariel Hawani doesn't talk like that. I mean, that would be funny if Ariel Hawani responded. He's like, "Shut up, guess what? He's like a comedy." That's how you talk. That's how you say you talk. All right, so this one is we're back to the old classic long titles. We didn't read this title. It's posted by Top Foundation 6313. It's quote, "Working in ditches, parentheses, blowing your back out, to put cement on top of a sidewalk," end quote, is essentially the new P.F. Chang's. These two spineless have zero self-awareness and poor self-respect.
I'm gonna be able to put on my son if he's working in ditches, pulling his back out, putting cement on him. Sidewalk. I'd rather be much more proud of my kids if they're doing that thing.
Job just will hate on anything like that's just like a salt of the earth job, or just like a hardworking construction worker type job. Yeah, he'll be like, "Oh, I would rather them do that." Yeah, whatever. I guess was he talking about Slapbox? I think he's talking about the new power slap. Yeah. He really doesn't think about the things he's saying. He gives no thought to what he's about to say. I'd rather them work in McDonald's. These are things he shouldn't be saying out loud. You should have a podcast. The people filming this are global. There should be somebody sitting there like, hey, let's just let's write down everything Sean's going to say.
This weekend, James has a bunch of Louis C.K.'s.
So, Louis C.K. had the live streams. He was going around the house doing a podcast. I picked up 3 clips because there's a lot of Louis C.K. clips. This is the first one posted by R-E-C-K-Y-Y-M. It's called Papa Explains Louis C.K. calling out Joe. But he didn't do T-Pack though. God, no. Interesting. There's no possible way we'll see Louis C.K. on T-Pack. That's too bad. He goes on the meetings about it. We talk about just hot flash. Human body, your body anyway, you want your body to work optimally, but that means story that Marcy came telling us. So it's called Brenda has a wildly similar story to Louis, which is by Brenda. Let's see what this is. But I started flying right away, and the airports were all empty. And everyone was allowed in the lounges, and everyone was getting upgraded to first class because the planes were empty. And for a while, it was part of the protocol. Before the plane takes off, they used to say, they would give you the safety stuff, and then they would say, you can use your seatbelt to test your Jesus. You can use your seat as a shield. And yes, they would say this is part of the thing for like the first month after the balloon. They would say, we're here to protect you, but you have to protect us. They would say that, and there was one flight I took where I was flying first class, like seat 1B, I was right at the bulkhead. And because of that, sitting in one seat across where the captain came out right before the flight, he kind of squatted between us and he said, listen, fellas, this is a part night. He said, you're the last line of defense. So I need you not to sleep on this plane. I need you not to sleep. I need you not to sleep. I watched it. So I'm like, yes, sir. I was excited. Here's how I know I'm sick. I always stand on my feet right. I know I'm sick. I would rather take this year. I want to hear shots and whatever Louis just said. That's a thing, because I've been so crazy. That's how far I've gone down the shot. You know, see him messing up. Well, they got a wrong here, because I think I've seen it before, but yeah. No, I've never seen it. Get on the plane, I fell asleep. Generalities was this for sure. It was so fun. So if we get on by 9 a.m., so take a red eye. And so one of the falls in my hand, we jump in people. Al, what are you doing? I'm like, oh, that first time you run up, like, what the? Right in the mind, I'm like, oh, it's nice. That part is first. There's a guy that's like, oh, good. I want to tell him I apologize. And then I get some seizure. Oh my God. And I said, no, it's got something right now. I know that I just took over this plane with bombs. And when it comes to the bombs, you can pop this bad, so I'm going to a Smax, so it's become super viral. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, Bob had a hero, you know, he saved that little boy from the car thing. He's of course the next step is to kill a bunch of terrorists. Yeah, hey, you guys like Moana? Hey, you doing okay? I love to see Bob like an action movie where he's like, he has lines. There he is. Yippee-ki-yay! Yippee-ki-day! This is the last Louis C.K. clip. It's also my fun of the 850. It's called Leo Von Getting Candid with Louis C.K. Verdicts I walked away from. And it's in peace with himself. Of course, he has some gravity. There is people. There's you can find loving in yourself path. So yes, you're not really like, I don't feel it. If everybody thought that, let's do it. You might as well. It's not the way to live. Yeah, it's just, so I should hear some of that spots. This guy's going to get voted for. You should do certain things. I'm like, I know this isn't for you. I feel like I do it for mine. I feel like I need to do it more. And once I got out of some of that, everything is falling so in place. I've gotten this.
Good stuff. How you living, baby?
It's been pretty fascinating.
I slept on last night. I was so stressed.
Why were you stressed?
Yeah, I've been awake for like a long time. Like I'm not been sleeping properly. I'm trying to grind, like I said. This means a lot to me, so I'm trying to give my 100% because I know what I want to achieve, and things like that. So
Okay, so you uploaded a YouTube video. What was the description?
the description that I sent to group,
Did you send me another video?
No. The reason why I called back was because I want, since that you said what you were typing, I don't really understand. So I want you to like give me just exactly what you want me to write. Like just tell me verbatim, like word for word, so that I can just so that you give me the desired outcome.
I understand. You ask Grok that, and Grok will optimize it for you. So you say, Grok,
Sorry?
you ask Grok, what's the
Okay.
best description for this video for YouTube for selling clothes?
Okay.
And then also put in there, give me hashtags as well.
Okay. What's the description for this video if I'm selling clothes?
Exactly, with hashtags. And it'll say something like
Okay.
cool north south shirts, hashtag cool, hashtag fashion, hashtag luxury. Okay, so that's the title. Then you also want to put a description, which is longer, which would be like North South is the best brand that you could ever want. It's comfortable, it's classic, it's classy. Get North South at your nearest retailer or whatever it's going to say. Okay?
Alright. I'll do that.
Hold
Send
on
the
though.
link to you so that
Hold on though. You don't want to have your video use that word, the I word, IDIOT. You don't want to have it use that word. That's a negative word
Okay.
in a lot of places. So if you ever hear that word, stay away from it. Okay, so take down the video that you have up, put up a new video with a description, with a title, with
Yeah.
hashtags, and then send it back to me. Okay?
Alright, no problem.
If if I'm asleep, then I'll look at it in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay, no problem.
And
Thank you.
yeah, absolutely. Wait before you go. And when you get a crypto wallet, make sure to write down your passphrase. Make sure to back up your
I've
phone.
done that already. So
Did you write down your
I've
passphrase?
done all that.
Did you write down your passphrase?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So if your phone broke today, you would have access to your passphrase, right?
Yes.
Excellent. Did you back up your phone?
Yes, I've done. I did that. I left my phone to back up overnight.
You did that today or yesterday?
Yes.
Good job, man. Good job.
Yeah,
Excellent.
thank you very much.
You
Like I said, like I have things I want to achieve, so I'm really happy about this, and I want to achieve whatever I want to achieve. I have so many plans for my brand.
baby, you
If you can even check, there's someone that wants to check. It's my mentor. There's someone else. His name is Chris 419. That would be the idea of what I want my brand to be in the future. So if you can just check it and just see, just see I want to say the kind of, let me say the kind of dream I have. Let me put it that way.
all right? Well, send me anything you want. I'll look at it when I have time.
Okay, no problem.
Excellent, my friend. All right, so send me that new
Thank you.
video. Once it's good,
Okay.
we're gonna do all of
Yes.
them on YouTube, and then you're gonna do them on all the
Okay.
different platforms. Okay?
9 of the remaining 9, that's 10 videos
That's
on each
right.
platform.
That's right. You got it. Okay?
Okay, no problem.
Excellent, my friend.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, my friend. Now what is this? This, this, this. You can itch. This, this, this. What is
Oh, dog, I feel
fine?
like you made the right call. Oh, yeah, seems much happier. Could have been here earlier if you asked me. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so far away from the spread as
Yo,
possible.
look at this move.
Canadian. I bet you can still be the one who shows the food so it's like always posted by Rocket and Shorty by age. It's called too much problem behavior in this list. All but one happened at once. Continuous string.
Actually, a lot of people that hit me up about stress start talking about it. They want to know I'm going to tell you this. You're going to take pride and nutrition issues reality. So a lot of it is your gut. I think it's your gut. Feedback. Cleveland Dermatology Institute. Big guy on the lemon. The lemon on the lemon. Genius. Keep growing right there. Coach Martin. Be right there. Genius. Now he's great, and then talking else when you keep him like that, thinking very big, sir. When it's in Pittsburgh, they also keep growing.
This, yo, what up, big dog? Kicking ass, taking names, baby. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods?
Say what?
How are you?
I'm fine. I saved something on Twitter. Check it out.
I did not get anything new from you on Twitter. Are you sure you said something?
Yeah, I sent you the picture of what I edited.
Yeah, and I responded already. It says, good job. Make the P in Pilly in the bottom circle capital, please.
Hold on, I've done that. Let me send another one to you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, to be
Did you send it yet, Pilly?
yeah, check it out. I send it again. Okay, hold on. Okay, send.
No, dog. Read what my message said.
You asked me to change the small letter to capital letter.
Stop. Stop. Pilly, stop.
I'm with you.
Okay. Read what my message said. The one that says, good job.
Okay. I can't find your message. Send me another message. Let me see.
No, you can find my message. Go to my direct messages with you. You just sent me a message.
Yes.
Right,
Give
but
me a sec.
take your time.
Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
can you copy the last message and re-forward it to me?
I will, but why can't you read it?
I only saw the message I sent you. I never see the one you sent.
Okay. what what's the last message that you see that I sent you?
Hold on, let me check it out. The last message was top line 419, bottom line link3.com, PD007. That's the last message you sent.
Okay, that's not the last message I sent you. Okay, but that's fine. Okay, read your messages now. What does it say?
Okay. It said, good job. Hold on. It said, good job. Make the P in the PD in the bottom circle capital. Please. Good job. Okay, yeah. Okay, I get it.
So,
I'll work on it right now.
excellent. So it should say linktree.com / capital P ILLY 007. Okay?
No problem. Thank
Oh,
you very much.
you're welcome. Hold on. And then,
Okay.
because I'm gonna probably be asleep when it's done, I'll give you the next thing that you're gonna want to do. Did you download the Grok app?
All right.
Do you have? Hold on. Do you have the Grok app downloaded?
Okay, I would.
Okay. And then what I want you to do, I'm gonna send you. Um, I'm gonna send you an example. Don't make your YouTube account. Don't upload anything to YouTube. But just before you go, okay, go look at the link I just sent you from someone named Durago. Look at his YouTube,
Okay.
and I want you to make videos like Durago using Grok.
Okay.
So take a look at it, watch them. They're like 10 seconds each.
Just send me the name of the app and the description on our.
Baby, I'm telling you, it's Grok, GROK.
Okay, on X.
No, it's another app. That,
Yeah, I can download that.
yeah, download Grok, and then look at the YouTube video. Look at the YouTube account I just sent you.
All right, I'll work on that.
No, don't work on it. Just look at it right now, and then tell me that
Okay.
you understand what you're to do. If not, I'll clarify.
All right. I'll check it out.
Okay.
Bye.
No, don't go. Stay here. Watch the YouTube thing.
Okay. I just
What'd you say, big man? Pilly, what'd you say? Pilly. Pilly. Hold on. Repeat yourself. What'd you say, big man? You're cutting out. Repeat yourself.
I said I watched the AI video and I noticed that it was actually created by Sora Nicole, an AI platform.
Yeah, that's okay. You can do it with Grok.
Okay, that will be fine.
Check out these north-south shirts, perfect style for any event.
Okay, so you know what to do. You're going to make 10 of them. You make 10 of them, and you send them to me, and I'll tell you which ones to use, okay?
Exactly like that AI video, right?
Not exactly. Make it whatever you want. You could say, you can,
Okay, no problem.
you could say, make it on a beach, make it in the future, make it on a spaceship, whatever you want.
Okay, I'll get back. Should I subscribe to that YouTube channel?
If you want, yeah.
All right, no problem. Thank you very much. I'll get back to you.
You're welcome, my friend. Tell Grok to make a better title and description for it.
Check out these north-south shirts, perfect style for any event.
You did not put a description, period. I said ask Grok to put a description with hashtags, period.
Sarah, every little girl out there, I mean, every little girl dreams of being a 58-year-old single stand-up comedian with no romantic prospects on the horizon. They all dream of it, but Sarah did it.
Yo, how are you?
Rabbi,
What up?
if World War III starts because Britain has a photo of Donald Trump blowing Bill Clinton, I'm sorry, but that is the wrongest way to start World War III. I, I'm not for war. That is a funny way to go to war.
Okie doke, Zoot.
Did you see the email?
Yep.
You think it's true? Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
do you think there's like something humorous about the situation as sad as it is?
No, I don't think it's humorous at all.
I'm look. If it does exist, and there is a photo of Trump blowing Bill Clinton, that's kind of funny.
I think it's sad.
You think it's sad?
Yeah.
Well, World War III starts because of that photo. I am going to be disappointed that it's going to be a funny. It's funny place in history.
Zoot, are you ready to lose?
No, I'll be home later.
Okay, but I'll be asleep.
I'm going out.
What are you gonna do, Zoot? Alright, Zoot. Sounds good. Yo. Yo.
Maybe I'm getting something wrong. Or interpreting an
Yo, what are you saying?
when I post the video, I used to write what is the description for the video I'm selling this North South apparel and provide hashtags too.
Okay, and what's it saying?
So that's what that video that I just sent you another link. I don't know if you check the recent one apart from the one that
No, I keep checking. It says no description, and it just says north south in the title. That's not what I want you to do. It should tell you something like buy north south apparel. It's the best clothing in the world. Hashtag clothes. Hashtag luxury. What is Grok saying to you?
whenever I take Rob to do the video, like I'll tell it to put hashtags into the video, and that's what it's doing.
No, it
So,
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
like exactly what you told me to write.
Okay, what does it say? What's the response?
It will just make the video and send it to you.
No, 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 no. You say to it, provide me with a title for this video or YouTube.
Okay. Okay. Provide me the title for YouTube. Okay. Yeah, after providing the title, then I'll say provide me with hashtags too.
Say provide me with a title and hashtags for this video, and also a description and hashtags.
Sorry?
You want to say please provide me with a title and hashtags and a description and hashtags of this video.
Okay. Description and hashtags. Thank you.
What's it say? No, motherfuckers. This is the worst. Phantom doorbell sound. I believe that. I believe that. Do you believe what this motherfucker's saying? Ish. Alright, are you done? This shit sucks.
Okay, the target is Amale Ravina, the Rabbi. Ravina asks the following question. Arab the Zafar, when it comes to the halachas of the
So are you gonna stand?
there's basically
Perhaps.
today's there's basically three levels of the it's what's called the Shikat where it's just a touch of the human body from one to the next. Then there's an Achmatas Ava, there's an Achmatas Kala Akara, and then there's the Arabia. So the Shika obviously is the initial touch, and then there is the part where it starts to penetrate, and then there's the full penetration. So Ara is what that is, either it's initial touch or it's
Motherfucker's so athletic, he's a West Side kid. East Side gangster. West Side can't be West Side can't. East Side gangster. West Side gangster. East Side can't. First time
that has to actually make the via for persons to violate
motherfucker almost waterboarded himself. West Side.
Already in violation of being well, and it's a cards. Now the Gemara wants to know what happens if a person does this with the again, the Zakar. It's awesome. This is right. So we're talking about that. And then the Gemara is asking to what extent does the person have to be into it? If it simply touches or if the penetration begins, is that enough? Or does that be what we refer to as a Marabia, the completion, complete penetration? Or it says, the Arab is up or not. What's the halacha? Which is Arab versus Arab is up. What's your question? Mishki Isha. The Gemara refers to that as Mishki Isha. Now, there's got to be a reason why the Gemara wants to refer to it as Mishki Isha. Mishki Isha, we know when it comes to being Therefore, anytime a person engages in that kind of relationship, does that have to be via even the initial penetration is a problem? So then why does it say it?
Right.
In other words, the Gemara can say when it comes to full Mishnah Isha, the Hekesh, which compares, it says very clearly. The Gemara.
In this one.
Why?
Look at this move. Look at this athleticism.
Therefore, just like any kind of well, all other he left analyze this one thing. The Hema, the Kaivin is the you have to put this category. A Behema is the first violence that hits her. Their Kaivin is become communicated by a basin by a basin of the dog. Not by a dog. The by basin. The why, why is this? Where it says, oil, sin, fully covered Joshua, also, Laura said, every opportunity where it says twice, the part of the second time of the original is for Joshua. So, they were big extra part. Where it's no problem, added actually in March. In other words, about one age, it comes to our the problem, therefore you don't have to recommend words to what the negotiation response to him in other words, that's the understanding. There's a bunch of different ways of understanding the gospel. Or it's like, why are you asking questions? Look at Rashi. The Rashi answers it's our time. Your father, the child, somebody, you have to ask something. Others say, now, you are like, why was it so? Okay, actually, what's the gun? What's the title of it? This I see is the person who's terms. He was not the stuff. When is this possible? The Shabbos thing. We're talking about a case where a person doesn't this paper. Now, without that, the Shabbos thing, all right, over a buffer. The law advises, cases that are left to our
Parent governments are like. But anyways, that's that way. Parent government. Let's turn the timer in. Sometimes we can't have a situation here, but one generation is like and then bench. Go ahead and say something. They come off every single case is going to be dealt with together. The roof of the air. So you're calling the young parent of big men are on the looks like they just read some comments. What is chick social media is every single day. Every generation, and they've also done hours and hours. Our generation is from a lot of things. This is right after Food Truck Diaries. Maybe Brian has a stand-up podcast. Because something sad, very bizarre to us, he's thinking what all these people are trying to try own actions and try to make this timeline the shot. It's possible to happen. It's possible for it to physically happen. I've monetized my life. Look, just figure it out. So the first clip today is posted by Noah. Most of them is possible. You have to go calls are that's what it's doing here. Go to these cases, especially in chaos. The most part, that's the third thought. That's like a crush by 1,000 people. Bottom line is, you need to know what parents I will say it was, I give it 4 Brendan Shaw. We've seen that. I think you're talking about much like frequently. So good word. And Jesus is Netflix and Fox. Next one posted by your White House. Which, by the way, we're back at the Rothschild'S studio. The color zone. We're talking about the color background and little color after GP. You remember in our video? So I think like they're really wide. I know I'm being blockbuster here. I like the old game except for that one guy. One of them was the height of the office of color. This one's supposed to be like you and G. A person went ahead. It's a lot. By way of shadow. It's called the Brendan Shadow. Therefore, we should do that. The other way of doing it was that the giant animal was free. And we would say, oh, this is the animal that's now, the color is the same. This is the second. The question is, do you need both, or do you need just one? The color. I like the little attitude. That's very good. Yeah, he has no chief log hat, which is probably the biggest continue. You can't even get that hat anymore. So he must have had that treasure trove. He's paused. Why is it a fish? I guess the gold chain, the blue shirt, it's all good. It's all good. That is a crazy thing to say that you're going to go balls deep in and then he's like, I wonder if that was on purpose. So it's the shape for that. And more than that, but B, that even though there was I wonder if the trouble is the one where you talk about go ahead and get out of his way, worried about the change of the way down. Not worried about it. Go ahead and put animals to death, or you put the that's the word. Conversation. The order to the way around these, so you have to get onto a second. Come to the Zara. Still, Arbor Torah, house state, stroke, Irish, destroy them, burn them, again, get rid of them, oil, law, the other way, and violate the district, that is the time, the very Dr. Kyle, Dr. Visa, help you from the head, and bring the person to Dr. Kyle, and Dr. Visa, the people of life, the way to that, of course. Alright, so this one's posted by X-Energy Caps. Therefore, we say gigs, Takala is enough, categories of Springs means giraffe. So that's something he's ever said for Springsteen. I think so, yeah, that's one of the names. Spring. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Spring.
Sorry, we're going to do shit. Get rid of the tree.
If I have a slide, so I might mute it.
But it is the animal.
Okay, we can just comment.
Thank you for doing the chat. Go ahead. The animal easily took color. What is the fact that shrink doesn't shrink from cell? Has to do with the fact that animal cross whether it doesn't sound like it's not symmetrical. Right? It doesn't sound like a symmetrical, logical explanation that you say. I know that an animal does eat, does drink, it does smell. Why do you have to well do it? That's it. You understand why that basically, in other words, why can't you just say? Now, when it comes to an animal, the animal is outside. It's outside. It enjoys life. It doesn't take away the life. It's outside. Right? Garden didn't say that though. Garden didn't say the tree doesn't smell, doesn't eat, doesn't drink, doesn't enjoy life. I don't know. Maybe that's just our best. He doesn't enjoy life. The animal doesn't. Maybe that's just our best. The animal does enjoy life.
So blatantly, not only is he not allowed to talk about social issues, he's not even given a name.
I don't think so. Okay.
Even is even more ridiculous because it's blatantly.
Oh, yeah. Your opinion is something like the low. I think this is enough. On the opposite of it, but again, according to your logic, you should. It can't be a situation where the Torah is more strict halacha teams in conflict than it does it's the highest level of opportunity, the highest level of those who come together. Responsibilities of Israel are the highest. And the responsibilities of conflict are the right struggle with this. What is it? Let's think about this. Why is it that animals why do we put animals back? Now let's do it.
and talking about saying the N-word not the best of looks, right? Also, he's not that much older than us. He doesn't know Coca-Cola. That's crazy because that's like the only thing that they're doing every day in any class. That was the number one game you go right. We were friends' house or they had an N64 and you played that.
This is the animal that the person died because of that. That's my life. He's a safe for it. He's a safe for the fact that he has a color. And of the and color. Yeah, it's talking about the person changed by this. And of course, the color. Wait, so in other words, what's the safe? What's the stuff that he has added? It's something like what's added. You know why it's working? How do we know? Wait, so we also okay, but no, that that's the way the color comes down. And now this though, it's still the animal stuff. Because hopefully it's not right. It's the color. The color is the subject of the shit. Right? So they were stuff in the animal stuff. That's on the wall. It's not on the shape. I mean, what would be a shape? Where it is a color. Well, this is other about the halo. Might not be.
I mean,
That's a shame of it. That game,
I wonder if he's not even playing. He's so stupid that they just they're like, all right, just pretend like you're playing.
That's the color.
Because like, I remember when I was a kid, I was really bad
Yeah, the color was
at
that
the
color.
clarinet. And so we were all supposed to learn a song for recital.
Yours is good.
And the teacher
That
came up
color,
to me and she was like,
Same color, you know, the color black there, that's the reason why I put that. And color is the same,
that's what they're doing. Someone else
That's
is waiting for
color,
it.
the look, that color, that's the
Still
highest.
super into it.
Even if it's shade, as big as the stuff is on, in that case,
Are they doing a Twitch? Is there a branch out of it? No, I believe that's just the YouTube
and there is
decade episode.
shade, but those that color, no, they are
British
strong,
Twitch.
ball,
Oh, yeah.
well, the reason that they have a relationship with that one, you know what's up there? You're probably showing up stuff. Yogi did not know the people in the partner did not know it was us there. The color's not really here. Color on the shade, of course. Where is Nuno? It's more than the person who asked, where is Nuno? Nuno asked another question. Well, I'll be able to show you. Well, what's all up? Try and read it. Animal medicine. What's all up? Maybe the shade is up.
So this next one's called Smart Move. It's a clip of a British entrepreneur. It's posted by Journal Post. Selling circle full of dreams and net cells. Start clamoring and global great man. I think you're smart, bro. Have you seen your Reddit? It's fucking terrifying. I stay off of it, man. I stay off of it.
This is going to be a fear. The question is whether a lot of you read all that shit.
in shop because alright, so this next one, listen, I don't know if Brandon's our extra alpha brain this week, but I don't want Brandon goes. Okay, this week it's an extra alpha brain or too little.
And again, the person here was walking the lead up, and the person becomes coming as well. This is going, this area is going to tell us, then you get back to the idea that yes,
Never check your social
all
media.
Africa.
Never check your social media before that.
That allows you to marry.
So that being said, this was sponsored by XIT and Sam Hyde and Nick on Kreischer and Ellie Collins. You have to be careful. You can't ever let Kreischer see this. See these video clips. So we have to shield this Bert Kreischer fucking loser. Bert Kreischer. See, you look at the Bert Kreischer laughing. We have to shield. I don't want any fucking, I don't want to talk to any of them. I don't want to go to fucking shows. I don't care. Suck my dick. Providence, Rhode Island, it's last night, you fucking late. It's like a bizarro version of India. Like, just shitting on some random comedian. They better not see this. And then you're like, we do a whip in. So where you are, go to the fucking Island Park. Island Park, if you just want to see me, there's no parking here. Actually, like, we should probably try to do, we should try it out for regular tweets. Because then that'll clear your mind. You're like, you think better and stuff. It's funny that we are just doing a thing about shop, but there's been so much, like, references and photos. Like, freedom. Like, everybody, like, everybody, there's a new comment. Like, freedom's actually really good. Freedom is bad. And then now we're going to have boxes of people coming out and like, listen, I don't care. I don't want to know. Don't tell me about oxygen. Brandon drinks 2 Moscow mules and pisses like a leprechaun. Okay. That's my word. So this one's really probably the quickest clip we've ever had on here. But somebody got video evidence of Papa getting rid of tape in front of his hero too. So it's hosted by Mr. Tornado. Pretty cool name. Yeah, that's good. Let's see, this is really fast. You might be sitting well, let's see. If you look at the proportions, it's like a man that's like roughly 6'2", throwing a it's like in a picture. Of course, the body weight of a man is shit earlier. Well, show me the Merriam-Webster. Their dog names in Merriam-Webster. How did you know that? I say that. Because a guy on YouTube said he likes to jump the dog trainer. People on YouTube are always going to dump in the comments being whatever, man. Look at you, fuck those goddamn rails. What do you think of Hulk Hogan? You like him? Yeah. I mean, I don't like him. So I don't think that. I'm like, yeah, I think that was good. What about Hulk Hogan versus Jessica Church? I mean, when for wrestling stuff, like, I was really aware of just everybody mentioned. I only knew Hulk Hogan when I was a kid. I only knew Jesse. Every ran for governor. Yeah, he's pretty funny. He says something about like Irish people. He's like, they're all drunk when they pop railroads. You gotta draw her in the way. But yeah, so let's check it out with that. This is actually posted by Fake Own It. It's called Just Some Primal Urges. it. We have a fun time doing it, but it's not always. Hey, clips this week, maybe we'll post it this week. We might even post this. We'll probably post it. We'll see. Anyways, that's not why you're here. Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. So join the Patreon if you're interested. We'll content out on there, if not shop related. But that's not why you're here. You're here for 10 Minutes of Shop. I never heard somebody call it Patreon. I call it Patreon. I just go back and forth. First of all, we want to give a shout out to Mr. President A. Banana. He posted our song and made a little music video to it. Yes, thank you. Thank you. To some freedom and a second hand. Feel free with yourself. In a song of reflection and the words to retain. To the good is wrong. All your intent. I just saw Bobby. Do not tag me on her Instagram. So tag me on her Instagram. Please. You smile. I'm laughing at her. I said, this is just a joke line. There's no rumors or anything. It just sounded funny. So he's doing it on purpose. Yes. Oh, okay. He's trying to say like something that he doesn't believe. He's like, Dana White didn't agree with it. Only hates the guy that gets it. Yes. Nobody else listens to it. All right, here we go. The biggest, I think, this is one of the biggest news for the last couple of weeks. That's what here we is. That's true. So I have to keep on that for the news outlet. He really does kind of look like Joe Campbell. Joe Campbell, the Campbell cigarettes was the big. Oh, yes. He's got that one. But the comedian genius, facial. It's called. There's so many clips of him doing that coffee sip thing this week. So I kind of just got that one. Okay, Mr. Little. We all scream on Poppy this morning. We rewatched again. This one's called You Get Everything Wrong, Don't You? Posted by Rogan and Shorty Pop. The guy from Tanks reached out to me. Those reached out to me. Austin, let's get you a tank. He's from Tanks. Cute show. Tank. It's all fair. Really? You got everything wrong, don't you? I mean, just Tanks. Why not? My nephew, he said, never please her, so you're the so hard. All soccer fans were like, what the fuck? Nobody knows. We talk. We never learned their name either. That's the best part. We talk about it and say, shit, I see a fucking, we all know what I'm saying. I'm Ronaldo. And also, I got you to me, don't know shit. You gotta go on a bullsack. A French guy. A French guy. All right. was it? I thought it was the clip. What do you say? Well, he sits up. He goes, "You get everything wrong." And he's like, he doesn't really rebuttal, and then he gets 3D drunk. It's wild. Do they do that on purpose? I don't know. What's Paul Six was listen. But what I don't get is why does it just don't talk about something? Yeah, it's almost like they're doing it because they know we think it's funny. I don't know. It's offensive, apparently. Well, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of papas in the comment section. Call me Joel, though. Hey, your name is hard. There's gonna be a lot of that. I wouldn't want it any other way, Papa. Okay, the rest is just vibes. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. Because what do you got? See? You always play this. Always golden. That reminds me of, like, the clip where he's like, what is it that he's dating Miley Cyrus's daughter? So this next one's called Papa's Story About Getting Molested by a Kid with Down syndrome. Have you seen this yet? It sounds maybe familiar to me. Trigger. Posted by I download Peak Days. Okay, when I was 9, I got molested by a guy with Down syndrome. It's just, it's such a curve for me. I got money in my right? This is what I'm saying, dude. This made me so infuriated. That is wild. So he just heard that from Lee, and then he, oh man, go play the rest of it. He was like, he worked in the athletic building. Your twin brother was also Down syndrome. He was older. And they worked on the left and go. Yeah, it's not like a Down syndrome. Yeah, I know way to make it like Peter. He had Down syndrome, you know. But I was like, oh yeah, this is what makes you always rub my ass. And I was like, he said, I always rub me. And I thought he rubbed everyone. I was like, oh, he got more big ass than you know. It's bad when you can hear the buzz of the lights behind what he's saying. Yeah, I mean, so what do you think? He's just completely making up for Bobby Lee's story, reminding him that this happened to him. I think he thinks it's funny. Okay, right. Yeah. It's not. Yeah. I mean, it's funny when Bobby Lee talks, but it comes from a real place. I don't feel like he really got, does he have a joke to go in it, or is he just saying that the guy rubs his ass? I mean, does he ever have jokes? And also, he was Asian as shit. He thinks dim sum is just Asian and Cuban found in cooking. I almost said that after the dinner. I don't like how that. You did it more. Power charges. It's so ridiculous, though. Yeah, Brendan really just thinks like any kind of somebody with anything that makes him different. He has a wheelchair, mental disability. It's cool to be older, and you have to bring it up. He's like, I got bullied by a guy with Down syndrome. Stealing all the jokes in the one. Alright, so this one's called He Threatens to Starve the Fish if people don't buy tickets. That'll work. It's posted by Logical Scientist 2221. Get your tickets right now. Takeaway.com. If you don't get your tickets, please fish Tony. That's not cool. brother Jules, my brother, beside that, we don't even the like highest quality mic on Joey Diaz because you hear all the flicks of his mouth and everything. Almost Joey, just a little observation. Shots fired. This reminds me of us on the subreddit. This is like, I check in with him in a while. Haven't heard from Ryan Joseph. Logan is 25 years, been very down in President Banana. I don't know, he's a great guy. Never met him, but these people saying that we're connected, whatever, that's not true. I haven't even heard from Durnham or whatever, and I haven't reached out to me. Okay, so what's Sean McCorkle's name? The big sick, what is it? These nuts 5,000. I mean, I talked to him the other day. Checks out the video. Checks out me every now and again. Thank you. I really couldn't tell you what the fuck is going on. That is exactly how I feel about James. I really couldn't tell you. I have no idea. Like, well, I'm tired. Don't know what he's in. Some days it's like this is a great song. Other days people are telling us that I have small teeth. I should kill myself. Hard to tell. From time to time, I know the guy. I know my man Ryan Sickler. But that's it, guy. I think the folks goes a little bit out of me from the. I like how he continues saying names so you can look at me in a corner now. Yeah, I mean, that just going over all that is pretty funny. If you would don't know any of these guys, but I know the names. Yeah, you go put up like 20 million squad size. Yeah, kind of like Comedy West. Yeah. This has been, they said they revealed the Jack Bell names. Yeah. Alright, he is in the category of best little guy on ranked. Alright, so this next one's called Dana Stole Marketing from Brenda. It's all marketing. Hosted by the Dunkin' Dog. The Dunkin' Dog. Okay, here we go. You know what's crazy about Dana? So, he does the fucking Friday. I feel that. So, they definitely take that from me, marketing. Remember when he was just flying people out and he was like, young guys, I was like, yo, dude, I was like, fuck it, Wednesday. So I was marketing on that Friday. I was like, yeah, marketing. Let's call it Fuzz on Fridays. And he's like, that's a brilliant idea. Yeah, so he, I don't know, I love his wife at the fight. Check her out. She's cool. She's cool. You know, it's all working. That's it. Can you imagine, like, let's say Brennan takes, because he's a very litigious fellow. Yes. He takes Dana White to court over this. He's testifying in front of the judge. And he says, in my opinion, Your Honor, Dana White stole this idea from me, and then the entire courtroom laughs. The kids, the judge, all right, I'm going to come on. It's like, the courtroom minute of laughter. And then, because nobody would ever believe that someone could steal anything from Chad. I mean, just look at it. Go back to that clip. Look at this 40-year-old man in a pink Supreme hat, a t-shirt, a hoodie that has a big donut that's dripping on it. This with three C's. He takes his wife to the fights. It's all marketing. What does he say about his wife? He just says he takes him to the fight. Is this before or after the fight? I'm assuming this is after. Maybe it's not. She's cool. She's cool. It's all marketing. The domestic violence is marketing? Yeah, right. I don't think so. This is definitely after what happened with Dana, because at the beginning of this episode, he's like, the biggest thing in the news is Jake Paul's like, you sure it's not Dana? No, I didn't know that was what it is. It makes sense that he thinks Dana White punching his wife is part of UFC marketing. All the fighters do it. All the fighters in their lives. There's a lot of instances of fighters, dicey. What else you got, Jen? Alright, so look at you guys. This next clip is called The Redacted Third Strings Again, posted by No Cauliflower 4577. He continues the Kawhi continue almost shut up. Shut up, dude. That's how last time I fucking shut up. If it goes into what is it? I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say goddamn rattlesnake. Shut up. Be cool, Brenda. Be cool. Why is he telling Lily to shut up? Look at you guys. It's just a $100 go pop stuff. If you watch it for 25 minutes, it runs out shorty pie. He's always posted. Yeah, that's one of the categories. Is like, what is it? Something another shorty. Oh, really? A shorty pie. I didn't know you have to do tags. Oh, yeah. This one's called Dylan was late to the show, so Britain decided to dox him as a corrective measure. So this is all. Yeah, I'm late. When I finally got the game, I'm late. When I finally got the game, I'm like, bro, try to fucking hang it, man. You want a roll? Yeah, bro. You don't have to nothing, man. You wear a robe, dude. What is wrong with your eyes? They're so happy. You don't have to talk shit. All right, well, that's fine, man. But I'm not checking. No bad jokes today. You know, you can't always be Nicholas. He just always ran nasty. You can't always impersonate Ryan Callen perfectly. Oh, yeah, that is kind of like Ryan. That sounds a little like again. I'm going to keep you busy. That's good. I'm always walking around with flip-flops just in case, you know. He's an incredible feet. He always talks like me. He doesn't say he's going to put him on me in case he's going to fight somebody. He's going to fight somebody. I'm always ready. You know, I'm like in there, you know. I'm like there. Alright, so this one's called Bob. I'm not understanding the trolls. Most of my thing I talk about 136. It's so traumatizing. You know, there's that. What they're doing is, it's so fucking terrible, tragic. Everyone's families and lives. The serial killer thing, I don't know if trolls are, because then other than that, like, really bad, like, trolls or haters, I just been addicted to, like, really nasty. I just like to apply that, and I can't understand it. It's the same idea. So it's the same idea. Somebody's with that. I don't understand it. Like, and I don't want to understand it. I assume they have their own issues. That's why they're directing the hate towards us or whatever. I don't understand it. Because that same guy gets to understand why that piece of shit and I don't kill those kids. I understand it. Because those kids did nothing to him. And also when it comes to like, it's like, hold on. You guys basically want me to live on the street line. Why don't you? Because I do free podcasts and stand one little day and all that is bullshit to me. But they're people. And it never works out. Wow, that's a lot. There's a lot there. I mean, he does have a point though. Serial killers are pretty much the same as writing comments online. They killed 5 people, saying a terrible tragedy. In Idaho is no different than what Rabbi is doing. And you will be able to get taken to jail. Nobody I mean, there are probably people that are, well, there definitely are people, I'm sure, that are way too crazy and take it too far and want shot and be homeless on the street. I don't. I'm enjoying this, as we've said many times. This to us watching these things is Netflix. Well, if being homeless is like fear of yours, don't call your trolls fucking homeless. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. You're like, I don't even care they're homeless to me. Like, you don't care about homeless people. What about when you get on the street? You're thinking about that. Like you did. Okay. When you're homeless on the street, you'll know what it's like to be a homeless man. And in no way, shape, or form, I want them to stop. Yeah, I want to keep doing it forever. And I wish he had started doing that. But now that he's doing it, I'm like, I can't get it out. We really did watch the whole record copies this morning, and it was hilarious. Non-stop. The part in the beginning where he goes, look at you guys. It's just like, it's so good. It's so funny. There's little repack to Dallas. It's so funny. People are all like, no, so bad. What does that mean? It just doesn't make any sense. Well, he's talking about getting free donuts. I know, but that doesn't make sense. Nobody. That didn't happen. Almost nothing that he says happened. You guys remember the guy that was all like, oh, Boogie, what the fuck's he doing? Oh, God. Okay, Mr. Holmes. Okay, Mr. Holmes. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, what does that do with nacho cheese? Because right before that, okay, Mr. Whole Foods, the guy's like, you're in the figure, you don't like the nacho cheese. Okay, Mr. Whole Foods. So they have nacho cheese at Whole Foods. I haven't been in a while, so I don't know. The last thing they want to like, you can stop. and I just wouldn't think about it. I don't want to hate on that, but it's a lot. I mean, I would never. I would wear these ironically, like sometimes I run like gray shirt, a mulch bad thing, but shout out to work. But Brandon's watching this. If he ever gets a chance to see this, I want him to know. I want you to move into a bigger house. I want you to get a better studio. I want you to get nicer cameras. I want to see you in 8K. I have more podcasts. I say that you're doing like 6 or 7, maybe 12. Those are rookie numbers, baby. Yeah, those are rookie numbers. Whatchamacallit? You got Food Truck Diaries, you got Girl Best, Flight Companion. I want to see a San Jose Jack Johnson Tandem episode. Synergies on Jack's Auction Experience. Yeah. Start doing start doing stuff about ghosts. Some ghost do some stuff about cults. Some stuff I don't even like. I hate those cult shows. Talk about cults. I love the West Brennan. Brennan likes Ghost Adventures or whatever. What is it called? That one show. Ghost Hunters. That'd be great. Amazing. That'd be great. Shops like sort of the ghosts like gay. This one was really. Or these ghosts like maybe they're trying to secretly like touch my ass. Also, do more sports. Stop just the MMA thing. I don't want to see a basketball, football. I don't even watch football. Talk about the broadcasters of all sports. I mean, there's probably some sports where they're not getting the best ratings. You know, they're really, we get it. Talk about the NFL, the NBA, all this stuff. What are your thoughts on Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal? So, I mean, he is right because he doesn't understand the truth. We want more. He really does not understand it. More content leads be the trolls. And don't listen to the ones like, hey, kill yourself, something like that. Yeah, do not do that. No violence. It's all about love. This one's next to the party. That was like 20 minutes. This one's called Papa Doesn't Like Rings. You have any ideas? Posted by Slippy Pia. Clean fertilizer because you gotta get rid of all the weed. I had to make sure you put it out of fish. Boy, what is this stuff all that's fucking super annoying. See that? You go live, hey, we're telling why you're happy, so you're like, to us, hey, if you fuck with me, you need any affiliate of mine, this is so annoying to me. If that's over that black squid, yeah, I don't know anything where that's going. Yeah. It's like, what do you call it? I'm kidding. They're so fucking annoying. What you need a flower? Yeah, flower for you. I don't know what that means. You need your fucking tank. It doesn't mean flowers are natural fish. I don't give a fuck. Off the land. And then, you know, anyway, I'll fillet it and I wanted it. Okay, I'm not hungry after I got it all filleted and put it in the top. Yeah, lemon parsley, you know, like a good joke, right? Yeah, stop. I'm gonna text you. I'm fun, right? I'm fun. If it texts you, why? I got text you. I'm eating fish. I don't say anything like that. Why is he putting his kids in danger all the time? It's terrifying. I mean, he has the thing he can do just in case they have to switch back. Oh, you're right. I got to switch. I'm trying to eat my kids. All these wives, the shield. They're talking about this is like a thing. We just have the fish, you know? Yeah. And the other clip you're saying, Tank, I keep thinking about Tank. I never got justice for Tank. He's just talking about a show called Taint. Like, that's different. It's like the same thing. He's got really secure. Why do you care about this fish more than those 2 dogs? And everyone Tank. I used to believe you could separate the art from the artist. Yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, no, this is the big part of that. You can't just take away a different art. I might think you'll be able to pull down right by the drawer. Yeah, oh my gosh. Yeah, really fun. Really, it's not funny. Fun time Charlie. It's about fish. Fun time Charlie. Is that the name of the fish? Fun time Charlie. I think he called himself Fun time Charlie. But who's Carl Bassett? Who's Fun time Charlie? Who's Jack Johnson? Oh, a lot of that game's me. Alright, so the next clip is called Some Dates on the Big George Fight. Posted by Rogan and Shorty Fight. I don't really know what this was about. Speaking of fight, how about our boy George is one of the yes, fights and becomes a fight on our boy George. So, Kilo George is giving us stainless all the way. Andreas there with his tummy melting cheese. It's not melting. But I understand that's a positive thing. It's not the tokenization. Jesus Christ.
George lost his fight via submission to a guillotine. They beat the shit out of his kid. So I was there, and George, I'll tell you, I've never seen him the way he was just like determined. He was walking by. I was like, hey George, because I was luckily in the room when he walked by. Next thing, he was just like, give me a week. It's all business, and dude, he was so legit. Like, I'm gonna fire him. So the entire time he was in, I was talking to him afterwards, because unfortunately I couldn't be there. Sorry, without Rothschild'S, I couldn't be there. I wanted to visit some videos.
He's like, George, he's not eating quesadillas. Yeah, cock the guillotine. There should be a show where it's like the spelling bee. You spell the words, but instead of spelling, they have shots of words. Like, pronounce guillotine. Because that would tell them they pronounce this word. And they have this word on the screen and it says quesadilla. And then he's like, quesadilla.
What's shocking to everybody what he's going to do? So they'll say pronounce this word, use every word. And any facet. Here, apparently, it's Chin makes tacos, which, any multi-talented guy can do. I had tacos last night.
Chin is better than the show, I would say. Yeah, they can use his talent.
This one's posted by ICHTC.
Guys, thank you for tuning in. This is the first ever 10 Minutes of Shop interview. We're so lucky and blessed to have on the CEO how much you know about the show? Have you ever watched the 10 minutes of shop thing that we do?
I watch about 10 minutes. I literally just check their views. And people sometimes when we do a podcast, they have 7 views and 6 of them watching it themselves. And I have a buddy from high school who sells a program to drive traffic to YouTube videos, and his YouTube videos have 12 to 14 views each. And I'm like, that's what we do for a living, teach everybody to 14 views on a YouTube video. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, we just looked into it. We did like one episode where we watched the Gringo Poppy, and then it got so many views, and then we created the 10 minutes thing out of that. And we were just, so, yeah.
There's a lot of people that don't like all you gotta do is put a short review of any guy that they can pay me to do one, but I felt like I'd be the 50th person that wanted to pile on, so.
I guess, yeah, maybe, but I think you should do it. I'd watch it. We've been watching a little bit of your stuff. I mean, yeah. So, yeah, with the shop, I had a question for you. The first question I had was, so he is always eating stuff while he talks to people. He always has something in his mouth. Do you think that that's like a disrespect thing, or is that CTE, or what is that? What do you think that is?
I think he gets CTE too much credit for sure. Ever since I met him in 2010, like he's been an idiot. I think he just has no. I thought giraffe was spelled giraffe. He just has no self-awareness at all. He has to probably be self-working on or something like that. He actually doesn't know he should stick a tongue out as you're eating it right before everybody, and then you should swallow with your mouth full of food falling out. Like he doesn't understand, like just standard human behavior.
So when you knew him back before all the controversy and all that, was he known as somebody who would misspell things or say words wrong and all that? Was that like that's always been shown?
No, if you look at some videos, you can see that he was that guy, but I don't think anybody they took all his cats to figure that one out. I would notice it was so funny going from a whole Reddit page. It's kind of one of the things where you think you're alone, like where you're like you think you're the only guy who's pretty sure no cops are I always talk in my shop. He's trying to say a lot of stuff. I'm like, well, I noticed that he was like mountains of much more like things that didn't make any sense. And then I did that before I'd see it from him. I think like, yeah, I can why didn't we unleash this curse on the world? Okay, I'm like, and he was always, he's just always annoying. And when I started reading this stuff on that Reddit page, I was like, I found my own. Like, it was like, they're all saying the exact thing that all this stuff. Like, I can't believe people notice this too. And then many people I noticed, not just me, with no more famous names.
Yeah, that's kind of like what we had. I mean, I assumed he was mad at stand-up because everybody hated on it. But I wasn't like one of those people that's like, oh, am I the only people that think this? Because I had the opposite. I went on Reddit and I saw like 100,000 people think the same thing that we do after watching the Gringo Poppy. What was your favorite bit from the Gringo Poppy, would you say?
Oh, God, man, I don't even know. That's hard. I actually, despite, I guess, my persona, I actually have like a soft heart. I'm empathetic toward people, so I find myself feeling sorry for him when I watch it. It's like, we got a kid when I was in high school. They, 1 year of basketball in high school, and college stuff, so we had this dunk contest, but they lowered the goal to 9 feet because I was one of the guys getting out. We got a dunk contest, and then to 9 feet, and this kid is on the basketball team signs up for it. And he can't reach the rim, but he still attempts his dunks like every time. He's not very angry. It's like, and I was like, everybody's laughing because he was holding the ball up and doing a 360, and then he didn't get it 6 inches within the rim or whatever, and he just kept trying like he did all 6 rounds. And I felt like I was, I don't know, it was really terrible. I really brings it up because I actually think it's too late. I'm still going to do the kid when he sees him, but I never got a dunk contest late, but so it's kind of how I felt with Shaw, I wanted him because he's always raised a mouth about me before I ever said a word. He always had something to say about me, and I never said anything back. I can tell you guys, if you want to know my first time we ever met each other, he always has his kid or at least punch in the face. The first time I got flown out to they were going to do this show, Spike TV, come off this pilot, and it was going to be, they were just coming in Taj Morno, because if they were going to do a fight or a comedian and have to come on videos on that, it was just Taj Morno with fight videos. So they sent me the videos, and they sent me the script, they wanted me to read with the jokes, and I was like all the way out of reading because I had like 2 hours. I had no guy that wanted to audition from the Strike Force tag. He's Jeremy Lin. He used to run a lot of Strike Force. I think it was Strike Force Reflection. I met him at a couple events, and he thought it was kind of funny, so he wanted me to come out and audition for it. So I'm reading the jokes on the way out. I'm like, I don't even want to be on camera saying it. He's like, I don't want someone to think I came up with this. This isn't funny, but this isn't funny, you know. I mean, at all, but not at all. So I'm watching the thing, and like 4 or 5 fight videos, so I'm writing my own jokes. I want to do it. I want to do it. I want to do it. I want to be on camera saying what I think is funny. And we go out there for the audition, and I'm in the middle of doing my jokes, and they're cracking up. So I'm like, that's on the script. I'm like, never mind. I'm going to do it. I'm going to shit it, and so then we went out with a guy who that's all the whole story. I was crashing, but I can't wait for 20 minutes. After I crashed for 20 minutes, he goes, my best friend actually I was like, awesome. But so I'm in the middle of my audition, all I hear is also hear a door slamming open. I hear like someone pushing a real loud down. Like a 30 comments. Shaw and Calvin walking in, and dude, you would think that they were Jim Jones walking before the citizens of Illinois. When they walked in and out, walking in there around everybody, floor or something. It was only 10 people there. And the guy was talking, I was like, guys, they keep quiet, they can't believe it. Like, they're like, oh, and then Jones would go, I do this, something, like, just get it. And so I'm sitting there, and I just like, oh, and I hear him, and I tell my jokes, and sort of laugh, and I hear him say, oh, this guy must realize it's me, and it's first time we ever met. And so I stop in the middle of the audition, I was like, I'm saying, you got something to say, like, in the middle of the audition to him. And he was like, look around, as I'm talking to you, like, there was someone behind him I was, talking to. And I said, you got something to say it. And he was like, he just started looking at his Gucci boots, he's looking down at North Center, whatever. So that's what I thought. So then, the audition was kind of ruined, because I was in a good mood, and we're getting like, it was like, I'm giving him respect, Sean plus, and Corolla had made me and Stephen Bond take boxing lessons from him right before the thing started. It was very awkward. He was in Corolla Studios, and he brought out music clubs and wanted us to like, it's going there. I'm like, I don't want to do that, man. Nice clothes, and we don't sweat it. Honor gets talked into that. It was like the funniest thing ever, because he used to honor, a well-trained fighter, but he's doing wrong out of all this. So, so Calvin comes and he arranges with me, and then Calvin starts like cracking up, saying, like, they're just starts saying, oh, big, I'm going to get this, like, your hands up on me or something, so bully everybody. And I can tell that Sean's getting jealous, like his girlfriend's talking to the guy, and so when I said my jokes, and Calvin was like, man, you're really funny like that, and Sean is just pure hatred all over his face. So we finished, and I get up, and I'm just staring at the time he's doing his thing. It's terrible. Like, he's nervous or whatever, trying to do exhibits on me. So they asked me afterwards, instead of hosting the show, would I rather join the jokes? I said, they could pay me like $4,000 an episode. I said, absolutely. I don't know where the shows. I'd rather do that than fly to LA anyway. I'm really like out there. And so, I guess the whole thing was they saw they made a shot with Calvin, and I guess the whole thing never got picked up. They actually saw their audition or whatever with their joke. So they dropped the whole thing. But things like that would happen when you're like, hey, dude, there's jokes on the show that you all know it's big ass. Somebody would send me a clip of Sean on there, what was it, how funny it was, and Sean was like, is he still alive? I already died, or something like that. Like, trying to just, oh my god, the same thing when it was always, it was funny, it was like Sean, like someone's dad was telling their kid that they loved another kid more than them, whatever it is. It was like, oh, that's but you, so he's saying it's just child friendly, seeing, like, every time these people say that, he's seeing you instead of him there, like, you as the fighter. You and Rogan, and of course you don't like LA because LA is North Korea with the beach. It's the phoniest. I just said I've been out there 100 times. All the times I had to be there for something that they really didn't want to go. I can't remember if there's some fake that'll set up and some crazy out there. See, it's hard to be authentic in your work. So you mentioned that you kind of feel bad for Sean watching the Gringo Poppy. Like, the more I find myself watching the Gringo Poppy, I have some like reference for it, and it actually is like a good special to me, only because of how ridiculous it is. Do you see like the classic following of it, and do you fall in line with that? A little bit. I think it's kind of like one of my favorite movies of all time is Early Days of the Monroe Man, because it's so bad, like it's awesome. It's like Roadhouse 2 or which Roadhouse every single time it's on. A lot of people were like that, just crack up. Saturday Night Fever is the most unintentionally funny movie that was ever made. If you get to Saturday Night Fever, it is meant to be
What do you think about there's this new thing where he keeps returning dogs? Like he gets, have you heard about that?
He's the most famous, successful person ever to take a picture next to someone's Rolls Royce. They put it on Facebook, and I just got it today. Been dreaming about my whole life, and eventually get him to don't really know him. We'll be like, dude, that's awesome. It's amazing, you know. And they're always nuts or whatever, and then he'll just, like a week later, he'll just quietly delete it and never bring it up again. Never take it out there to the bar or anything. And then he'll take a picture from the house, and they just closed today, you know. And like, I always call him out on Facebook, like, dude, how did you find out your Rolls Royce? And he goes, screenshot stuff. He goes, I didn't do this. I didn't do it. He goes, you know, and respond to it. But, yeah, that's, God, that's one of what reminds me of, you know, like he just, I don't know, he took a picture of me.
I got to shout out Royals Royce there. You said Rolls Royce, and shout out Royals Royce there. And what, like, Chad was getting dogs that were unsafe for his kids too. Like, is it called Cane Corso? Cane Corso. However you pronounce it. I mean, would you have kids, right?
I do, but they're wrong. Yeah,
would you get a Cane Corso and have them around when they were younger? Is this something you
no, I actually got a very bad pit bulls, but I would even now I don't let my kids around them unless I'm there. I get my kids around, I don't let anybody around them. The cane corsos are just more pit bulls. That's what that's what they are. I think Argentinian or something like that. South American is just a bigger version. So those are dangerous dogs. But yeah, he's a shot. He's the kind of guy like I have American bulls because I always have pit bulls growing up, but I know it's a I'm not into dog fighting. I never was. I don't care about that. I don't need it. I don't need a fancy car. I don't need a dog to make me seem tougher. You know what I mean? Like everything that's fine. That's exactly the kind of dog you would try to get.
That's like me and Jerome need to see tougher instead of like a dog and all that. I feel stupid asking you about this because you are the CEO of DFTs, but do you know about the John Base thing, or do you have a take on that?
I've heard it. I've actually recently I flipped my car on Christmas Eve. Almost got hit by a shot by a guy. I got out to Germany again, like a failed procedure. I built a 3 or 4 picks like I had. So I came out of the little heritage shop. Whatever, just because of all this stuff that's happening. I don't love that. Not to put a spotlight on me and my problems, but I'd love to hear about whatever it is.
Well, first of all, glad you didn't turn out awful for you. Sorry to hear about the field thing. But that's my terrible way of saying, I'm glad you're okay. But the zombies thing is Shop got a tattoo on, I don't know if this is arms or legs, but it's like his kids as zombies. So they look like they're dead. So people have been calling it zombies. And I'm just like, what is that? I mean, that sounds like a some shop would do that. Oh, yeah, there's pictures. He's like proud. He's in this tattoo shop. It's not a thing like you're saying. It's some cool tattoo guy. He's trying to look cool. He's like, I'm here with whoever his name is. You see that?
That doesn't look like his name.
Yeah, one of them looks like a girl, and then they're both boys.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was having a daughter.
Geez, it's really even more intelligent than we thought.
Oh, yeah, it's right. It says little Boston Red Sox, whatever it is. It's little Red Sox or little Sox, tattoo baseball, whatever it is. John's on every trade, so his favorite team is whoever won last night.
Exactly. We've talked about that, like, not specifically that, but the hats. He has so many hats. Like, his house must be just full of hats. You see those brains on them? Why would you have brains coming out of your kid?
I've got portraits of my kids on my arms, but they're not zombies. It's just I got to meet hang out with Theo Vaughn in San Diego, I think December, like maybe feels just like his on podcast, like he's the same guy. You imagine some of them talks with like each of them, those kind of programs, and just being so just so great. So it's like they just to show things because it's like a forward this way and huge following, really funny, huge audience or whatever. And he had a podcast, and what I thought is all-star podcast, which you'll be on, and you can bring all the jokes, you can do all the funny stuff. But also, repeat everything you say. That's what I'm trying to do.
If you're in an accident and you're a kid and you're being pulled out by a shop, it's like, hey, you like Moana, right? Like, why are you protecting this? So he put on radio copy when some people from work were there and do it that night. And I was like, we have to go. So we were this way, you're going to do. So then I go to do this.
So again, when you're this cow, however, our day was therefore, it's possible that this is what goes to faith, one that God
You're losing respect to your friends because you're doing this. They're like, we're getting shot. Like, this guy shot. I don't know. So,
okay, we have an powerful showcase.
It's called Don't Make Noises in the Mic Being Shot Gets Triggered. Posted by QD. He's got like 7 drinks. There's Diet Coke, coffee, cream, and then like whiskey, and he drinks it all at the same time. Like he's a crazy guy. That's why. It's called The Gun Stand Online again. This sounds pretty promising. Both of these companies will not be a company like a devil. That was the devil came to this animal who was created just like the company of the devil. The Hema, when it came to the person who spoke this, the Hema, asked the law to find out who he was. We did equate it to find out who he was. But Marcus, what is this heat? Why you will not involve what do these little naked three trials of I'm around to often see out the conflict and nation of the problem in their nation of God. It did not make the video of a child crying, but the reflected light like God response. Well, on our birthday, they have to do something. The fellow fellow, especially that, so you make the video of that fellow, and less than 3 years, right, I just here, God first, this God, this God, can be a God. We know that lesson is that the speed of the fire, exercise, like, still, you got to see the fire, exercise, that's really important. Similarly, a lesson is speaking, the idea of the world of the fire is that's the of the question just is, when you have the tail child, it's subject the question that is, with a male child, female child. Okay, does this male child take the form of technology? Cannot control the field for the guy, therefore, subject that will not be what we say, and I like to think of the child's old enough to showcase
It's really impressive, yeah. I mean, it's crazy that they do it. None of us are willing.
What's so fun?
Everybody has something that motivates me. Like some people fear of failure. Some people are motivated by wanting to disappoint the parents, but most of the kids I think are motivated by hatred of shop and stupidity. I think really what it is for most of them, I've noticed, is there's a lot of people, there's a lot of guys on there that would love to have, let's say, maybe not a wife like Shop, but a wife that supports what you do, how she does blindly. It's like you're ready to cheat on her. You know what I mean? Or whatever. She's like, you're like, you're never going to someone is has a relation with your mother, that person is liable what are they? First of all, because it's the mother, and second of all, because it is the wife of the father. The fact that it could, in any event, that's a whole different kind of approach, both to a father and to that's hilarious. That he kind of over their father's wife and the mother. Because you don't know that he's only dying for the mother. We spent time yesterday trying to figure out what was the source. So the close source of really is the Messiah. And we have a good one. The Messiah has the biggest of the concept in the attack where says it is your mother, to say that you're only liable for what happened that we rejected that for 2 reasons. The Gemara has two concepts. First concept was that if that's true, that you tells you that it's just your mother and not your father's wife, then similarly you could argue the pasuk that says Erev Aviko, that you say in so that therefore, if you can tell Erev Aviko who should tell you that Erev Aviko should tell you also that your child only for your father's wife, but not for the mother, which is greatly bold. As the Gemara mentioned yesterday, that you would have a man who has relations with his mother and not his father's wife, his diet, or if his father's wife is not his mother's diet, but if it was his mother who was also his father's wife, then he would be diet. That would be a bizarre result. That was question number one. Question number two was, if he is a valid legal to tell you that someone is only married for relating to their mother but not to their father's wife, then why would then Rabbi would have to deal with that part of the nation to use the same result? They should say like this because of someone who died with their mother but not for so he rejected that answer. The Gemara actually just goes back to that answer to say that it is lucky, and to do it in a way that answers those questions. So what is that number? Rabbi says, it's Rabbi Yehuda's opinion that he's tied only for relationship with his mother comes from the concept as follows. Erev Aviko, so that's this pasuk. But what's different now is that we generally understood Erev Aviko or Shagala, that a person cannot have relations with his father. Rabbi is saying that if you read the whole, that's those words, Erev Aviko, we're going to see in today's topic. This is how we know this, but Erev Aviko is a reference to the wife of the father, whether it's his mother or not. So this is Erev Aviko. And then, so we're going to see mighty love their Shabbat. We're going to see their Shabbat. How does he know that Erev Aviko is in reference to the father's wife? Not being able to understand, or being able to understand, it seems to imply that regardless of whether or not it's his mother, this is the wife of his father, right? So that's how you know wife of the father. And then, what happens for his mother who was not the husband of his father, i.e. that this child was born, the child who had relations with his mother was born out of wedlock. So that's the second part of the pasuk. So you say, that's how we know his mother who was not married to his father. Then the pasuk continues, and the way we're understanding now is that it's only higher for his mother, not for the wife of his father. So what do we have? We have the first part of the way that we're understanding that Erev Aviko is a reference to his father's wife, whether his mother or not. Erev Aviko is a reference to his mother, whether married or not. And Info he then comes back and modifies Erev Aviko. So we were saying Erev Aviko includes whether it's his mother or not, and then we say, no, the part that says even if it's his mother, that would knock me out. Because Info he knocks out the part that says it's his mother, and tells you that if we're dealing in a case where it is both the wife of the father and the mother, it's only higher for Info. Okay, so how does this answer the two questions we had yesterday when we tried to do Info? The first question was, first question was, if you say that Info he tells you your mother and not the wife of your father, the Gemara asks that Erev Aviko is the opposite. That the wife of your father was not your mother. So this produces great results of the mother and the wife of the father to be possible. And you say, no, now it's not a problem because once you understand that Erev Aviko is a reference to the wife of the father, right? So now you have wife of the father and mother who's not a wife in the same culture. And Info and then modify something that's in the culture, which is the wife of the father. However, Erev Aviko cannot be modifying, so the word father was not that modified case of the mother, not and therefore Yitzchak can come and modify everything. That's why we're not worried that we have to do anything, but don't learn from everything. That's the answer to the question. The second question was, if you're right, that Yitzchak is technically Russia, then Rabbanan can also make the same Russia. If they make the same Russia, and they can produce their results as Rabbanan, where Yitzchak modified everything. People say that he's only guys like after his father's wife. No, it's just not worried about that because this whole thing is based on the understanding of everything. Understanding that everything actually refers to the wife of his father. And that's why Yitzchak is modified. But according to the Rabbanan, the topic of everything is actually only, according to the Rabbanan, coming to tell us that he shouldn't have a relationship with his father. That he shouldn't have father. It has nothing to do with wife of the husband. So therefore, according to that, if you only have Aaron Yitzchak left to Gala, then Yitzchak, then you have nothing to go on where it's talking about the wife of the father created. So that's why we're not worried about everything. People who have something to modify. Only Yitzchak has something to modify. And I'm not worried about the laws to make the same roughly as you do with Yitzchak because they think it's fundamentally about the beginning of the talking about where Yitzchak is talking about the wife of the father. Rabbanan is talking about having relations with the father. Okay, so that is the answer for how Rabbi Yehuda knows it. Now we reference Rabbi Yehuda making their Rabbi Gemara to bring a price on that supports Rava's answer, and we're going to get into this whole thing in a little bit more detail. And it's technical today. Okay, so we learned the price of the Rabba was explaining that the main purpose of Rabba was that if you learned everything through the right of the husband. Now, that is worked out. How do you know that this right will bring it back to you? Because the right will bring from that rod. And we know that the sound of rod, if you look at
that's this big it was so great of God was not good. So music maintain see this
Okay,
purchase
that's responsible.
but
You don't have to feel it, and that tells you that this
it's not safe for the child.
okay, so that's fine. So we now have onus. Onus Shemana, we've heard this. Authority tonight. Where do we know the authority? So the onus, wife or father, whether it be the son, mother, whether wife or father or not. Okay. Talmud Lomer.
We want justice for
Now, how do we know the authority? Talmud Lomer, Erva of Isa Lo Segala, that the Erva of the father you do not uncover. Erva of Isa, Angels of Isa. So he says, this is talking about the wife of the father. The wife here, by the way, is where we're going to know that this wife of this is the what is he saying now in our day? The little Rabbi is that he understands this word Erva of Isa to mean the wife of the father, not talking about having relations with the mother of his father. So therefore, this is the proof that the Yehuda, the whole purpose of bringing the wife is that he wanted to show white mother that he was a dark and good and everything to see the white mother. The wife is that everything is full of God, everything is full of this is a reference to the wife of the father. The word says, well, how do I know? I'm the only person before you know everything is covered. So he said, well, how do I know that? Maybe it is the case of that it's talking about the father. The word says no, because never
so this one's
ever
going to be
comes from Gala, ever comes from Ela. So he said that he's going to make as follows. Remember, we said these words were extra to make it very trouble. We're going to keep it very trouble. He says as follows. It says, Erva is Erva to be below the Gala. It says, Erva to be below the Gala, follows like that. He says, it says that there. We wanted to figure out if that's talking about a wife or a husband. He says, I'm going to make there's some of the Erva of this custom here. Once I have there's some of this custom is very clearly talking about someone who has a relationship with the wife of the father. They just as here, the custom is talking about wife of the father. So here, we're going to be talking, here we're going to be talking to everything in the God, talking about wife of the father. So that's how you can go to this is after the Erva of the father is not talking about the father, but rather it's talking about wife of the father. The Mala this stuff is clearly talking about a marriage, ancient therefore here also is talking about wife of the father. The fact that it says Erva that the doesn't distinguish between whether it's the father or not. The main issue that regardless of whether or not it's his mother, if it's the wife of his father, then that is died. Now continues Emo or continuing, but Emo to Emo age 79. How do I know if his mother for him out of wedlock he needs to the father? However, Erva is no Logidala, that Erva is no Logidala, is coming to tell you that even his mother was not married to the father. Okay? He says, now the word have a little bit of a funny language, but basically what it's coming back to is saying as well. Daily, that I believe in the Alpara, in the Prophet of Alpara, that it compares his mother, that is not the wife of his father, to the mother who is the wife of the father, because we have both of them in the same concept. But how do I know that at the bonus level? So we say, never can ever to be below the gala. It's written here, never to be below the gala. Never how long is it here, ever to be below Mafia, or Asa, Asa, just like this bucket, it compares when it's the wife of the father and it's the mother of the unmarried man. So therefore this bucket also is talking about both, which tells you that both the purpose of the Onex and for Alpara, that the book is based on like their brothers between Eretz Aviva, Portugal, and Eretz Other Shiloh, is coming to tell you that both of them, both the Onex and Alpara, apply to the wife of the father as well as the mother who's not the wife of the father. Okay? So therefore, therefore, just like in Torah, we have both wife of father and mother, so we here, by the others, we have wife of father and mother. Now, continuing with the back to what we're talking about. What the distinguished insight? What do you say? He asked him the Bible. He asked him the Bible information about that we're going to say that insight comes to negate what we were learning from Aaron the Levite. Aaron the Levite, we were learning right from his father, whether it's his mother or not. And now we're saying insight comes to starting. It's not married to the wife of his father if it's also his mother. Right? So therefore, this is coming to tell you only wife of the father, not his mother. And this is coming to tell you mother is not the wife of the father. But if there would be only a case of mother, in he negates the ruling that ever the people wife of the father applies even when it's his mother. And therefore, if this negates that act of apathy, what is left with the wife of the father? Also the wife of the father, that person only time for insight because insight took out of evidence of the liability for relations with his mother who married his father. That's how it's going to look. Okay, now we completed the right. What do we do? On the base that we have to do this morning, Rabbi said that the insight can modify this possible. We're not worried about having the people who because negate half of what we learned from having the people today that insight is helping only guy of relationship with his mother, the wife of the father, only guy of mother and now it's right that very clearly says exactly the way Rabbi explained. Okay? So now we have to figure out some things that are missing. Rabbanan, one of the Rabbanan do which is nothing but Eretz Anicha. We have Eretz Anicha, which is trying to tell us that Eretz Anicha, which is modified by insight, is to tell you that you're only on relation with the mother, but not for the wife of his father when you have relations with the mother who's the wife of his father. Why does Rabbanan know like that? So Rabbanan say very simply why I don't know like that. Because I don't believe that Eretz Anicha is talking about related with the wife of the father. I think Eretz Anicha is talking about related with the father. So that's what it says. Rabbanan. What did Rabbanan say? They say Eretz Anicha comment. So where it says, like the comment tells me that the husband is telling me you can't have relations with your father. What do I need this husband for? I'm going to have suffer not to look at it. Because the husband that has suffered like this comes into the Isha. And a person should not have sexual relations. So what do I need to tell me that I shouldn't have a relationship with my father? I cannot have a relationship anywhere. But then, the Kayam Allah to make a Kayam for what does that mean? We learned yesterday, but obviously, if we're talking about going in and already in the food today, but yet somehow he did it by accident. Rabbanan, Atara,
It's
Leib,
wrong.
and
It's
Others,
kind of
and
sad
Others.
though.
So where the Rabbanan learned the Atara from the Others? Because remember what happened here is this pasuk, which is the Atara, the pasuk that teaches you about relationship of the father, wife, or the mother, he learned everything he's talking about this Tzedakah, right? So that's what the Rabbanan learned. So then therefore you know mother is not married to the father, but how do you know where is the Atara for the wife of the father? Or that not to ever taken the people of Gala. There's another passage down here, which says ever taken the people of Gala tells you that he is that's the Atara according to the Rabbanan to tell you that a man cannot have a relationship with the wife of his father even if it's not his mother. Okay, so we say Rabbi Yehuda. So why does Rabbi Yehuda have to learn this? Why don't we learn from a very explicit public as we have everything for the people of the Gala? Where it says he learned it after the spoiler of that term that he doesn't laugh at himself. That passage is kind of good. That a person in kind of we actually saw in the yesterday that if a man has a relationship with the wife of his father, that applies even if his father dies. If his father dies, and then his father dies, he has a relationship with that woman. He's been over on the history of ages of that. According to that now, if you look over use this puzzle. Okay, where was Rabbanan know the halacha that Krishna and man and Kaya for relations with his wife, father, even after his father died? Or said, how we say the Panam, so everyone that he's like, so the end of the puzzle, that everything is about everyone that he's like, those words are extra, and so therefore that's what the Rabbanan is, the Lord that a man is kind of relationship with his wife, father, even after his father is no longer living. What about Rabbi Yehuda? What does he do with those words there with the people? Violated the ancient so he said, he's coming to teach you that these words there with the people tell you that when a person has relations with the wife of his father, who is married to his father, so that he's only chayav for relations with the wife of the father, he's not chayav for the general prohibition on agency. That's what the Buddha learned in the word now, hopefully someone will ask a question. Then yesterday's Mishnah we said expressly not like that. So on 97 we learned in the Mishnah, Abal Eitzah, someone who comes on the relation to the wife of his father, I have a relation to Eitzah, which makes it seem that the person who kind of both relations to every agency, they the kind of they not this whether the father is living or not. And what happens? This husband has this statement in the Mishnah. Well, Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda have argued. If Rabbi Yehuda learned from Eric and Nico, that when a person has a relationship with the wife of his father, it's kind of only for wife of the father, the general prohibition agency. So that Rabbi Yehuda, without the father, could have argued on the Mishnah and said, hold on, you're only time for the relationship with the wife of the father. Okay, Rabbanan, all this
Do you see what he was saying?
we talked about the fact that Rabbi Yehuda learned from Aaron in the Miko of Gala that that was not Torah. So we have never followed that we're talking now about the halacha of that whether So Rabbi Yehuda learned that from Aaron in the Miko of Gala. The Rabbanan learned from Aaron the Miko. Now the question here is that's the Torah. That's the warning. But remember, we need a punishment. So where do we learn punishment? And now the Gemara says some of the Yehuda might be like their Shabbat. So Yehuda is not a problem. Yehuda was learning the Torah of Aaron in the Gala. How would he learn the whole thing? Because remember, we had a clear Shabbat that we compared. Aaron the Miko of the Gala. The Aaron comes and you up. He tells us there's a clear Shabbat between Onan and our Torah. And if you know one, you know the other. Therefore, one scripture knows Aaron the Miko of the Gala comes to tell you that there's an Torah, there's a warning not to have relations with one's father, so that the clear Shabbat tells you that there's also no. But according to the Rabbanan, who A, didn't make that clear Shabbat, and B, learning of the word Aaron the Miko, That's how they know I'm sorry. How do they know all that? Do we say, where they know it's from? I'm going to call, we have another kilo of plastics are in the middle. There's some plastic right in the other is up plastic. They said they're flowers. If you remember, that's every other kilo you put extra to connect their double to another kilo and every kilo of the gallon, right? And that was the key. A number of cases was the first of all that this public is not talking about relations, different with the father, but rather how my wife is the father. There's nothing to show how you know the mother even that matter. But that was only there's some the Rabbanah didn't start with that. So after he would have pointed out these were like extra. And the Rabbanah did not use it for their equivalent. We're saying, okay, just what another kilo are extra something right the owner is on the because remember this talk because again I'm talking that most people man's man laws. There's something to tell you the owner is one way related to what his father even after his father died. Okay? Rabbanah so remember that we had, according to the Rabbanan, we had the Arab influence of Bala with the Torah that he did not relate to his father or not relate to his father. And we have an Torah of Arab influence of Bala because the wife of the Arab influence of Bala, which Rabbanan said the Torah of his father or not his father. And they have Arab influence of Bala to tell you that there's a Torah on the wife of the father, right? So we have a Torah for both mother and wife of father. But on it, remember, we only know after this kind of thing, the other tells you wife of the father. And how do we know on it for the mother who is not married to the father? Now, remember, sentences or checks. I'm a subject input. Subject is his mother. A thought comes to ego is his we have average input ourselves mother, and then the couple usually says input is his mother. And that doesn't matter his mother no matter what. Whether his mother was married to his father or not married to his father. That's how they learn on it for the case of the mother who's not married to the father. That's how they're learning. Okay. So, okay. Now, go on to Halacha. So, somebody has relations with his daughter. Well, the what is the Halacha that says by son-in-law, it says, the wife of your son, you should have a cover two things to put himself. The one that Aaron allowed from close to Gala, and then the other was that Jason typically he wrote to Gala. Why? Because there's two problems that someone is over when they have relations with his daughter. Why did you come here and say I have two wives? One for his daughter-in-law and one for having relations with a married woman. It should be one for married woman, one for his daughter-in-law, and another for his daughter-in-law. I can't be the person that applies to two wives and his daughter-in-law. And if I have someone else to see if they know, one of them is two it seems like most of the show. We're figuring out that look at the never come up with the Gala, you're saying that it's the same person that's both talking about the daughter-in-law. There's only one wife and daughter-in-law and one wife and daughter-in-law. So you might ask, well, if so, why did you think he did like? Well, they say, in order to, twice the daughter-in-law, one for his daughter-in-law, and so on. One for his daughter-in-law, everyone has to okay, and that's why I said he goes on about really done anything that bad. Okay, yes, I thought I was going to be able to hang off the CEO gets a call and said, before we had big creations and the someone had relationships this week. Yeah, that's all it comes back this week. If you're in Los Angeles on Wednesday, then you can pop into Urban Breakfast with Stanley on Friday. All of those check it. If you're in Los Angeles, check out the shows.
the halacha is the Torah tells us that if someone has relations with a behemoth, not only does he get killed, but the animal gets killed. So the Mishnah inquires about this. It's an interesting halacha. He said, what did the animal do wrong? I get it. The man said, okay, what did the behemoth do? The elder said, well, the other Takala Yana, the Shika Hakaka Sikaka. We're going to see what the Martha says. This animal brought a person to Takala to sin, and therefore the Pasuk says, we'll see in the Martha. Another possibility. We don't want it to be that people see Bessie the cow walking around and say, oh, Bessie, that's the one with whatever, have relationships. So, again, we'll see in the Gemara why that's what Bessie can't start up and that's the reason she gets killed. Okay, the Gemara says, how do I know that someone is high up or has Shula from his pickup? The price of the dark is about to eat. So that's not who have relations with a Zafar, they know they'll make Zafar, but saying that if someone has relations with a Zafar, so someone is someone is not like a 10-year-old, that he's high and who knows the recipient of the man was a Zafar, conversely, if the person is 10 years old, and has relations so then the 30-year-old is trying to give a person who is in the act of the couple. You see that that applies at some level. We're going to take a little more clarification. Okay, this relationship, the public continues mentioning still out, which implies the oral forms of the relationship similar to a woman. They're all about something that they really love each other. But it's actually not about something relationship with a woman. As well as this is a resolution to you. Comes to tell you that if a man has relations with his sister, anyone who's not submitted to, comes to tell you that not only is that true, he has ordinary relations with his sister, but even if he has anal intercourse with his sister, that would also be a violation of the resolution. Well, I read the whole lot. I read the law. Because interestingly, you would think the technical but actually it's coming to keep you from this doctrine that manipulation and wait to form intercourse with a woman. So with a woman comes to tell you that therefore in any case that the relationship with a woman is permissible, that's true, whether it's in the natural or unnatural way. Okay. Most usually, how do you know it's kilo when it's in Okay, the Gemara says fine, but now I have a problem that people who engage in sexual suffer get killed, so that's the owner. Owner is Shemana, a hard nine. How do I know that you're not supposed to have, that you have to be born in this part of the body, you're not allowed to have this suffer? Number one, yes, suffer will pick up the relationship, so we know this. So we say, the Bible says, you should not have, it's another part that says you shouldn't have sexual relations. Your father on Torah, the father on Torah is showing. On Torah is something else. It says as follows. So what do we do? Well, we have an omen, which talks about both of them, right? So both the person, it says that two things should not happen to man from both of them are high. So the omen, we know, is both for the performer, the actor, and the recipient of the mitzvah. But in the case of Torah, we have to look at the mitzvah, when this comes to you should not engage in homosexual relations with a man, that's talking about an actor. So how do you know that the recipient has an Torah? We have public things, though. The book says, and we have in Pasuk in the Latin Bible, it says, They use all of the poemas of the giants that are inspirational and take out and it says the word Kadesh is while dealing with poema, right? And we know that one of the poemas that's dealt with in the Torah is Kadacha. And they want to know that when it's talking about Kadesh being done in Eretz Yisrael, then when the couple of person will get Kadesh, they know it's Kadesh. It's time to tell you that it's a lover. So you see that it is a Torah, and we know that it's a Egyptian. Whether the person is just punished, whether they're the actor or the walking down the street, it applies when it says public, so yes, public is saying even there's different. I don't need this whole public business. Why? Because already Omer is written in public is brought the Atara, we brought the Atara, we have the business talking about only the actor, because the cover of the green bar, green bag, low stuff. Instead, that button that Debbie's been engaged in and then look, this guy, he's got the actor, or look, hey, he's going to have the actor on you. So the same puzzle can keep them both cases after rejected the breakers of our the aim of the Allah, how do I know that first thing get Hila or relation with the aim? How do I learn he? He said, yeah, not the top. This is how you have a relation with the aim. It's not right. So, on the beginning, about the you think it's just because of the aim loss that he, so he said that he was, that he engaged in relation with the aim. They solo things. I don't know whether the animal is old, young, doesn't matter. It's just like by people that do things, but by animals, it doesn't say animal can be 1 hour old, but not 3 years old in the house. Okay? Most people want the money to live. So you don't say this deal. I don't know how that's from, but they kind of deal. They have for Henry. Where it does never kind of quick here, Chicago. Never, so it's written in our culture, Chicago. Never allows the farm Chicago. And we have a culture later that's written in the symbol. That Rothschild'S that here is technically speaking about the Hema, we assume that the man and the Hema get the same punishment. That a person gets the punishment of Kilo Lomanu always was so big, only for this something else. They said, okay, this puzzle that told us that the person died is talking about that's what it is. Because the Hema is why we need to ask them. And that he gets killed. How do I know that a person who allows himself to be sodomized by an animal is gets death? However, so Sophie, the Hema goes to well, now, the Bible says any person allowed in the Hema gets killed. Now, technically, this part is the why something is after. We're looking for something of something that is recipient. So why is it relevant? Because he's already established that he actually gets killed. So what he needs is talking about something in the Hema goes to we already learned that we're going to be in the Hema. Where it says, therefore, it's extra puzzle telling us that he gets killed, and they don't even show it. They don't even look up. So that if you have to calculate that, you don't need it for a person who's the actor, then we'll use it instead for a person who's the recipient. But not know on it, then we're talking about it. Okay, fine, I accept that part. So we learn the onus, and there's a punishment whether the person is the one performing the mitzvah or the one who's participating in the mitzvah. That's hard to know, and I don't know what's up. Moreover, we'll take a handle if he takes the substance on the term of law. Okay, so it says that in any animal, if you shouldn't look, it's the singular term of law. The manra Torah will show things. I'm sorry. Sorry. So that is the Torah says that you should not should not have relations with the behemoth, the time of God, but that's the Akara for
because it seems like it's going to be very short.
either warning that it cannot be the actor in the midst of the time, and it shouldn't be the
It's crazy that he's talking
now
about
established motives for both actor and recipient, and established Akara warning for the actor and or recipient, and one of those, yes, nothing to say so. The honor of the guy, the guy,
where do you
same
find
structure we
the
had
people
before,
where you see
that
that
well, yes, others reference to things that are delayed. Also, before we use
like
it
going
for
nuts,
the
either
now
going
we
along
can
or
do it
something
for
like
because
that
that's
all day
also
long.
considered
Yeah,
delayed.
he's not
And when it's
podcasting, he's
delayed,
like
it's coming under the cutting Ivar,
I mean, listen, I'm not fishing.
the different refuge, all these other refuge, all the things. People come like, already want to it's up the ball, which means that the actor, then the fact that the photo is on the page, but also read it or understand it, so you must be like, people say, tells you that you should not be a recipient either. Okay, and now we have both the Akara for the actor and the recipient, and we have the owner for the actor. Now we're going to say as follows. Somehow, both Mr. Duffer and received Mr. Duffer by accident somehow. So we got to realize it was wrong.
He has like a working room where he does his material, but his wife is coming to take out his toys for
over
his
two things. You need to think why. Both of them go stick up, but one is the muscle that says that if this can help you, that you should not have relations or anything. I think the mother was like, yeah, cutting, because cutting was where we learned that it should not be recipient, right? So it works very small, it works well. Yes, the big two part of because we had one that tells us it shouldn't be
I can't wait. There was something that said,
because most system was someday something. Because according to the Akiva, the issue of being an actor and a recipient both come from the fact that yes, we want to get that will be someday. But that's still at the end of the day only one life. So therefore, this is the nafkamina between our learning and people learning in the Minecraft, which is that if in the same period of unawareness that was others, both perform and have performed on him an act of homosexuality, according to the law, separate lives related to them, which is and according to the Akiva, even though all the both are others, we bring them from the same law. Okay, similarly, about the same law, somehow without realizing that it was other both had an engaged relationship with him and had an engaged relationship with him. Other Ramo, who differed every small guy of time. So he says, Ramo, that according to every small guy to why? One, because it says the one that said he shouldn't be the actor, and one that said for the behavior, and one that said that he shouldn't be a Shaleva, is that he's the recipient. The difference of the Akiva in a Chayv Ala'aka. But the point is, you don't only Chayv one, because why? But the Akiva learned both actor and recipient by Mr. Zachar, by Mr. Behema, from the same concept of and then we actually never speak about saying, but they're both coming from one positive, so therefore there's only one lab, but you have one lab. Okay. A buyer argues under that vote. A buyer says no. A few different small, not being a high lab. The first one is also only high of one. Why? Because why did he think he was high of two? Because one was he makes a substitute. Number two is that, well, yeah, cut it. But he says, a buyer argues, he says, well, yeah, cut it. He got me this. That plus is where yeah, cut it. But he talks about the label of speakers specifically about it. So therefore, the other problem with saying that the people want to do and get them to suffer. Just from the him, he has a problem. Because he said, well, yeah, cut it. He's not talking about the him, goes on to suffer. So we say, okay, so then according to Rabbi, if you're saying that, well, yeah, cut it, can't be talking about this stuff, not this the him, we could use that message to be enforced for the start on the recipient of the him. Ellen went well, and Ellen did what you know like. How would he know it? So we just knocked out his like, yeah, cut it, telling us in the car of the recipient. Actually, he went down like Joseph in the him that it says that if someone lies in the him of Yeshua to God, and that's what you're Joseph is dedicating a right? So we have before, this is how we learn the Ones. someone who is the recipient, but we said the public, we have an extra public written by owners. We don't need it by owners, we need it by Torah. But the Torah wants to know, at the end of the day, if we're trying to keep that Torah, why would the Torah put it in the language? If we're trying to keep the recipient, why would the Torah put it in the language of the actor? You chose to do that because you're not joking. Is there a system understanding? And he says, how do I know that a person has an Torah or warning has to be a recipient? It's because this is the way I do Torah and an actor was extra puppet written by an actor and actor. The way I do a Torah by recipient is because it's extra puppet written by an actor. How do I know a Torah of the recipient? Sorry, that one is a very actor. How do I know a Torah of the recipient? It's because why did the Torah at the end of the day, if it wanted to tell you the Torah of the actor as opposed to the owner of the actor, instead of my Torah, why are you telling me my own? Just to tell you that there's a character who's spoken to himself, and therefore he's born even by a recipient. I'm sorry, I didn't say that very well, but at the end I think that's correct. Okay, but the Torah says, not talking about it, is there actually some honor to his? Okay, so now we're going to talk about something that had a little bit of a bad day. A nearby was over, a nearby was a haymaker. So if someone got stopped by both a man and a behemoth, this is someone okay, so he says we're going to be tied for 2, 1 because of six of this the other concept, the thing that you talk about. Because why? Because how did he learn the recipient, according to Rabbi Shmuel, the recipient at the end of the day, the way we learn now is that according to Rabbi Shmuel, that someone who is the recipient of this suffering will be a Kodesh, and according to Rabbi Shmuel in the Rabbi Abahu, that the source of someone who is the recipient of a behemoth is also a Kodesh, and therefore we don't need to have one. Bible Rabbi is going to return not type of Bible says, as remember before, by a heart instead of recipient, cannot be learned from the Kodesh, but the Kodesh cannot be referring to an animal, only refers to a man. So he therefore learns it out from the Hegel and his comfortable. So therefore, a Bible is consistent because the literary scholars are also type two because they don't consist or come to the behavior of most people. They don't even know the name of the Mishnah. But after I follow the Mishnah, so let's look at myself and read that Mishnah honestly. It's just that language that a Bible just learned. So a Bible says, according to me, Rabbi Shmuel learns from 2 different psukim the recipient of this Gadol and this behemoth, and so therefore he is tied for 2 kind of categories. Now here's someone who really has an interesting day. Now Paul has offered, they hate the Gadol law. He was the actor in this Gadol and the recipient of this Gadol, and of all the behemoth, and also the actor in the theology and the recipient of the theology. He has all 4 going on. So they were Rabbi, whether you say like Rabbi Abahu or you say like Rabbi or Rabbi Shmuel kind of show up, Rabbi Akiva kind of shine. Why? Alright, so you can follow. So remember, he did all 4 things. He was the actor for the suffering of the behemoth. He was the recipient for the suffering of the behemoth. So according to the actor, one is as suffering was discussed, that's one law. And that's the actor by suffering. Remember the actor by the behemoth, that's the behemoth, that's 2 laws. Then you got the recipient. So that is 3, right? And then Rabbi Abahu, he learned how to be a recipient also to be a Kodesh. But therefore, you don't get a force because you can't be a Kodesh. The second guy. So therefore, according to Rabbi Abahu, it's
Brian's like, and we didn't really get mad about us being gay or like talking to the police. And we don't do that as much now. Like we forget how funny it is when people might be gay. Like Brian started accepting gay people. It's like you took it down. Alright, let's go to this next one. It's posted by Boo89. It's called Snot Tom Hanks, which I think means not Tom Hanks. Let's see what it's all about.
Obviously, you've done a million things, right? You've got some big shows, stuff like that, movies. When your dad's Tom Hanks and anybody else, that's a successful career. Like, acting's as tough as it gets. To make any of those sets in 80s, like the level of entry is a nightmare. So by all regards, you've had a successful acting career. But when your dad's Tom Hanks, it's like Michael Jordan said, if he played one AA basketball, that ain't gonna got it. Your dad's like, oh, he's a failure. You know he has to, right? It doesn't matter. It's like your dad gives up size, but your dad's, Michael Jordan, so people are expecting you to he's the least you can do. If you're not 7 All-Star games, it was a favor. That's why for you, you're kind of set up, the shit expectations, man. Your brother's career is pop. Because in everything, he can't call him. That's a move. Jack Black is great on that. Dexter, what's favorite seasons. But then, he's not Tom Hanks. It's like that. It's like, what? We just watch.
Yeah, I'm a little bit speechless there, but failure, he says failure like the college bailer. It's like a combination of you're not Tom Hanks, you're not Tom Hanks, you're not Michael Jordan. The fuck? I mean, imagine going on a podcast and being compared to your father. The most traumatic thing that could possibly happen to a drug addict's life is having his relationship with his father. Yeah, it could be very rocky if he was kind of like an addiction. And then you have Brennan Schaub being like, you're not your dad. Like, he's over and over. He's the bad voice. Chad Hayes is man. And it's like that's coming from him, you're not your dad. They couldn't do anything really good. You're not Michael Jordan's son didn't do nothing good. You're also not that good. He's gonna go on stage and like some other day I was talking to Chad Hayes against the dude. I mean, he's not Michael Jordan. That kind of stuff, but he forgets he's supposed to say that Tom Hanks. He's not. He never played basketball. They're like Chet Hanks, the son of Tom Hanks. Yeah, never even. He wasn't even on the high school basketball team. Isn't that funny?
I like how he has to tell them
He's all nah. Tom Hanks is a basketball, he's dunking, and then Chet Hanks is all, I can't dunk.
It's infuriating how he got the first time he said it perfect. Like, you already made a terrible point to me.
Yeah, you don't need to do it.
You already made things. But he, in his head, was like, he understands that he's not Michael Jordan. I mean, Tom Hanks or Michael Jordan.
He's a failure.
You're a failure. You did cocaine. You could have done movies.
Yeah. You gotta be Tom Hanks and cocaine, like Pablo Escobar. Still,
Chet Hanks confirmed homeless. It's just that good.
probably almost fucked that.
Alright, let's see this next one. It's called Social Media Ain't Real. You're doing great, Papa. Cheers. Posted by the real Mr. Versace. Should go to this one. Ain't real. It's people posting 15-second videos, maybe 45 seconds. The entire day, we assume that they're doing okay. And social media is not real. He was clearly hurt like a love. It's so sad that he did this.
What are they referencing? I think probably that guy that killed himself, the dancer TikTok person. But it's funny because Schaub is, we just saw him do a vlog where he's like, I'm out here in the studio, I'm doing great, I have all these shows coming up. Hopefully he doesn't kill himself. But yeah, I mean, that's like this.
It's real and you use it.
Yeah, who knows?
He's like, the only real thing about social media shit is when I post TikToks and stand-up clips.
I'm not on social media, but I do have a vlog for every time I come to work. Every single time we get to the podcast, what up, B? I'm here. We got another hat. This hat is a Boston Celtics hat. It's yellow and purple. Okay, like the Lakers. It doesn't make sense, but it's on my head. Keep your eyes out for my favorite shoe in the studio today. Man, I'm going to Minnesota. Like, check out Kevin Garnett and Fran Tarkenton. We're in Fran Tarkenton, New Jersey. I don't know why I'm giving shots. Alright, so we were looking forward to this clip. This was posted by Radiation News 8616, and it's called "It's My Job to Create Nothing Out of Something." Yeah, and prepare yourself for this because it is one of the funniest clips I've ever seen. We already watched it.
It's my job to create nothing out of something. Like, I gotta keep all my
I laughed so hard the first time we watched that. I had to take a break and be like, hold on a second. That is so to create nothing out of something. Perfect. You could not have written something better than Shakespeare. Could not have done that. A comedic genius. If Schaub was doing that on purpose, he is the best. He is George fucking Carlton. That is amazing. That was so funny. Yeah. And if only he was doing it. Genius.
And you know what's crazy too about the TFAK thing is whenever they post an episode on TFAK or on King of the Sting or whatever Golden Hour, they never have they don't have the title on it. It just posts with like just the name of the podcast. And then somebody goes back later and puts the title in. It's like, who the fuck is running all this stuff? I don't know for you social media.
Are you saying that Big Boy Nation isn't doing it in the chat?
It's so infuriating how terrible everything is, though. Everything.
I have a feeling that Schaub and Callan and whoever else is running this, they're kind of cheapskates, and they just try and get the cheapest person or whoever they can sort of get. Hey, can you do this for me? And then we get you exposure. It's that kind of thing. I mean, it's not a very great job environment, because he's always blaming his staff for things.
But I've heard to the contrary, I've heard it pays well.
Okay, yeah, I could be wrong, man.
Obviously, one story down
Exactly, yeah.
But as a producer, as a producer, it's just a thing I've noticed. It's like they'll post a new episode, and it'll show up on my YouTube feed, and there's one of those big lines, and there's no title to it. And there's already the thumbnail with the title in it. It's like, who's doing this shit? I like to imagine that Schaub is posting everything himself and is forgetting certain things, you know?
That would be so funny. Definitely not. That's like the monkey with the computer and the keyboard. He just slams against the thing. That's Schaub posting. I want to tell Schaub. They would have somebody tell Schaub, oh, you did it. You posted it. But then they posted it. No, it was you that did it. Good job. Get out of that computer room. Okay, I go play with my toys now. I go run company with my toys. I go drink my Diet Coke now. Does anyone have a Red Bull? I just finished my Diet Coke. How was the orange juice? Can you pour coffee in my orange juice? No shot. No coffee in orange juice. Okay. Pour it in my shoe. Pour it in my shoe. His wife puts Alvarado on the spoon and he goes, why can't I drink out of my shoe? Show. We've talked about this. Cups. Alright, whatever. Cups are gay. Cups are gay. That's stupid. You know he's gonna say that. I mean, actually, I don't think I did. I think you've seen it before. You're like, what do you think he's gonna say next? Oh yeah. I was like, oh no, I did. I was like, what? Check. Not a genius.
Alright, let's go to the next one. Alright, so this one's pretty short. It's supposed to be Cruel Ambitions, and it's called This Is So Bizarre. What is it you do? That's the I don't even know what he says. What is it you do? That sign is made from the women's soccer.
Really? It looked like he was doing like a Will Ferrell Elf impersonation or something. There should be an ad for Starbucks. Get your Starbucks today, and then shop like that. You can be funny at Starbucks. Starbucks helps people with mental deficiency. Donate. Every time you get quite a lot of hard benefits at Starbucks this season, you'll help someone like this.
What is he doing? That sign is made from these
Yeah, I'm sure he's making fun of women in shop.
What is he doing? That sign is made from these any more obnoxious movies. Like, oh my god.
Yeah,
it's not an elf thing I've ever seen.
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, any of the people on the women's soccer team, if you took them out, and I don't don't know much about women's soccer, but I assume any of them do. Probably if you had a bunch of different tests of mental capacity or physical or almost anything, they'd probably do better than Chuck. You know how he loses? There might even be one of the clips he loses the race to that guy Shimon Lacey, and he's like, "Oh, my leg." And there should just be a TV show of Chuck losing to people. I'd watch it. You know, that's essentially what many of these folks are. He's losing a conversation. Chuck can lose anywhere. Put him in an elevator and he will find a way to lose. It's like not even a competition, just an elevator go from Chuck to lose. What are we going to do? Chuck will lose. So Alright, so now we get to the part of the show going a little longer this week where we watch clips, specific clips, the top from the last year. From the year 2022. But there's a Venn diagram where it's the top of the year, but also clips that we haven't seen already on the show. Get to our favorite drop of the year. We get to see Papa call you a queer. Hey, you know, the best song of the year is the CR Guitars theme song you did for us. Shout out CR Guitar. Also, shout out Haphazard. Oh, yeah, thank you for sharing all our stuff. Alright, great guy, never met him. So this one is very popular. One of the top clips in the subreddit for the last year, and we have not seen it on the show yet. But Steve tipping his foot for anything. The radio poppy described Brenda's career as death by 1,000 self-inflicted paper cuts. Posted by Sprout Cobain. Really easy nowhere for Arlington, where Gringo Poppy was filmed. Wait, is that where it is now? Is it the Dallas Improv, Arlington? I think so, yeah. That's where Gringo Poppy was filmed. So you probably know better than I do. Is Arlington not Dallas? I don't think so. Arlington, I think, is its own city. Yeah. So Dallas is different. Is that a set? No. I'm asking if it wasn't in Dallas. Then Dallas. Well, that's a good question. I don't really know. What is it? Is Arlington the capital of Texas? No. What is? All right, so I cut all that out because we didn't know what the capital of Texas was because we're ridiculous. But we just found out that Arlington is not Dallas. Some might say that most are Dallas. You're just like Prince. I'm just like Prince. Hope you enjoy this show. All right, let's continue. He's laughing like we do. That's fake, and it might be, but it's like that's sometimes how Sean makes us laugh. Yeah, so let's think about it. He's nervous laughing because he doesn't want to talk about Sean. Oh, is that it? Okay, he starts perspiring. He's like, should I slam him? Yeah. This whole thing is roast on people. Yeah. Alright. Dicey for Tony. There you go. Oh man, how do you know that? How do you know that it's still there? I was fascinated by the I even know where the construction paper came from. Everybody's thinking the same thing. It's just like Walsh said it was fascinating. Walsh talked about the stucco, the guy cutting out the stucco. This, I've said it so many times, it needs to be documented. When I mentioned the roof, they might make a recreation of the Ringo Poppy, like a fucking. I want to make a recreation. I want to reshoot it and do it. Like there's this Lars von Trier thing where he recreates movies. I want to do that for the Ringo Poppy. That's a sign. But in the future, when Timothy Chalamet is about 40 years old, you know what I mean? Timothy Chalamet gets shredded, and then he starts drinking heavily. He's like very effective with his acting. Yes, he starts taking out the brain, angry at whatever that thing's called, and then fucking goes to Arlington and shoots the Ringo Poppy. Becomes Oscar nominated. That'd be good. But he's stuck in the role and he becomes redacted. Yeah. Daniel Day-Lewis can do that because now they have CGI and they can make him younger or whatever. I've abandoned my power radio. If I said I was a comedian, I've abandoned my podcast. If I said I was a comedian, you would agree. I can give you all types of Mexican jokes. I can talk about Pico de Gallo. I can talk about just like doing it. That's cool. as Brendan Schaub's wife and Timothy Chalamet as Brendan Schaub. It's probably more marketable than my Daniel Day-Lewis. Very good, very good. Very good, Gerardo. There's that scene in The Only Blood where he's I'm a businessman. He's like, I'm a numbers guy. I drink your Tiger whiskey. I'm a numbers guy. I drink your Tiger. I take your Tiger. With some great up. I killed Jay. Jay is dead. We don't have any business, just next Jay. Dude, they're all blood. Brennan Schaub is pretty good. That's pretty intense. And James, I don't probably know James Nickley. Daniel Redacted View. What are we doing here? If Daniel played Wilson, Daniel played music, I would be great at the Weather Oil people. Could we, remember the scene where they try to sell him or buy something and he puts the napkin over his head? He's just, oh, fuck you. Oh, fuck you. That'd be funny if he put it. The napkin over his head. He's like, what are we doing here? His son's all nervous. Like, why are they doing a show? There's no coffee. This is real dark. So he starts wondering. His deaf son goes up to him and he goes, what are we doing here? And then he says, what are we? Dude, an interview with Daniel Day-Lewis on TV, he would be great. So you're like a fucking gay actor, right? Yes, I am an actor. That's like you're a cobbler, right? You make shoes, you got a favorite shoe. So you're like a method actor, right? What if you had to play a gay guy? And you would love cock. Would you pull right now? Have you ever played UFC guy in a movie? What are we doing here? All that to say, it is a moment in history that should be replicated in the future. Yes. So then all this, there's going to be a character for Haphazard in the credits. Haphazard was a man posting on T5K. So funny. I mean, it's like, I'm particularly close to that because of for other things coming into stand-up, like, first special on Showtime, and then, like, putting on the second special on your own for some minutes. My goodness. That's when you know he's not because I have 25 minutes, like, it's zapped into my brain. I know that more than that stuff I know at work. Like, passwords to my various sites that I have to use. I know 20, I might forget that I have to check my notes. I will never forget the Rico podcast. Dallas isn't different. It's like death by 1,000 self-inflicted paper cuts or something. So yeah, it's pretty intense. So I was particularly, I gotta say that's pretty profound for coming from Tony Hinchcliffe. I don't understand it. What did imagine dying for paper clips because he did the cutout. Is that a joke about the cutout? What was the cutout? Like this, putting the Dallas stuff up? No, I'm saying he's saying that he's killing his own career very slowly. I mean, he's saying that he's just cutting yourself with paper every day until you die. Yeah, it's horrifying. It's very poetic, though. It's kind of true. Obama's kind of killing his own career, doesn't it? See, it sounds like something Confucius would say, right? No, okay, I guess that is a compliment, right? That is a compliment. No, Confucius should say more Greco Poppy type stuff. Confucius was known as a really big roaster. Alright, so this next one is posted by the Squirrel Guy. I'm pretty sure we haven't seen this one, but I know it's a popular aspect. Okay. It's in the gym. answer it right away. I kicked Brian off the show because of an LA Times article. So now it's just you and me, Theo. Oh, you're gone. And you know what? I don't want to. I've abandoned my chin. I've abandoned my chin. The podcast will now be known as the Golden Hour. We can cut this clip out if you want, but I saw this the other day and it made me laugh pretty hard. It's called Joe Rogan's Ruins Comedy Show. Come over to it, me. Hosted by Moving Sounds. Here we go. So, right. Yeah, the league said that he totally couldn't talk about Black Lives Matter. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, let's keep it positive. He's talking about hacks. Alright. This is one of Brendan's favorites. You told me to show everyone this video. Oh yeah, the sexual this one is the racial hilarious. So we're gonna watch this one here. It's called PF Chang's Sexual Harassment Training Mandatory for All Employees. Posted by Lodge Man. Not a draw.
At PF Chang's, we strive to support each and every homeless cat. But it has come to our attention that some figures have been, as they would put it, sliding dick. It is important that we address sexual misconduct and how to identify it in the workplace. The first method is known as the pseudo-intellectual. The offender will attempt to impress their victim by claiming they are well-read. They will then recite poems in a pretentious tone of voice, rambling about biological, primal desires. If you witness this, report to security immediately. Use the code word big, bad, rapist. Security will know what to do next. Another technique is called the gift. The offender will send a private message to their target. Its contents may include suggestive emojis or comments about one's body. Upper management is perplexed by this technique as it is surprisingly effective in hooking up with chicks. Do not be their next victim. They likely have a masochist waiting for their assault. Instead, document the exchange and report it to HR. Remember that even Snapchats can be screenshotted. The final scenario is the drug walk. It's such a pathetic mechanism that you may not identify it as sexual harassment at first. The offender will approach their target as an escort to a compensating vehicle. But do not be fooled. The victim is meant to be an escort in more ways than one. If you or another is asked to walk to somebody's truck, this deal you can embarrass them later on social media. So do not read the comments. These offenders are ambiguous in their sexual preference. You should assume that they are safe from a thorough condition. To prevent an encounter, we suggest that all employees work on their 100-meter dash. Although the predator may pursue a runner, they will give up quickly. With all that in mind, stay safe, keep up your work ethic, and remember, you do not matter.
Damn, the punchlines of that with the shot from Japanese is just so good. Like everything, wherever they are. Yeah. So we're almost done with the year review for the clips that we've missed. Sorry, this is taking longer than usual, Brendan. I know you got places to be. You're a numbers guy, right? Yeah, I'm a numbers guy, B. You know that. This one's posted by Ultra Coin. It's called The Gringo Poppy, the greatest mom of all time. Daddy is a numbers guy. There goes.
It is official. I've decided to leave Showtime. I've been with Showtime for 5 years. Okay, let's build some cool stuff, man.
Mystery.
It's nothing but great memories. I said, this is the negative thing. This is a bad thing.
This is an event.
2022 is going to be a bad thing. So I just think at the end of the day, I can do all this. I said, if you're going to do this yourself, go all the way. I'm making it myself. I'm going to do it myself. I can do it myself. So I'm going to just make it myself. I just think this is the one I would do things my way. I decide to take control of my own myself. Let me get it. I know. I can't wait for it. I think people be surprised. I think so. I think you'd be surprised. I think you have one foot on
down Dicey Lane. Yeah, he found out at the end that it was, Dicey. It was so special that it led to here comes Gringo Puppy. Right down Gringo Puppy Lane. 1.1 stars. One man's good way to end it there. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in. We did a lot. Shout out there. Thanks for a great year. Enjoy the Discord. Merry Christmas. Bye. Later.
Walk me to my throne. Walk me to my throne. Walk me to my throne. Let me talk about you.
Like in the holidays, with Christmas and change.
I wanna take you on a crazy
It's all about merch. 300 pages of Christmas wishes from some of our favorite chefs come together on one Spotify playlist feed. It's gonna be Netflix. Are you alright? What a fight. All is bad. Worst pain your life. But you live is a shop. Many stages guaranteed. Racist Asian boys. Racist Asian boys. Racist Asian accent not included. You ever get Crocs in your stockings? We got the goods on you, just exchange. Crocs are lame, Crocs are lame, Crocs are so lame. Crocs isn't gay, and Crocs is no slave. Tiger and busted will never wear them. Now the Croc cheating has begun. Crocs are lame, Crocs are lame, Crocs are so lame. Crocs shoes low and Crocs shoes low. Blowing and sucking, no Crocs shoes in hand. In the dicey end, I said ice time is the right time to throw them Crocs away. To go walk into my icy sleigh, including some bonus tracks deep in the menu. Ricardi, the black snake, was an evil angry soul. With a baseball bat and a big short fist tendon eyes made out of gold. Ricardi, the black snake, was the white snake, they say. He's a great white shark, and the are coming king to a life that's good. But that's not all, folks. There's more. Here comes Ringo Puppy, 1.1 stars right down Ringo Puppy Lane. I'm dreaming of some vengeance in my butthole. Simply getting fingered at my house. Briars burning and a bit of chain. Warm sauce slipping at your nose. Dicey dishes being cooked by a shell. Do you want a hot chair? That's a no. Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Show. I hope you enjoyed our Christmas special, Christmas and Change. We put a lot of effort into that. A lot of great songs there. There he goes, one of the classics right there. So shout out to everybody this year. Thanks for joining the show and making it a hit. Yeah, we love you guys. Love you guys. You're welcome to join us at the Carl Bass at Fica Bay anytime. If you ever want to meet San Jose Jack Johnson, we're all on the Discord. He's on the Discord. All right, but that's not why you're here. You're here to watch 10 Minutes of Show. So start the timer now. And one quick note before we start the timer again. You just started the timer there. Rick Glassman basically already did a full 10 minutes of show. That's his favorite episode, so we're gonna, I don't know, we had to like find other clips because basically everything is just shitting on them. That was a dense 10 minutes. Yeah. We watched the whole thing ourselves, and we were like, what are we watching? 10 minutes of show. Everyone on the Discord was painting and shit, and people kept saying it's great, you gotta check it out. So, anyway, so started the evening. So for this first one, it's hosted by Walls.
I just can't. I can't believe it fits in there.
Oh my god. Oh, really, dude? What are you doing? Oh, man. He doesn't acknowledge it. He doesn't acknowledge it at all. I gotta start with the way he looks though. It's like a dude, like, what is this? This is like Derek Hyperion coffee guy in a shop outfit. It would be funny to see Sean dressing up as different kinds of people. Construction worker shop, Silver Lake shop, a Hollywood shop. I feel like he saw Dahmer and he was like, everything he did was dicey. He saw him. He definitely watched it. He talked about watching Dahmer and he's like, you know what? I don't like all the murder and all that stuff with the glasses. It might be good for me to say that big. Oh, really? I'm big, so I can't drive a nice car. Fuck you, but also handsome, big guys, dude. Like, they should be. He's like, oh my god. Alright, let's go to the next one. That one, I was waiting all week to show you that one. That's great. Good job. Well, first of all, thanks to the cats, dude. Thanks to the cats posting me. That's fucking hilarious. What fucking show was that, dude? Yeah, that must be one of his many podcasts. Yeah, it's like TFK. It's one of the 1,000 other ones that there are. And he was also on this other show quite a bit this last week. I think it's called Dead Talks. But I was like, I legit thought to myself when I first saw these clips, like, did Papa start a show called Dead Talks? You never know. He's got podcasts out there. This one's called, some might say, the paintedest of narratives. Should have had a B right there. And then posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie. Brandon, thank you for being here, man. Very short, man. It's pretty badass to have you sitting next to me. And I do want to ask, I counted you to try to invite you on this podcast, and you graciously said yes. Was there anything in particular interested you? And it's just like usually people have really questions, and maybe there's some interest in the conversation about some things. It's like, yeah, people are kind of commenting on how he doesn't look very good at the show. It was pretty small. He like just he had a big lunch or something, or maybe he put the pouches in both lips or both cheeks this time. Drinking that Diet Coke too. Yeah, drinking the Diet Coke after having Diet Coke. I can get the grade up. You're interested in I'm open minded to all topics. So obviously the title of your show is going to be about death and stuff like that, which is I'm always down to talk about. So you can help me out when it's coming up. So I get around it. It's just my thing to do. But I don't know if you're one listener or 700 million. I don't know. So many people coming up, so many people. So that's what I do. Oh, really? Old school days just turn around. It's like, in San Antonio, there's a shit ton of tickets. Like, can you do this Spurs only podcast? And I told her, like, ask if I have any listeners, kids. Like, we had like 800,000. Like, they're like 800 people. Like, I'm not. I can't do that. Yeah. That doesn't make sense. That's my time now. Oh, my God. That's exactly right. Yeah, exchange. This is good. All that was not necessary, but it was very welcome. It's kind of messed up to say, I don't know if you have one listener, you have a million listeners, but what he's saying there is you don't have any listeners. Like, you should be honored to have me on. When you have Shab on your pod, you gotta know that there's gonna be tons of clips of him saying dumb shit, but that's what most people are gonna watch, It's being a moron on your pod. But in the moment, the guy talking to him is probably like, oh, this is nice. I feel like I have one listener, you can call him a podcast. Jobs like I looked up your numbers, and the numbers have me, and your show sucks. But you're one of the few people that doesn't think I'm a moron. So here I am. I have stuffed my mouth full of stuff. I look terrible. What did I do last night? Alright, so this was another one from Broken History 5. It's called Dolphin DNA. Are you Tolkien or coming out of the comic book store, Papa? Kids, you ever seen Shark's Tale? I know of it. So Shark's Tale, if you've never seen it, it's a kid's movie. Will he's watching. I feel like he's so busy, and he has kids. Yes, I understand. Yeah. So he's only watching kids content. And so when he goes on a podcast to talk to grown-ups, he uses these references from kids' shows. And he feels like everyone watches because he watches it all the time. Because he has kids, he thinks everybody else has seen it. But Pixar executives do probably have to show their films to kids that are at the level of intelligence shop at. Brandon doesn't get that one. We gotta, change that. The shark, we have to explain that sharks can't talk in real life. So he's still hitting my fish. He slaps another fish. Yeah. Because you saw him after when he prayed this 8 years ago. Yeah, the motives. And I know we got it on social media. I know, yeah, he slaps another fish. And, but in that movie, though, there's, the great white sharks are basically the alpha males of the ocean. And then the one great white shark wants to be a dolphin. He was like, damn, that's shit. I'm that great white shark. He's supposed to dance around and be a dolphin. He called the great party the great white shark too. Remember, he's evil. He's a great white shark. He's a cobra. He's a black snake, viper snake. He's a big strong man with a baseball bat. Man, you're wild. He's like a dumb, very dumb Rogan. Rogan loves me. I love so much, dude. He's awesome. That's so great. He should go out like an Australian Steve Irwin type show. That would be great. Him out there with the Australian guy has on all the stuff. He can't all the backpack and everything. And Chop's just there with that. With a Diet Coke. High on great Alpha Brain. Alpha Brain is losing stock with me. Oh my god, dude, this is awesome. Dolphins dance. Silly shit. I'm that great white shark. I look like a great white shark. And my DNA I'm a dolphin. Okay. Timeshares of what's on its rates. It actually makes sense. Dick Tobin trying to get it. Dude, and then he said that. My punchline. Alright, so I gotta think of a punchline for this dolphin. Here's some. I've got 3 punchlines, okay? The first one is I'm gay. Actually, that's only one. If Rick Glassman was in this one, Bob would have a stroke. Dude. Oh, man, I did not expect to laugh this much right now. Oh, what's the matter with me, B? I'm a great white shark, that's what I look like. Really low down. I'm a dolphin. And gay, by the way. All offense, people. This one's posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie. Wife's great. I use her as a shield. All the ones that's old. I watch these clips now from Billion and Chubb and all that. It makes me want to go through all of my jokes with alright, well, that's animals just gotta go. That's my documentaries. Can't put that in the video. I've never met anybody in my life who I died for. You know what I'm saying? And it's still Ryan Reynolds line. He's like, I thought I'd be one to die for my wife. Right? I thought she was the most important thing. And those 2 babies came in this world. I would use her body as a shield to protect those kids. He ain't lying. My wife's great. Yeah, same thing. She's a shield. Listen, my Mexican wife, dude, she's forgot all her, like what I would do. If somebody tries to kill my kids, pick her up, get her right up. She's a shield. They're not going to turn them into zombies. Dude, it is a crazy thing to say, right? She went on this podcast, dude, for the homeless, dude. He's trying to get us homeless, dude. He had something to say. He's like, I'm going to say exactly what I think you guys think you fucking hate me, dog. Wait till I'm willing to kill my wife for my kids. Why would he try and save all 3? Is that not an option? I have a feeling everyone that works around for the job sucks so bad. Like, he's the go, dude. He's Dave Chappelle, dude. Yeah, I mean, if he's doing this on purpose, he's amazing. Look at this. He does. He's just something insane. He's like, this is going to get on Jinx. He's just like a... He's like, I gotta like this one, Jinx. let's see what this is all about. It's on Instagram. Artist ready? Yeah.
Good morning, Elijah. Can I talk to my magic wand? What's a magic wand? Try out my coffee. Did I not tell you? It's so good. You feel good when you hear it. You're a lord. You're not wired, you're a lord. It's like, morning, Elijah.
Yeah, they're first. That's just the classic first trap. You imagine oh, dude, you told me about Manscaped, dude. I know, man. I just thought it was bullshit, but like before, women would not even look at me when I do it. They would leave because it was disgusting. There's so much hair. And I would cut myself, my balls just bleed everywhere. That's just too It
tastes great.
Oh my god, dude. I mean, dude, I use that shit, dude.
So I feel like these are just clips now that we've missed over the last couple months.
Yeah.
So this one's from Your Lips 187. Don't ask Brendan to spell. We reconnect. Josephus. He might be THE best. I fucking love that guy.
And that's so funny. Spelling out THE. Oh my god, this guy. This guy functioning.
Yeah, that's based on all the clips. I mean, dude, that was an action-packed episode right there.
Yeah, the first one was amazing. That was like a little Christmas gift.
Shout out to Rick Lansman. Rick Lansman killed it on the fucking T-Back episode.
All right, we'll join the Discord. Have a great holidays. We'll see you next week. Bye. Trouble when she's gone. With mother when she's away. Ain't no trouble when she's gone. She's always gone too long. Anytime, just exchange. Wonder this time when she's gone. I wonder if Mr. Goes both ways. Cause ain't no trouble when she's gone. And I know this might sound gay, but I love Church Tuesday. I know, ain't no trouble when she's gone. Alright, welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. There's a little bit of construction going on outside. I think they're building some Digway Nation near our house. You know, they're always doing construction. But that's not why you're here for 10 minutes of Shop. So let's start the timer. Oh, baby. Alright, so for this first one, let's just start off with some Papa's good old stand-up. Okay, we all know it. The whole world knows that he posts these stand-up recently. It's very hard to avoid his social media presence, dude. So here goes. I love that his friends won't tell him when he's wrong. You know? He's constantly wrong about things, and he must have pitched this to somebody. Saying, I'm going to call this cheaters. And maybe he didn't think of it, but if he did think of it, it's like, but it's really Cheetos. Like, you put it out in the comments. They're like, he's so stupid. He doesn't. Also, they misspelled strip club in the text of this. You see that? Strip has strip, like CH, but it's like CHP. But 3 C's in strip club. Alright, here it goes.
So that he wouldn't be moving around when
I'm
it
glad you brought
happened.
back the he's
The
all
next thing,
you
we got hospital called
he
Barranca.
doesn't give a
Sorry
fuck
about
about his
that.
wife.
It's similar to what we had discussed about this one
Just
person
yeah, I always
yesterday
always
about the how they would open the mouth with blood pressure. It's like the
he's
way
like
they do
he's
it.
like if I were him
A
and there were rumors about being on
hard,
massage parlors and whatnot, I wouldn't go anywhere near material about strip clubs. He's on the road. He's talking about strip clubs. I wouldn't do that. And then as for the Marcus almost like he's trying to tie it into cancel culture or something, as if that's the reason why we're canceling Michael Corleone because when they cancel, it's just not
take the hard sugar and you put it inside the
bad
soft one and you put it around the neck.
I will say he's not walking around. Yeah, he's not doing the motion. There's that he's all and then just hands. So he's made all of them. It's like Rudy Giuliani and Steve Jobs. That is alright, so this next clip is Brendan cries because Stephen K is dying. It could be a real
to analyze the public face
by Ryan Joseph.
situation
is that
you're not why talk about it, man? You're not the favorite player that was also with the white friend. You're not annoyed by no aspect. Both the man and the woman involved in this act of adultery, both you have to go. So we're going to analyze the process of the work that was done. It says you're not fucking couple. You're not a man. Not a fucking couple who was performed an act. Here's a married woman who would not be
And then when the part where he's like, he kind of sounds like, he sounds like
you're not the
doctor.
drink that the fucking says that he
Can you play it one more time,
the
actually?
wife of a man.
situation is
Not the wife of a couple.
we were all gonna fight.
That
We were that's what we were all there. That's what
by a couple. But if a couple performs an act
we were all
or
gonna fight everything.
with another woman,
I thought we were
they're
going to
still
fight
not married and it's not
your
going
friend. That just reminds me of that. Yeah,
But
what is it talking about? They're all going to fight.
that
This is comedy. It's just standing comedy. I know that something 1,000 was
someone has a relationship with someone who is married
all of us. Like every who's he talking to everybody in the store?
married a
And he's, I guess the other Calvin's on the left, right?
and then someone has a relationship with that woman that she's not considered a
And then there's the Leo on the other side.
married
Who's thinking that's somewhere in the back.
married doing
I thought we were all going to as if there's some game plan to it. And he is saying, I don't know, we had the thing come out, they said his manager was telling him to be silent. He's saying that you're not going to manager. If you're going to do that, you should probably keep it secret.
you're saying it's tennis, but heck no, maybe it's one of the other people.
Alright, so there's no one to throw back on the check, like I said last episode. Right, this one's throwback to the Closer Casual Beast Love Changing the Narrative. Posted by Double Look. I watched this last week on the Post Hilarious.
All you can apply when it comes to
So he's talking about Conor McGregor media.
Yeah, I see this guy's a great clip. Look at the dog. It's like, please make us think it's why do you have to come and I'll do anything to get out of this. You can't have that take me back to Park. The dog's Asian as man.
that's how you know that that's what the North and the North that the reason that we give Panic is not because Panic is the most powerful, it's the white Ella, rather, what's the reason that Panic applies
Okay, so that seems insane to do that. Call that guy casual and then take his take of devil's advocate. If we're on media as much as like, do you think we have mess ups like this? Maybe not like I think I definitely would mess up. Yeah, but I think so. I know you're trying to play devil's advocate. This one's from the highly anticipated Caliban's companion this last week. It's hashtag each well, they have Theodore and Joey Gibbs on the flyer. And then all of a sudden Theodore and Joey Gibbs come down. Theodore didn't even know he was going to be on the show. Did you see that clip? I haven't seen that clip. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm going to cut through it. All right, so I found it. It's called Theo says he was never asked to host a rowdy fight hosted by Super Vegas. Saturday, right? Yeah. So we have a busy day. We're doing Rowdy, which you're doing the stream, right? I think so. I've seen your face. Why? So he's probably doing it. So I don't know. Maybe I was thinking about it. No, there's not right. Was there money on the stream? No, I don't know. So therefore, in regular, I don't show up and look at my son and show up. It's your face. Who the other two faces on that flyer? It's Joey Diaz and Theodore Woods. Yes, and Shaq's Theodore's face on the flyer. Last film, right? It's, I don't know about this. How long can you take? It wasn't for once. All it was to me is I was it would be a sex trafficking, bro. It's funny, everybody else knows that Chuck Reagan's is going to generate controversy and it's still moving. And Theo's like, oh my god, please. And look at my they can't contain more fireworks. He's trying to free himself from the shot. So this is why Joey Diaz is a companion. Most of our Rogan is showing up. Alright, just stick to
Barstool supports Rough and Rowdy and Joe Nuts Fight Club Thick Boy Collab.
Like dumb media guys that get famous like this, they always have so many hashtags. We're here at the Rose Fest, Lab 9/11, with Steve Fett, Skate Punks are here, and Chicks need to shut up is in the bag. Like Taco Chico, Dickers, MarkSchwartz.com, and almost forgot, Texas, copyright infringement claims, get ready.
Regional lineup that invites you fans, but don't run into them guys. Joey Diaz cannot leave New Jersey. His book is drawn big and messed up his schedule, so he can't come out to LA on that Friday, make it happen. So I called up another big dog going, alright, Joey, I'll figure it out. Cowboy Super Bowl, filmed there for the great Joey Diaz.
Man, that was good. Garden, yeah, I mean, words too. That was not bad. Alright, so I kind of created a narrative. So original racing car ideas. Donald Cowboy Cerrone, and this next clip is called Cowboy Certainly Having Fun, posted by Online Garage 8135.
That's what's wrong with it. You know, like,
Between chopped and dumbest person on earth, rampage, like God knows what he's gonna say, just ruin your humiliated and you're gonna help you again because rampage is nuts. But chopp's too stupid to take him on.
That the people who refuse to be loved fall into this category.
Yeah, it really looks unhappy to me. He took the phone out. Right out. He's like, I'll come, but I'm gonna say, what's that? My daughter's on fire. Church heavens. They're doing construction. They actually are doing transit. Yeah, this is really BGL's construction. Okay, so back to the story here, which is Calvin's. I didn't say
And so what happens is as follows. If all the authority is written both to us and it's written to man fall. Now we have certain cases that still
he made sure to bring up the flyers.
those categories also have the word
This is posted by
and the man fall. So we're saying that in any case that you are not written specifically, we're learning it from over again. And what the David is asking about is, well, all of those cases have mostly one of the man fall. Which one is something that tells you that they have the time to do it.
That's funny. It's like, as soon as I heard that he was coming, that's why I was like, you guys are so maniacal. He's got like that, but you can just straight.
Otherwise, most of this man bug. The part that was running from the man bug, what do you do?
He just got random dudes. Just that guy that's like, that guy he's the guy that still look weird. No, it's not the same guy. Oh, right. Not Adams, right? I guess the same guy. So this is from the Calvinist, my companion. It's called Get Right Peace and Eat with Mr. Schwab Hosted by Genghis Khan. He's like, I grew up selling comic books, businessman. This is comic books. Business kid, that's what I did. But his dad finds like a new smart weights. That's like, we're good.
And then he was, the outcome when you said you learned it from the man bug. So it's clear somehow that if they had a problem with learning it out from most of us, the part that's going to ask, what was the David's problem with learning it out from most of us that was solved by learning it out from the man bug? I think the part is going to deploy a couple of choices and learning out the emotional failures to other schools, other cases of things that they feel like if he learns from what he has a problem with the book by ages.
he also has all the sponsor stuff on all of a sudden. You know, so they didn't have it on before. I was sure once you have these shows, they just come out like, all right, we're going to get a monster shoes or monster glasses. They should just keep putting stuff on them, monster bandana. I got sponsor stuff. It's like Cowboy didn't say anything the whole time. Cowboys just does not want to be there. Calling it favors me. Alright, so this next one's called Smith House. Hosted by Rogan and Shorty Pie. I mean, you're the guy that isn't, it's so hard, it's so difficult. Okay, so this next one called Run That Using Others' Name and Image for His Own Benefit and Tailor for His Time. Hosted by Sarah Kobe. Shall not be coming up at it. It's like, well, the numbers aren't right. What's going on here? Street, I saw it's Shaw, it's your face, your face, really new, Joey Diaz, again, making public decisions, it's Leon's face, the guy who was telling you the process of what we had, it wasn't for us. It's on the 10 teams that they hate. The thing is, Jets got to throw Schwab, Fake Schwab, your name's still good. This was posted by Fake Conan. I know I look like the stuff doesn't bother me. That stuff does not bother me. It hurts my feelings. It's bad. I get it. That's what I'm telling you now. So all you guys know, it hurts my feelings more than you know. That's not I'm not fixing it. Think it's gonna be that's what you're on social media. And a lot of people can hate on social media. God bless you. I wish I could. I'm too sensitive. That stuff does not bother me. And it's hard to tell what the truth is, man, because you hear both ways from it. It doesn't bother him, but then it bothers him a lot. He's not on social media, me too, but then you look at his posts and he's commenting back to me. Thanks. Very good. Thank you, man. Maybe the best set at the club that night. Thanks for being part of the Big Boy Nation. Whatever he says. I mean, you're pretty bad with technology. And just for everything. Do you think mine's any better than you with technology? It's tough. I mean, like I was saying before the show, money means technology. Money plus technology is tragedy. I mean, yeah, I'm probably better than you with tech. So you definitely have somebody working on social media. Right. That was a little bit to me. He doesn't read things. He doesn't read things. Alright, so this next part, every kid gets his boss voice. Hosted by Spawn of Skip. Now, interesting is Jordan. Yeah, well, I'm a brand new Rothschild'S fan to be represented in some weeks ago. His car is driving Rolls-Royce. He's very soon, and he's driving a Rolls-Royce. What? Dating his wife and a brand new Rolls-Royce. They have a fucking Chrysler that is a Rolls-Royce fan. The both of them have no date. You're right. You're close. That's Cat Williams. Phantom versus called Cadillac. And whatever they call it. No, Cadillac. It looks like a Rolls Royce. But William's joke is you think it's a Rolls Royce, real Rolls Royce. William's joke is speech impediment that exists really. It's the legitimate things that okay. That's a that could be part of the season for sure. I mean, also too, just give something I need to know. I'm never gonna change what I'm saying. No, I think he probably thinks he either thinks his mom Rolls Royce or it's like some part of the domain, just in a process where the actual thing is obviously six was called another meter of the tiger dick swing. Talk about XJ versus
Straight from a business standpoint, as we train more too, we gotta make sure I have two different conversations.
He's a marketing king. He's a numbers guy. He knows where to go with their celebrity. He's a marketing genius. They say big voice about it. I mean, whenever you see whenever people see big voice in nature, they take pictures of it. Like I cannot believe this. Someone is very. I wouldn't even wear my big boy shirts on the gas station. I did. One day we were recording, I was wearing the shirt. I went out and about. Alright, so this is the last of it today. It's another throwback. It's called Classic Clip. On a live read that gets called out by Misha. That's what posted by TV with double.
That's the problem, right? I mean,
It's not controversial. Really no fun with it. Not all I post, I get out. I post with that. I've seen the video. It's what I was giving up in the video. They post something dope. I don't find announcements, so I'm like at Starbucks and a family. Jeremy should have been Starbucks.
why do you find out about this?
We
were all like, no, and you're like, I didn't. The thing is, like, it just, I don't know, it just,
What are we supposed to do? Do we make fun of them for lying? No, they're not even allowed to talk about their one stand. One of the first topics I gave up on was reach. Yikes. Crazy things. I like how she called them in. That's right. How do you know about this stuff? You're really changing the narrative. She's also she's secretly super. How did you know about that? You fucking green ass. You wouldn't even know last way to walk you to your truck next. Jake smiles. She's like, hey, yeah, Jake. She takes off her shirt. She's like, a big hair carry on the body. Face on her shirt. Yeah. That could be great. Make sure you miss out. Alright, well, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next week. Hope you enjoyed the song. Enjoy the Discord. Sometimes I feel like I took too much greed. Sometimes I feel like my only friends are the people that sponsor the TV and podcast. So that's the way I feel. Always be What's my name? I sold 550 flip-flops this week. That's why I drove here in a BMW. Got a car to sold the flip-flop. Give us all a flip-flop for 2 weeks. You're done. 2 years. First place. Watch it. First place is a brand new Ferrari. Second place is a Snake Knives. Third place says you're done. You're fired. Big Boy Nation. Never see you again. Talk about weird area. You gotta get that mention so this one is posted by Super Goose Time 69. Shout out to the Crystal Bear because they're when you pay $500K for months, sure lawyers, but it's 2007. Yes.
Let's say someone is married to someone
They're talking about the he went in there saying that he was going to uncover the same conspiracy that said well, you got to think too. You got the black guy, Papa's definitely got a good angel, bad angel. They got to get all the time. Because it's not about the truth. It's about what the angel is saying. Okay, just say Papa's the looks like two bad angels, two wolves. That's why they said he's just like, he's thinking what it would be best to save it. That's why you get caught in all these weird lies and shit. Somebody just works at, hey, Cody, I don't know if this is nasty already, but you're running dealings with lots of lawyers trying to take it down. I forgot the reference, like, just legitimately answer. I was like, no, I never heard of that. Oh, you're from people too. What is that? I remember seeing that from people, but I never said about it. I thought I said, well, we did get taken back by the next one. So I think they made that their big slip like cracks. They made it standard that. I don't know. It's just me and comedy, you know. Like, somebody's playing. Someone runs like that. Because hilarious and doing this. It's just the guy's been in too many times. Okay, I'm doing a good angel and dicey angel. You know, he's trying to tell him how to become comedy. Yeah, Keith the baby is like, I'm sure that they found out like he stole that from this TV show, whatever, you know. He takes small things from 2000 movies and packages it. Okay, so this was from Rogan Certified. Supposedly, this was Brenda's first time seeing Alex MMA ever met. Reaction to Ariel Maxing Boy watches first.
yet, among others, he married her mother. But the Baal said, rather he not to be given God or afraid that he could give him one of the things that he did. Therefore, we end up all even though we don't get here among others with their eyes on, in area because others didn't want to apply as it does a lot of things. The video that you guys will get into both get to their mother, and therefore, you have to last week's airbag because where we're learning from other people, showing airbag to their mother. So I'm going to do this because I can navigate the people. I didn't go to even the slip. Oh, is he behind us? Other bigger guys. There was a call. No, he's not there. Yeah, you just block him out. Okay. I can't see that. Unless you know you're home, but like you can't even see the PG any longer. It's achieving full levels. It's just not there. That video we watched some of BGL's thing, and when you're dealing with things like Conrado, it's more like that. Why? He has a whole episode where he just talks about people that why do we call it? Why do we really understand this? I don't know enough about the UFC. Maybe to be honest with you, dude, I know there's some legendaries and they're not big ones, but we're just grandmother so it does seem like they're saying he's lying. I'm sure he's lying. Well, there's a lot of nostalgia happening in the TV summer. I'm surprised that they really want to see all that. Yeah, nice. I can see some. What do you have? I'm tired. As usual, working a long shift, and then you got and then clocking in, and takes people say when I do qualify to be the shitter, so we're really basically mandatory labor, and trying to do the job. Never seen it, never heard it, never heard it. Not one of our cabinets, not one of our, I've never met it. Okay, so that's I really there's no origin. We hit hire monster lawyers. Why is classic beach. This one's mostly by TV. What's the problem with that? His fights in the early career were way more exciting because his amateur hunting's very good. It's the volume with the Berkeley managed to find one, but not by so all that week. I'm just going to say that when you look at the whole of the fucking strong guy, including the strongest, so like I said before, the guy that took his lap and this is like a year trying to sell some hands up there, trying to get it in line. So his daughter, who came to the races, there's a lot of stuff that gives her huge use marshmallows. It's in right now, it's huge car salesman energy battalion here. But yeah, he's just trying to sell it. Oh yeah, didn't know you're right. Absolutely. Oh, it's a great day. Oh, such a good day. Great day to buy. Great day. But you know, you noticed that we just said it was their ridiculous. They're saying 100% great day. I tell you, you're certain. There's no conversation. Sounds like an awesome idea. And I'm afraid that would be a great idea. Check out the store. Well, I love the store. Okay, pro shop. Okay, well, that's really real expensive.
so they just get to the base of the basis of service. They have to form out the great true. So those learn in meditation. That's it. They should function to work. Just a quick Speaking of which, dude, my good friend, we on this hilarious clip, dude. When was it? 2 years ago. This was 2 years ago in shape. Vintage shades from the user base areas. It's called Cat Vietnamese First Edition. I'm pretty sure Cat. This is from back in the day when I used to listen to TJ. Cat was on the show. Cat is still on the show. But what is her? She was basically like the chin to the chin. You know, she's like chin's chin. I think you guys seen it before. Yeah, so check it out. This is fucking hilarious. I already watched it.
mother of mother, but not wife of father, because only one Arab is allowed. The Gemara says, if that's true, Arab must go. This tells you no retire for one Arab. I have problems with our different. But Arab come up for Gala. If it is Rosh Gala, Arab son. It's not just my daughter-in-law, but that's here in some of the Arab of your daughter-in-law. She's the wife of your son. You should not call them Arab son or Arab in the singular. Right? So what's the problem? Can you stop lying about taking steroids? Daughter-in-law, I love those. He's hired for his daughter-in-law, who's an ABD. After the wife of his son. They advertise nothing like a signal. The wife is a man who comes out of daughter-in-law. His guy is too arrogant, even though he says Arab law. The signal is so much that this signal is not good. They go, oh, we're doing this, 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 on the mountain there, and say, well, only hire for daughter-in-law, but not dancing doesn't go Arab law. Now would be very, there's one Arab son, and the big daughter-in-law. He goes to Constantine, who I forgot to trade to, and they shouldn't have Arab son. Even though Arab son singular, because we're talking about one person, well, at the end of the day, Arab son, and it's her Arab therefore, here too, you can't learn from Arab son. We're going to say that the reason it's written Arab son is because I forgot to trade to, and they were written Arab son. We're going to say the reason it's written is Arab son. It's just because it's a singular person. I think we're going to stop here. The next time is a little complicated. I tried to understand the very trigger, and I tried to get it. I'll send it out.
Also, can you stop that for the worst comedians that we've ever seen? Andrew Schultz, hold on one second, I got another bucket. Hey, Andrew Schultz, your special is just really predictable bits about Mexican women having a lot of kids and black people can't too. I just don't think any of it's funny, and also, you're a rich kid who has a fake accent, so you can just stop all the time. That's what Mama wants to do. He wants to call. We gotta start calling Listen Mama's cats. See what they want to write phone calls. Okay, so before every clip you're about to put out, go to shop directly on Reddit. He's throwing shit on there. He tells you what to do. He wants you to send messages, DMs. Let's say, hey, as much as we did, stop being a jealous hater. While you're smoking mirrors. Just you didn't risk it all. You didn't risk it all. Okay, it's only every time Page Frequency makes a pop-up video, dude, he wants to be on. Let me ask you a question. Did Page Frequency risk it all? Okay. Is he doing it for his Mexican? Is he built a mansion for his Mexican? Okay, no, he's just a jealous hater. It doesn't matter. He's on the internet making videos for these homeless cats and people that work in kitchens. So, okay. Well, that's all the questions this week. So, hope you enjoyed the show this week. Hopefully, we'll have big guests next week. Please tune in. Enjoy this part. Bye.
It doesn't apply to her, or it doesn't apply to I can remember everyone was doing it back. Right? So in other words, that is the witnesses, what was the
back to Tim at the shop. Thanks for tuning in. I'm a quick guy. I'm gonna start up particularly about first nation. For the job, great stories. I'm having quite a lot of hard time with cars. I think I watched it before I started. But anyways, maybe that's not why you're here. Let's start. Tim as it should be. Alright, so if you haven't already joined the Discord and somebody showed us these two clips, here at Asia, so let's start off with that. This one's posted by Dynamics 21. It's called Video Vaughn Exposes getting extensive violated at Asia. The songs are fucking nice. These are places to get that all things are going bad. This one ends up being your ass while you're like, but here's the weird thing. One of my friends who knows a big podcaster told me that he does it and he plays on his back and gets it like that. And I was just like, I couldn't even film this. Expose this. I couldn't even there's so much in there that's crazy. I mean, being shot and you go into a massage parlor and you just lie down flat on your stomach. It's pretty weird when you see a guy doing that. I imagine going there and most guys would be like, this. Shot is not even waiting for the secret after the happy ending. He's just lying flat on his stomach, expecting Zeus to stick fingers in his mouth. And then Casey knows what he likes to. Yeah, no, I mean, that's what he likes. I guess it's fine. I didn't even know that was a thing that you could do. That's no. I don't have anything against you if you want to do that. I think it's just like, I don't nobody cares about this cheating term. It sounds like you kind of want to whatever. And then when he's like, he's saying that thing about nobody home. He's got this with two migrants. He's like, he starts talking like Sean Jive. Nobody home. Alright, Sean. What I don't understand, like, the first family. Yeah, no, that was weird. I don't know if it was editing in a way to make it sound like it was like a trick. But it did sound pretty fucking simple. Like, even when it was edited, it was like, why would we say that? Combination words together, why would we say that? That's why I didn't want to do that clip, sort of, because he was worried that it would get too much. We named those ones. Well, I would say that it's interesting, like, because I don't think that way. He doesn't even get us. Well, maybe it does. Maybe that's not clearly thinks at least get your fingers. Nobody thinks of it. It's not like you're not really in my friends. Do you think you guys know this was what was right? I mean, it's like, so this next one is the most popular one. Posted by Congratulations. Which shout out to Almost Cats. We're at a hurricane now. Oh, yeah. I don't know. We love to be Twitter. I'm almost cat. Yeah, you're almost cat. I'm trying to get I used to watch fucking TPK all the time. That is true. You watch the entire episodes. Yeah. I still have friends that are really like, oh, really, dude? I still have friends that are still in the show. Oh, that's still like actually like they don't like them, but they watch for the musicians. Interesting. So mixed things. Comedians are friends with like rich. I don't know what I'm talking about. So very good. I do. Obviously, can't make it. I do, but people lie. All right. So this one is called "You're Doing Great." Posted by the Dog Good Dog. Just by CFC. He was out of Dan Patterson's camp. French guy. Such a stuff. Look at him. That's my dad. That's my dad. It looks like in the Jurassic Park where water shaking. It's so cold. And Alfred kicking it, making it shake. I started taking Alfred and created cocaine and alcohol, and now I can't function at all. You don't put a disclaimer out there. I told a guy on YouTube I put. He was saying that there's a year or something. We're talking about creating too much. Which is true. He was saying that it's actually bad if you take it responsibly. I don't know, man. I've heard it both ways. As I said, but it comes from heroin or something. So I have no idea what it's about. I'm not going to let it I would say if it's good, it's full doses. Yeah, if it helps you, I'm not saying don't take it. I don't know. We're neither made or where it made is. We're not doctors. Not sober. Yeah, Jordan's completely sober. So he really doesn't know. I think because I got that like tries to do it. Thanks for hearing it. Check out Happy Hippo, dude. Use promo code Okay, so this next clip is posted by Rogan and Shorty Pile. He's up and down the story. Yeah, that guy puts a lot of original growth on this. This one's called Fellas Discuss Togen's inability to detect humor, and Togen is obviously Joe Rogan. Yeah, here we go. Do you remember that when I said, when you say something, I'll show up to your fucking house, I was about to say, I'll fuck you up. But Joe didn't get it. So Joe goes, you know what, dude? You say that stuff, that's toxic. The people around here are like, hey, dude, what the fuck? I was in the middle of it. You're taking me seriously. Sometimes, now they play it, they're like, they straight up tell God right now, hey, fuckos. I was in the middle of a panic, I gotta stop. Comments and help innocent. Most of the time, it's serious. Chris over the top silly. He just starts listing language and it's hard to like take him seriously because he has this gigantic role of reason for it. I guess this gigantic naked Jew or lozenge. Yeah, he puts a lot of tobacco in his mouth. He even just give his plug, so it's tobacco in his tobacco. I'm picturing like multiple lozenges, like a whole cheek full of lozenges in his mouth. Well, it's tobacco lozenges. Yeah, that's your thing. Yeah, it's tobacco lozenges. Yeah, he talks like this all the time. But it's not Jew. It's like it was the most second Kyrie Irving. It's going to be Tyson. I hate to see it. I'm pretty sure we didn't watch this last week. I feel like we watched it the next day. But it's called Sorry in Advance, Papa, but like some stuff it accidentally omits the non-BGL. Some stuff this was posted by Mitchy Sleek LBC. So what happens is it's good. Yeah, it's book by it. Over the merge. We were cheap. Well, let's get it back. Let's get it back. Wisconsin skateboarders. Yeah, no, they think why random. When they buy the whiskey, they're just like, well, they don't want to buy the merch because even in the state of Wisconsin, people can still see. There's nothing in it. Like this one. People don't currently see the sweatshirt hoodie. They may want to play for more organization. Oh, nice tie. It has 3 C's on it. I think the reason why BGL is upset is because tickets were $4. It's funny that he brings Mark. What does Mark do? He's just hanging out. He's just staying on the show. Yeah, maybe he's just shop trained. Yeah. He's not doing well in shop. Alright, so for today's workout, we're going to try to lower your blood level. Alright, so the next clip is from the Donut. It's called How Did Being the Official Content Creators Source for the World Championship Go?
Big boy goes to network, we're here tonight, sign a deal, official content, new source, world championship.
So one championship is a fighting, right? Yeah. So he signed a deal with one championship. They won. I don't know, content for them. So like terriers, yeah. So his name was Brendan Shots. Yeah, so in the middle of his podcast, Chin was like, hey, it's a show about championships. So they show him being the best one championship. That's all I got. That's so stupid. I mean, yeah, of course you should if you're on it. Well, that's what they say. Showing all they have is their talking about their guy. Yeah. It's weird. That's the content they have. No, it's good. It's good. No, okay. Okay. Yeah, no problem. To be honest, we had 2 this one is the one you posted via Discord last week. It's posted on your summary by the world. It's all New England stuff, just to let you know a specific thing. I posted this. Yeah, you put it into Discord. Tactics So I posted in the Discord from YouTube. So I don't remember who was the original publisher, but it's basically him telling two stories that contradict each other about the days. Tim is the chef for during the time.
But yet that's
Oh,
the
yeah, dude. I should also say this on TFAK's Reddit. And they're at 99.8 homeless cats. Oh, congratulations, guys. Thank you. So many more cats. It's going to go 100,000 today, dude. I hope so. I hope we help this last man. But so this book is called The Water. It's posted by Toronto Rapture.
anything that says it's not going to
Water.
hold, but
Water.
correct.
Invite to the orgy, Mr. Adams.
Again, so my culture is about the source, but it's really about incredible originality,
Also, if you don't like it, easiest politician of all time has said
Greg
Abbott, he's a Texas governor. He's in a wheelchair. Yeah, and then some of the clip is missing. Like a full stand-up clip, he starts I've seen it, and I watched something else. It was like, Greg's in a wheelchair, so like running this thing with his. It's stupid. Well, we were talking about this before the show started. Sean was saying, he's not holding back. I was saying, like, he's the first guy who's, like, too stupid to be canceled. Yeah. Like, with Magic Johnson, another person that said that, the same kind of terms. They might be like, oh, my God, Colin, like, comedian says horrible thing about AIDS, HIV positive Magic Johnson. But in Shaw's world, they're just like, no, you're an idiot. He's the other one. Well, the other thing about that clip that I think is ridiculous is he says, like, have you ever seen a oak tree fall fast? No one's ever seen an oak tree fall really fast. It's not a common. Oak trees stand, but aren't they like old and stand forever? Right? Like an oak tree, you're not supposed to cut down oak trees. They don't fall. I don't know if they fall slow. Maybe they do, but I mean, Shop's just like making stuff up. I don't know anyone who's ever done it. But he's saying that. And also, we have to like look it up ourselves to verify. Because Shop makes up a lot of stuff when he's saying that Greg Abbott, I guess the reason he's paralyzed is because of oak tree failure. He's a very conservative governor in Texas, and I don't really know too much about him other than that, but I guess Shop thinks it's easy to kill him. But you can say anything. But I don't get it. It's not really the joke. Again, it's like the joke is that he's disabled, but you hope that I don't think that's really a joke. That's just you pointing out something that Greg Abbott is. He has limited. Yeah, that's what Shop does. Though. He's like, he's like, he's black.
Do you think because so many people hate on him, he has to hate on people that don't deserve it?
I think he just goes, maybe, but what I think is he just goes for whatever the most obvious thing is. Like, for some reason, Sean looks at humor like, oh, guys, that's funny, right? Like a natural kind of thing. Like, people that what's good for funny. I don't know why he thinks it's not me saying it's Sean. Sean needs to make fun of people that are different sometimes. Not even different.
I was going to say, I laugh at people who just have it.
That's what Sean says. He's definitely not an advocate too.
Alright, so this next one is a little different. It's a toe clip. So, get Rogan. Yes. Joe Hogan. It's called, some people just call it B. And it's posted by Brenda the Sloth. That's the Sloth. So, this show is like a new form of the I've heard some Sloth.
It's great.
Some things you're going to work so hard with the work. Things that, like, you figured it out. Some people never figured out that's the sad shit. The sad shit is that people, there's comics, everyone try comics, but some people don't have a people never get it. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. Some people get it. Like, I know some guys that use drugs. Struggle. And then one day, I was, I had seen him in a while. He was getting kicked out of the comedy store in 2007. I was in Vegas. I was watching tickets for UFC. I was alone in my hotel room watching TV, just went to the gym. And Showtime came on. And so I was like, oh, it's a match day special. And it was great. It was really funny.
sometimes, and it's hilarious. Great ending for something to swallow.
He found his confidence. He found whatever it is, that swagger, figured it out.
It's so insulting to compare Sebastian Maniscalco to Brendan Schaub. Regardless of how you feel, I know some people think he's that gay, maybe he is. I mean, I laugh. What's the Martina too? Check that. Search Sebastian Maniscalco Martina. Tell me that's not funny. Alright, so this one's from Ben Sexton. I think we saw one of our folks up there. Tom Rinks will never see that money from their bet. Papa has not and will not ever pay up. I guarantee it. I love the great long title again. Tongue twister. This staple of the James.
I was wondering, how do you want to get that out?
Oh, he's got liar tells. The face, yeah, you're probably right. The face thing in the beginning, and I gotta feel like it's because of the alpha brain, or something like that. I just think this corresponds to a awkward moment because he's quiet, Brian Cohen's quiet to begin with, and he's like, again, like, yeah, maybe it's possible, but again, I just gotta wonder, like, is he just lying and he doesn't actually take all this shit, or does he take this shit? It certainly seems like he's taking this blood shadows. There was, I was listening to the episode before coming here today, to the Golden Hour, and he's like, you know, taking drugs, like, drinking or marijuana or Adderall or anything else, the guy will do that, and there's no answer about the real good. I want to read off the guy's answer again. It's in Baton Rouge, check it out. Yeah, it's Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Look at what he wants. He hasn't paid us. Great guy. One of our guys think they're better.
That's what I mean. Now, here's the thing. I don't like getting paid in increments.
I'm talking to this, I don't understand. It's weird that, like, Callan and Rogan, they constantly talk like they are in the movie Die Hard or something, like the 10 scene for the bad guys talking like that guys are hanging in. And then they have like this weird cadence. What is it?
I think if you're asking me honestly, I think it's I podcast all the time. There's very little to talk about when you podcast. It's like thousands of episodes, right? And so they have this go-to thing that like, I'm gonna act absurd about this thing, and I'm gonna say it this way because I always do that.
Do you agree with me though? Doesn't it seem like that? Am I crazy, or does it seem like it's the scene from one of these action movies where they're like, there's like a tense moment?
Yeah, most of the conversations off the podcast are really like, is that Christmas weird?
Alright, so this one's called Callan Gets PTSD from the Great T5K Sub War of 2022 when Sean mentions PF Chang's. It's from the user Shay Val treats PF Chang's like we treat BGL for earlier. It's traumatizing. Shot and then Chow bringing up PF Chang interesting. Shot chicken.
That was just looking like extra, like childish. I
don't know. It's got a crazy face. Mashab is obviously thinking about the friars. The guy guys working in the back of the house, people working a double. They get out there, we're chicken and brown rice. And then it's like, I think, listen, I was thinking about this earlier. I went through a deep thought process about how Brendan Schaub might be turning around. He might be accepting the hate. Right? And he's, I don't know, but no, probably not. But also, they will watch that one clip. I don't know if we watched it on the show or I watched it myself. But he tries to lean into like how he can talk well and speak well. And it doesn't work now. It's like too late. You know, like he still doesn't really understand the joke. If there's a way that I can go and coach him, I would. Here's the thing that he's like, I think, well, I'm not saying he's doing great. I'm saying he's trying and he's trying. Yeah, they're that hard sock. He didn't even say hard chicken. He said hard sock. I never even heard. That's probably something I missed. They say hard socks. But I heard something that. So even that he's botching. And he changed. Sometimes I'm weird, okay? We go to Alright, so this one is from Rogan and Shorty. It's called Barn Doors, related for his buddy Griffin having a role in upcoming Workaholics. As far as that, if you ever want to do Workaholics movie, you are sorry about this much. I don't know. I told you it's funny. I told my guy, hey man, this is what we're doing now. I need to see how they did shit. But if it would come in, that's so funny. He has this big news about a movie that he said, and Chop doesn't care at all. And it's immediately about the podcast. That's so funny. You tell me, like, Easy Mo is a movie, yeah, whatever. I don't miss 10 minutes of Chop. You look at me like I'm insane. Like anyone would. I'm excited about Workaholics because I love that show. Yeah, no, glad to hear it. We're excited that the co-host of the show that you're on, that's as long as not cheating, because he's supposed to. Well, I would argue that wasn't the first time that you're told that it's a sports movie. You don't see that he was a built-in bit. Not a built-in bit, but more of like we're doing the show, we're getting some bits in the show. It's like, be funny about maybe. I mean, I doubt, like, that he has any self-awareness at all. Yeah. It just doesn't seem I'm on your side. You know, if possible. We did watch a Butcher Diaries before this began. Like, some UFC guy, bare knuckle fighter guy, wasn't Bellator or whatever. In the beginning, he shot just one of his big rants about how his CTE needs only 3 years left before it all blows apart or something. I guess that's sort of acknowledging a bit of its COVID. I was on that card. Alright, so this one is, it looks like the whole thing from the Logan Paul podcast, but it's called Numbers Don't Lie from Shedding Pain. We definitely had some classic level moments in it. Yeah. Like a special Facebook commercial. Just like, it's almost like they just saw, you see, hey, great stuff, YouTube special, huh? Okay. But with making fun of the weird comedian, that doesn't sound too consistent. Kind of like Lobo, in a way, Lobo's are Lobos. I mean, it's funny because he says he's like doing great. Okay, I know he's huge. He's the best selling show like on tour all the time. Professional comedian, but like the question is, who is launching this? And now we're finding out, very few people are being tricked into like, oh, this is not true. They may not even be going there. Probably not. See Sharp. It's not saying that. I'm not saying I hope that, but in a way though, it worries me that anybody would want to go see it unless it's something cool like that. If people are really enjoying that kind of stand-up, it's kind of almost scary. Also, too, it's like kind of really good for the local talent that a comedian from Los Angeles that's got a big name, he's on the most Joe Rogan episodes of all time, comes to your town, and then you got the opportunity to you can learn from the great, and watch the worst stand-up ever, and be like, damn,
No one else should
Oh,
use
yeah.
this stuff.
I
I will say you thank the Gym Foundation as well. As a society,
you get a show, whether Shop
yeah,
comes
we're
to
not
town or not,
why?
it's
Because
probably better than somebody else on the show.
we have it first.
Like, you gotta
What the word says.
open for Shop, you do well,
Here,
and
then
like,
anything that
just
we
is the
are
worst
ready
thing ever. It just thinks of
even
place.
done by the Gym Foundation.
All right, we'll come back next week. He won't
But
be here.
the Lord stuff, this is
Maybe we'll get somebody else. Maybe we get Randy to go fix. Yeah. Somebody who sells
step up, load,
He doesn't. So now he moms it is.
True.
We are still both.
We're doing it already. Even the Gym
I don't know. I feel bad for Sean. I've had like a come to Jesus moment with Sean.
Where I'm like,
that means so bad. It's fine. I feel bad, but I don't really feel bad for Luis. Even though he's not selling tickets, he seems to. He's very wealthy. He's happy. And also, I've been going down rabbit holes of early TPK kind of stuff, which we can do someday. Check it on the unlimited streamables. I think it's called on the menu. It's called it's streamable. We've been checking the menu a little bit more. Yes. And even with all the context, with all like he's a liar. He's just I don't know what else is there to say. Like he's an enabler of terrible. And find worse things as we go on. You know, I mean, you think he's changing? I don't know. No, I don't think it's like oh, let's make worse happen. That was just because of that one clip. But all right, what I'm saying is that he's endearing in a weird way. Yeah, I don't know. We're locked in with him now. I don't know what it is, but yeah, we're joined at the hip. This one's called. This is a man who is doing great. And it's from Shedding Panda. Okay, that was a different. Shedding Panda. Shout out to Shedding Panda. They've been on the show 3 times today. Great.
I'm not gonna chill you, so I was talking to man. So I'm saying there, you guys, chill on my chill, right? You know what? That's great. Being off the plane, I'm so both. I'll tell you that Chris. I'll tell you
I wonder because as we watched like some of that clip on the last show, I wonder if Chris did he say it again, or is that playing from the old? I think it's in the old, but yeah, they did not look good there. Like the very, he looked like me, and then the wedding I went to this. The big great Mexico and chin, almost in boobs in a plane. But if you're confusing different kinds of automobiles. What was the day after Tiger thing like? Edit out the car race out. I'm not editing it out now. What did you ask? What was the day after Tiger thing like? Oh, I mean, I didn't really drink that much. Mine was really iced down. It was an ice bottle. But, and it didn't really affect me. I'm not sure, you know, I was like commenting on how red Bill's face has got. I don't know if that's wrong with Walsh or Williams. I think it's just a lighting. No, honestly, dude, the saturation on the cameras, I usually add a little bit of saturation. So for that week's episode, I took the saturation away, and they were still red as fuck. I guess it's the whiskey that it really goes the whiskey. But mine red at the beginning, they weren't as red as they were at the end. No. I mean, we really didn't drink that much. They didn't drink that much either. But that's the effect of Tiger thing, I guess, is those triple C's. Yeah, this is white guy face gave me. But was I you know, when they start showing the white guy face gave, white guys get face gave, you know, was I red? Not that I remember. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. You're always red. You're white. I'm like a bright red regardless of where it's all right, so this one's called Brenda Gets Ridiculed and Responds with a Dogger Reference and a Stolen Jolt from Rogan is Shorty Pie. Shout out. There's more. See, I didn't say it, but I told him earlier I want to read GoldenEye. GoldenEye. But I didn't say it just now. No. You said Golden Hour. Game night Golden Hour. Oh, yeah. Well, I thought you just said you're reading Golden. My God. Flower your eyes. It blocks sound. Sounds right. He said Golden Hour. no. Just make a horrible joke that makes no sense. You're wearing glasses. Dahmer. Yay. Perfect. What are you just trying to eat their dick? Given the context, the joke's not good. But I'll always laugh whenever somebody says, "I'll eat your dick" at the top of their lungs. Yeah, I mean, in that scenario, it didn't work for me, maybe. I mean, Dahmer probably, ate dick. I don't know if he did or not. I bet Shab doesn't know either. Yeah, I bet Shab just made that. Really, who knows? That's true. Never really knew. All right, so this is the last clip for today. It's also an old school one. It looks like it's called "Papa, do you want more drinks?" Oh yeah, it looks like they're younger. Yeah, it's what they're coming to. So,
What do you want more drinks? Can we get another drink?
Get a bed, Brandon. He thinks he's like a comedian now.
Exactly right.
Great. Really.
Who needs weirdos? It's good.
No, I know. You think it's weird that you have 5 fucking meals in a bag?
Probiotic. Hey, they're both probiotic.
10 years.
10 years later. I'm simulated that. You make more time than me. You have more time than me. I feel great, bro. And also, the key is, I'm not drinking. That's the key. The key is, I got my coffee and my water. I'm chilling, right? I'm going to drink you behind because you got 3. You got a Diet Coke, a coffee. Three drinks you do have. And you shots of espresso. Unbelievable. That's insane.
I just redlining constantly.
Yeah.
they make good points here. This is a problem that Brennan has. He drinks too much of just everything. Like, it's not just Tiger Thick whiskey. It's the fact that he has like 5 drinks on the table. There's always an energy drink. There's Kratom. There's Alpha-Red. There's Adderall. There's his favorite sneaker somewhere. It's like he's got too much going on. He's the guy that you go to like the diner with. It's like, I want more cheese, coffee, Diet Coke, or some tea. Like, I'm never gonna take this kind of breakfast again. He is annoying and stupid.
What's the most drinks you've had at once?
Yeah, probably 3. And it was like when I was hungover and it was just coffee, water, and something like that. So I've been annoying.
We're uncovering the truth, dude.
Yeah, I'll
Red Chops is just a little bit like you and me, dude.
No, I didn't like put kratom in orange juice and like crush up Adderall, store it on the table, and then take some Alpha-Red with a Diet Coke. That would be the Brendan move. And then try to work 17 podcasts. He's like, "This is my new brunch podcast. We go to brunch. And I'm high on Adderall. This is my World Cup podcast. I force people that play football to talk to me about soccer and cutter." He has too much going on. It really doesn't.
It would be funny imagining Ryan Callen and Brendan Schaub rocking out to Creed right before they record a podcast, crushing up Adderall and sitting there, and then they hear ours, and it's like, I can't do it.
One last thing, he canceled a show. We didn't play the clip, but he canceled a show in DC because he needs a break. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Someone posted in our Discord, and that kind of sucked. That's my hometown, and I know B-Ron, he had some tickets, he wanted to see it, and just can't even go see Bob in hometown. Almost seems like it's a diss directly at me.
Yeah.
I don't like it. But anyways, that's our episode. Join the Discord. See you next week. Gonna steal a ball. Every double one they couldn't hold me back. I'm gonna rip them all. Talking Luke Thomas to stole his ag. And I'm walking to my truck at night, trying to move some jigs. Back and forth up ass cheeks, fighting the homeless. And the message coming from my feed to see comments turned off. week. I got my two friends, Brendan Walsh from the World Record Podcast, and Alan Strickland-Williams. Thank you both for being here. It's an honor. Two chins, it's Bobbas, if you will. But that's not the reason you will join the Discord. But that's not the reason you came here today. You came here for 10 minutes to shop, so let's start the clips now.
Nice. Well, who's going to intro us? Runner doesn't have his mic.
Oh, shit, you're right. I can't see.
Okay, should I just read the title of the thing? Okay, so this is Rings, telling a story about his mother-in-law's rings missing. Brian subtly saying no blacks allowed at the wedding. Brenda happily agreed. This is posted by Schemo 2320. My mother-in-law had her necklace. She had her engagement ring and her wedding ring for 30 years. The rings disappeared. Every party? Yeah. And this is my wedding. And we looked everywhere and we were like, oh, could have stolen these fucking rings and put a damper on things. We were like, oh, it was a kleptomaniac. Because that, told you everything he did by accident. Who knows? Oh, it's so touchy.
What is that? His grandmother is his name?
He married a girl who was, I guess, 20 years younger than him. Mother-in-law is like
The classic comedy twist.
It's stupid of me to ask. Actually, that's my look how disingenuous like the whole way he tells the story is like so grand. I don't know. Just like all his mannerisms are like
Yeah, it's man setting up such a story.
I've actually kind of been in that situation too.
What? Which
My mother-in-law thought she lost her rings. She didn't. She's my age. Yeah. It sucks. Usually, it's like oh hey, dude, they're running. So I knew that. She'll like use the tongue and fist bump that. There's no lives in the gosh. I mean, that's
why are they fist bumping for no black people being in there?
they were trying to fist bump him like they knew that he was going to say that. It's like,
Okay, so like it was like a UCB kind of like.
They're joking around. They're just doing their patented. What is up, Sam? Two naturally hilarious guys just riffing.
Well, they had Koreans, but okay.
What the fuck is marrying Brian Callen? Right? I mean, not that, everybody deserves love or whatever, but didn't he, like, just get divorced? And, yeah, girl's on a bad boy. I guess so. I mean, who's he married to? Like a 28-year-old?
She's marrying a guy whose nickname is Rings.
Oh, I think it's only in the sub.
Yeah, but, Chang's getting pretty
He's known as the kid. Oh, he married a kid. There we go. That's why he married.
It's just two kids, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, all that age stuff is kind of like, I've heard it's not anything but a number. That's what I heard it was. Okay, so this is, sorry, I forgot my job. You guys make me fucking work. 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Cheers. What's this?
Cheers is like cheers.
Cheers. Okay. 9 a.m. Cheers on this correct. It's so funny. It's like a different fucking language to actually read. 9 a.m. Cheers on this crisp Monday morning. Is that right?
When you're supposed to be like crisp.
And this is user Rogan is Shorty Pie.
That's a music classic. It's fun. Yeah, it's terrible.
What is up, Tim? It is Monday morning, 9 o'clock a.m. on this beautiful, crisp. That's what you're doing. What do you think he's drinking there?
You know what? I think I do know what he's drinking. I think he's drinking a little bit of
Tiger. It's crisp.
Tiger. Okay. You see it? Ladies and gentlemen, this was sent to me by a secret. The guy didn't want his identity revealed.
There you go. That's cool. It's a cool design. It's award-winning. It awarded a sticker or a label award. It was award-winning. I had to pay for it. I think if you just twist it, it'll break the seal. Oh, I think published like distributor website, and clearly like the company made a like one sheet for it, and it had the same like aesthetic and graphics feel of a like Ringer open mic show. Like just all this information going against each other. There's a microphone on it for some reason.
I've been waiting for this moment for quite some time.
Did you get your water out of there? Those are water.
It's sweet here. Yeah, that fun ice melted a little bit. I watered mine down a little bit. My nectar might not be as
Something
sweet.
a little bit more on it. We're killing half the bottle. It's sweet, thick, and that. It's so heavy and thick. I can feel it.
So it's like,
Oh my god. We gotta work out.
yeah.
Actually, smells.
The guy who sent it to me, I can't say any details about him. I checked him out beforehand. He's a real person. I was worried about giving my address out to some random guy online, but I checked him out. He's a real dude. He said that he can't be connected with it at all, and he was going to use crypto to buy it. He was going to use real money. So this is, thank you, sir.
Okay, well, cheers. Cheers to Thick Boy industry
And Big Boy Nation, Protestants. Yeah, let's see.
I mean, it really doesn't have much bite to it. That's kind of nice and smooth. Yeah, it's not bad. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I want to slam it.
Yeah, I guess you're right. There's not much, but I'm not really much of a whiskey connoisseur.
But this is like a blended whiskey, right? I think it's like half Japanese. I mean, it's good. God, I bet Sean could make a drink or a joke about that. Yeah, probably. It's half Japanese, half gay.
Yeah, it tastes a little bit gay, honestly.
It's not terrible. I'm not gonna shit on it just because of the brand, but it's not great either.
Yeah.
And for a $90 retail, almost that's the price. That's the price. $89, I think, is what I saw. 80 to 90, or maybe more.
And also,
You get famous.
it is something like that. It's like $90 or something.
Yeah.
But
You go in like three guys. That's only like 30.
back in the 90s,
Three bottles. That's like 3 bottles of Jameson. Yeah. I think it's better than Jameson. I don't know. I don't know.
When I drink it, I remember that, like, not so good stuff, not the Jim Beam, but like, what's the other thing that's like it that's not that great? Check a guy's name.
Joe and Williams.
Yeah.
That's like the word. That's what.
It kind of reminds me.
This really is not bad. Although I'm also just an alcoholic. So
That's by the way, but you should drink this responsibly, and if you need help, we have a sponsor on the show now. Another James listener, he has a small budget for his rehab center. It's called St. Christopher's Addiction Wellness Center, and it's located in Baton Rouge. So get help.
Get help if you're addicted to Tiger thing.
Yeah.
I gotta say, the more I'm drinking it, and I'm not being completely honest, I'm not nuts about it. The first sip, because you didn't know what to expect, was like, hey, that's not bad. But now that I've had a few sips, it's a weird blend. The Japanese whiskey and bourbon is not. It's almost soft or something. I don't know. It's like I'm way more of a Scotch, like incredibly smoky, meaty Scotch drinker. This is like the exact opposite of this. I mean, but I like that. I just thought it'd be awful. It's okay. Yeah.
I don't know if I'd have it 7 times a week, but like, what would you do if somebody brought this at a party? Like, people show you drinks. Yeah.
Well, then you do shots for sure.
Yeah. What is the market for Tiger Thing whiskey? Who's buying this stuff?
We still have to do some field work in going to a show outside of Los Angeles. So he's doing an hour-long. Well, just seeing the people who are getting anthropological with it. I mean, there's what we talked about on the last time I was here. Seeing the people who just went out to see a comedy show and have no idea about as comedy audiences. Well, you're right, but I mean, I think it's interesting because it's. But I imagine it's on our site. I just saw that.
What
The review it has the entire.
that tracks.
What if there's something in the whiskey that makes you like shock?
We get redacted.
I'm like, he's actually my favorite comedian.
You have to drink this to really understand Chopper.
I mean, we should. You know what? We should have
has videos of
Like testimonials?
Yeah, or like comments. Comments will be like, dude, you're so funny. Like, you're the best comic on the show. Do you think anybody does that with the whiskey? Like, yeah, it's actually really good. It's such a good whiskey.
Now, my question is his merch table, like, there's bottles?
I think, I mean, I saw some stuff on the subreddit. It is illegal, but I think he was talking about doing that in San Antonio, which is like, yeah, especially in Texas, that's highly illegal. Well, to be selling bottles of whiskey in the lobby of a comedy club, just after a show, yeah, I don't think he can do that. And maybe he wasn't doing it.
Yeah.
Why did he make that? Why would he do that?
We're looking at Sean. Next year, 2022, he's almost like Dahmer.
He just heard of Jeffrey Dahmer like 2 weeks ago.
He's like,
That's really what he's thinking.
He's like, what? He's like, what? Beat him up? By the way, since we just cracked open the bottle, I got some recommendations for you guys to do for shop songs.
Oh, hell yeah.
So let's go through this list real fast. What if Shop was one of us? So Stuck in the Middle with Shop. Shop in the Name of Love. I'm on the shop of the world, looking down on some freedom. Papa, can you hear me? Papa was a Rolling Stone. We're going down, down, and then the video of that one of him where he keeps falling down. Just show that while you sing it. And then I smell sex and freedom here. Shop's picking his crotch in my chair.
Flip all that.
That's not prepared material.
That's very good, very good.
All right.
Yeah, well, let's keep in mind, I guess, the drinking game, if we remember what playing this.
Yeah, wait, so we said something wrong.
Okay, figure it out.
Yeah.
If there's something we legitimately can't understand, I don't know.
Well, like,
You'll drink if something. Yeah, drink. That's what you do.
Alright, we gonna do this one. Okay, this one, the title is White Boy That Works Too Much Has So Many Fans He Doesn't Need to Watch OC Live Baba. Posted by AOB4977. This is from 4 hours ago.
Enough Texas. Tiger Thick. Tiger Thick. Rewind that. Cheers.
Also, Chin Chin is like a way to say cheers. It's like a British thing, I think.
Oh, really?
Like Chin Chin is like yeah. So that kind of ties in. It's kind of interesting.
Enough Texas. Tiger Thick. It's the biggest marketing distributors. Your boy was working, even when he was on stage, but it was a whole time. Shout out to everybody who came out. The only bad thing is when you do this stuff, I couldn't watch the videos. This is, we have to remember, he also recorded this on a crisp Monday morning because he looks the same. Right? He looks terrible. But, like, what?
It's out of the bag. It's a little bars. There's no like shoe.
Well, he puts his favorite whiskey. Well, not his favorite whiskeys, but then he's got his shoe. His favorite
shoe. Okay.
His shoe. And he fills that with Tiger Thick once a week. Something I really was hoping would catch on with the subreddit is the drinking out of the shoes. I was hoping that.
So is that real? He drank? I missed that.
I think that was something Wells made up, right? Yeah, he's actually drinking out of a shoe. I was hoping San Jose Jack Johnson would catch it. San Jose is pretty good. I feel like there's a lot of good stuff in this song. Z281 live. Obviously, I know what's going on. Obviously. All right.
Here's the other thing, though, real fast. I don't know. That is where we were talking about. So it's like, I don't know. It does. Like, he just says shit wrong. Like, he just does. It's like literally like probably a speech impediment or it's breaking.
That's the. I bet there's plenty of footage. I'm not trying to say before he definitely wasn't setting the world on fire with his intellect. He got knocked out 4 times by football or whatever. He never addresses it at all. It's like he doesn't know that he's not. I've seen clips where he's like, I got CT on the ass, or like he got a CT. I even gets that wrong. He says he can't talk. something in his mouth.
Oh, there's that too. He puts like 10 nicotine pouches in his mouth.
Is that what it is? Is that what it is? The sponsor?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, then like the snooze. I think it's like snooze. Is that what it is?
But it's crazy because he doesn't smoke. Why would he start doing that?
Because I gleaned this from T-Fat-K, is I think that somebody told him that nicotine helps with CTE or something. I mean, he's just getting advice from like, it's so funny, the fire of the kids pictures, Randy.
He's getting advice from the Liver King or something. Some idiot
fucking knows. Well, I mean, nobody's giving him any good advice anywhere, and if they do, nicotine is, smoking's bad, but nicotine does stimulate.
What is it?
Shout out.
Oh yeah, we should definitely get the doctor medical advice from him.
I mean, I want to find out what Schaub's dad does.
Yeah, we were talking about
Peter Schaub is his name. I did like I mean, it seems like people on the subreddit know. Somebody knows, because people were alluding to the fact that his dad funds his lifestyle. So,
like he's the secret,
like and he's the guy who he's the rich kid. He's the guy who sends the bottle.
That's funny. It's like, I'm tired of my son doing it.
He's like, actually, like, this is another way to get the name out there. Like, even if they're ripping on him, like, all press is good press.
He's like the Chris Jenner or whatever.
I'm not trying to tell you how to run your show, but I think 10 Minutes of Shop should just be a drinking game. 10 minutes, like, a different guest, a bottle of Tiger Thing every week.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, not a bad.
Just refill this with other shit.
Nobody will know. Yeah. It's Tiger Thing again. That's a big apple juice. We'd never do that to you guys at Chang's.
I mean, I think Chang's would be behind you not spending $90. Mark around where you're like not actually drunk, you're just pretending to be.
That is something one or two people have said. They're like, you're wearing his merch on that.
That's the other thing too. It's like you literally are like in a way promoting him, even though you're ripping on him or whatever. But I don't know. Also, I feel like pretty much every comment is like from the desire that like wish you tell a good joke.
Yeah, we want him to get better. No, that's true. I think that's true, right? I want him to get better. I want him to address some of these criticisms that people level.
Okay. You want to jump into this guy?
Yes.
Okay, so this is quote-unquote, dense boy. This is also from Shorty Pie. There should be dense boy. Dense boys, or Norman Dense boy. I know. Dense boy.
These two things are made also.
Oh, he's just getting this. Oh, I hate you. Right, that's like you. Oh, another shot to the finish. So first off, how many fucking podcasts are there that these guys do with the different names? Like, what the fuck was this? I've never seen this one.
This is a good question. I asked Nick, and I feel bad because I'm not homeless enough. We all need to get more homeless.
To be like to
know, yeah.
I'm pretty up to speed.
You know what this is.
Golden Hour. They rebranded the King of the State. I was about to say, is it just
there's no more TV thing in the wing?
But the thing is, there's a podcast called The Golden Hour that already has a very similar logo. And they either checked it or like, those guys don't matter.
That's stupid. Yeah, that's what they do.
Well, you know what they say, radar is steel. Yeah.
Well, yeah, nobody matters at Chang's too. Forget that. But yeah, they put the knock on Shop. If you watch that beige frequency thing.
Oh yeah, I mean,
he steals
all that years ago.
Yeah. He steals the background for his thing from some artist. And then there's all these other things.
Parallel thoughts, so big in comedy. Especially when you have one thought. That's the thing. I mean, that would almost make sense if he had any thoughts. Like, that's the thing. It's like there's just no question. Like there's no reason debating. Like, well, maybe he creatively, like, there's not a creative bonus. No,
and that also makes me think that he might be too stupid to steal things. It might be somebody else stealing.
No, I think it's, like, why don't we do something like that? And they're like, oh, okay, well, how do you want to decide? I mean, just do that. But, like, write a thing instead of,
Some guy wrote on the YouTube that Corey Holcomb has a Magic Johnson age joke.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And I wonder if,
Why would anyone claim to have that bad too?
I know it's terrible. It's terrible. It's a terrible joke. I bet Holcomb, whatever his version is funny.
Sure.
Chop right now.
Okay, so this is the intro to the Gold Number podcast.
Friends that laugh, friends that shout. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us.
We got First one is you guys definitely need to record something. You can already have one.
Yeah.
To the drive around thing. So when you kind of look, I'm like, okay, yeah. Well, maybe it's wrong with you.
They do like a Louis. Yeah, I mean, we have that for the regular podcast, but we also have for the 10 Minutes of Shop, we have the thing that CR Guitar, shout out to the Canadian guitarist, made the song. It's like time for my.
Oh, yeah, no, I know that song, but I mean, with like, you know, they have like it's a fake sitcom type thing.
Yeah, we should have like
That's
three
so
things
like
that it's
corny and played out though too. Like, I mean, what?
Well, also, it's just like, why does your podcast need a visual type?
Because people are watching. I mean, I'm curious. Like, these guys have. I've been podcasting for over a decade. Oh, I mean, listen, I've had no success in anything. These guys have, like, I mean, this is a successful, like, shit on them all you want. Big Boy Industries is generating some money. Like, he's got full fucking staff and like
Also, Walsh, like,
and Eric Griffin and Chris D'Elia aren't fucking doing this shit.
200K views 10 days ago.
They are.
And that's fine, but also it's like, everyone that watches this shit besides us is a fucking idiot. I immediately am just drunk and angry. I know, what I was going to say is, like, I've been to a live show of one of your podcasts, and it's like an actual show. You know what I mean? Like, this provides nothing.
That's a good point, because you did the Moon Tower. You actually did a live podcast there where Shaw was going to do Moon Tower, right? And then he canceled because he couldn't be away from his kids or something. Yeah, but really it's because they didn't have tickets sold, or like he wasn't even supposed to do it anyway.
Something, I forget. It's always something shady.
Do you think in that intro that Shaw picked out the things they do? Like, did Eric Griffin pick out poop?
I bet it was they brainstormed. I mean, that is an example of all three of their comedic sensibilities sitting down at a
for so long. I've been editing it, like, hung on him for so long.
They really don't.
But he's a handsome superstar.
I definitely
mean, how far? Like, that's I'm almost happy. I'm almost happy. Like, never having success, then being, he was on his way. Like, he was at an NBC show, was on 2 NBC shows, started being in movies, was on Netflix shows, and now this is what he's reduced to. This is it. This is it for him.
Yeah.
He's not coming back. Like, people aren't, like, it's not going to be like water under the bridge 5 years from now. Like, oh, let's give D'Elia a show.
Yeah.
It's been enough time. Like, this is it. And I mean, also, this is it for me, but even worse. So,
I think this has been said before, but he's like living in like a Steinbeck novel. It's a mice and men for the rest of his life, right? And then he's basically like George, and he has to deal with finding.
Tell me about the times before you were out in a cereal.
Yeah, and in this scenario, though, George is the one that's hurting. Lenny really hasn't done anything wrong. Well, Lenny's done a lot wrong. Lenny's done a lot wrong, but not like, what George is accused of in this scenario. George has a bit more checkered past. Honestly, there's two Georges, because there's Rings. Yeah. Oops. Yeah. There's Callan and Rings.
God, it's so funny that both of them were accused of, like, stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not funny.
Yeah,
but it's like, it's ironic that, like, that whole kind of comedy store scene that I was like, I don't need to go up there. That
I don't really dig any of these personalities, and it's like, oh, they're all, none of them are funny. Yeah, well, that was the legend. It wasn't the 90s. It was 10 years ago. Oh, yeah. I'm just, oh, yeah, okay, you stupid. I can't. How long will I be able to get away with doing that? We'll see.
That's what Pistoia said. So here's what we got. We got Griff breaks down Mamba style a few wrestling. We're good. Yours is haphazard.
Oh, Hap. Shout out to Hap.
Shout out, man.
You're gonna like the way Eric plays. I guarantee it. Yeah, that's crazy.
Did he just jump out of a fucking airplane to be in this show? Is he driving a race car? Yeah, I was trying to see this. There's some drive.
Yeah, it's a bit of drive-by, but it also makes you have sponsors on the jacket, like motor oil, whatever. So it's all.
Is it a rock? I'm trying to look at what it actually is. It's Earthworm Jim.
I don't like this video because his favorite shoes aren't there.
Yeah, there's no shelf. Yeah, I'm supposed to drink here. I feel safe here. It's called heavyweights. That's what I'm Earthworm Jim is this game that was on Sega Genesis. It's like kind of like a funny adventure game about this worm who like controls this spacesuit. He fires a gun. It's like this is really that okay. I'm
Is
like,
that what it is?
yeah, I mean, it's the same kind of like font as the now I'm like just trying to play Earthworm Jim.
Is that really difference about layer 2?
That's probably he doesn't know what it is. He just thought it's like, oh, this is crazy. There's a worm on it. Well, he spends a lot of money on clothes. So like that's probably a $2,500 jacket. Yeah, maybe. Like he's, like I mean, like the fucking copies from Airline. It's probably $30 in that small class right there. Yeah, good. But he wears like designer clothes that like don't necessarily look good, but like it's like Gucci. Like do you ever see somebody? It's just like a regular sweater, but they spend $1,100. Yeah. It's fucking Gucci.
Yeah, and Shaw walked into Gucci and got the worst possible. He walked into Gucci and got an Earthworm Jim jacket.
He had that at GameStop 17 years ago.
Can you
Do you guys have a changing room? Can I try this on?
Maybe like okay, maybe like making like learning how to post and all that kind of stuff.
I don't want to.
I can't believe it. No, that's so tall. Big man. Let's like in the post. I can teach you something. You do the joke. And it does it. Well, that's why I want to quiet. You don't say it 8 more times. Two premises in their show and he just try what I can't do. People know that they just go, okay. Just the goddamn words.
I just feel like he just doesn't get it on it. Like even when people are making fun of him, he's like, oh yeah, I'm laughing along with him. You can still see in his eyes. He's like, what's funny? Yeah, I don't get it, but I'm gonna play along. It's like if Terminator's eye thing didn't work, and he's just looking around like, no, who is the enemy?
Oh, more or less thinking that Brendan is good at stand-up.
This is from our friend Haphazard. The open mockery continues.
People, I can enjoy that experience. Oh, that she died in. They tried to absorb it like that. Imagine you at the front desk, and you're like, can I get the... Can you let someone do that? Like, if you went to the Chateau Marymount, whatever it's there,
Cheers.
That's classic. That's so funny. Chateau Marymount. Yeah. Marymount is a college that's like next to my house. That's so good. Please do. I have more ice. Can we pause? Get more ice. Yeah, pause.
Why can't these guys hang out with the towel? Why can't we get the towel?
Oh, to
There's
see
actually
him.
a lot of funny guys that like are in that world.
In this world?
I guess it's not really the same world.
Yeah, I think it might be a little different.
I guess people are going to distance themselves from. Yeah. And I also, I mean, Shop's a fucking 6-year open.
I would love to see Shaw talk about Dave Attell and how we would watch the video of my favorite comics. George Charles, David Tell, Richard fucking thing. Triple G.
God, look at that.
Triple C, I mean, that's for a lot. With John Belushi.
What's it called though?
Sweet John Belushi, yeah. John Belushi. Chateau Marino with John Belushi.
What's it called though? Tricky hotel name? It's Tricky. What's it called? Chateau Marmont? John Belushi. It's easy.
They're like figuring out that
So
anybody can do this.
what do you know now, Jay? He's like, oh yeah, I know I do.
We didn't realize Belushi didn't even notice. Even after he said it 2 or 3 times, he was like, well, it's easy to do.
You know, like some people think and talk in paragraphs. You like Shab is like a guy who's like he's talking before he's thinking of what he says every time. So he's realizing what he says probably like 2 sentences after
Or 2 weeks. Depending on how much creative, so you know, you watch some of it, like the creative Adderall, Alpha Brain, all this stuff. It's got to affect you.
It's working.
I'm tired. It's working.
It's working badly.
It's working. It's really working. It's creating great content all the time.
All right. This is posted by straight by shout out. Living well is the best Kadushi. Let's get it, Dana. Only $99. This is what you get it up. Every UC dude so thirsty to get on there. And he is so mad when I call him out. Dana, you're so good to us. I would pay $9,000 for this card. Okay, so just in case you didn't hear that, Leo Vines in the back of the chair.
School times, so maybe want to eat on chest.
All the time. I don't even know where to start with this shit.
Grizzly, what did he say?
I don't want to do the whole thing. I don't want to.
Did he get so broken up? Do you think they have flaming hot Cheetos and promo?
I mean, I feel like Shaw would be the best, like, PSA for, like, the dangerous movies.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you could become a comic.
You two could have 100,000 people.
I think he's different, you know.
He's different.
I mean, I think that's an insult to all UFC. Like, I mean, there's a lot of pretty tough, like, there's
Intelligent. Guys. I like Cormiers. Not much of them.
but I watch UFC, I'm like, this guy's a reader.
Alan really is going to get beaten up by one of the UFC people. You know, we joke about that.
No, Shaw's inspired me, and I'm going to start MMA fighter. And I'm going to do the reverse of what he did.
All right, not to compliment you too much, Brett, but I think one of the funniest things that you've come up with during all of this is the idea of him cutting stucco Dallas. You know, I can start doing shit, use it. That is so fucking funny. Like the night you said the night before, he's using stucco, he's cutting out the Dallas skyline to put over the improv shit. God damn, that's stupid. But somebody had to do it.
Somebody had to do it, yeah.
Why? I say why too much on the show, but it's like that is a mystery. That's going to be in the 30 for 30 or the documentary that comes out.
I mean, I kind of want, like, I think if there's a documentary, 30 for 30, a documentary filmmaker out there right now, I mean, I think, Ken Burns, are you listening? Just put cameras on Shaw. Start following him around. It's a fascinating, like, I mean, just what's that? Why he wakes up? Why, or whatever that. Windy City.
Oh, which is for him.
Yeah, no, he needs like for his health insurance, he probably needs like a GoPro, like a dash cam, just to see what he's up to.
He can't get life insurance because he's so stupid. They're like, we can't. This is too expensive. We can't insure you. It's pretty much random.
At one point in the day, he's just like running through the park chasing a frisbee. To the lake.
We're in a cone or whatever. There's somehow video of a dog outsmarting.
Playing chess.
He lit his chest to various people himself.
I mean, that would be a good podcast. Like, he already has, what, the 5 or 6 podcasts, just one with him and a golden retriever, watching clips and him talking to a dog.
You know, the dog actually has a better
The dog still starts ripping out of, like, Dalia and shit.
The dog starts barking at him, which is great. Because that's the next thing, is like him getting off craters, lozenges, nicotine lozenges. He doesn't smoke. Why would you take nicotine if you don't smoke?
Yeah, for his brain, everything he does is to make him smarter and sharper. That's how you get alpha love. But I guess that golden hour thing, if I could see the appeal in that, if it is just those two guys ripping on him, then like that's at least a good use of Shaw.
Yeah, you're right. When you said that Talia is funny, like, I mean, I think you're kind of joking, but I agree.
I said he said the same thing I said. But he's smart enough. Like, he does have enough comedic sensibilities to when he's sitting next to a fucking.
Well, he's like bullying.
Yeah.
But it's like,
I do feel like if we like harnessed, like, Shaw could be like a sacrifice for the world. Like, if we like all rip on him enough, like it could be like some sort of renewable energy.
like the Wicker Man.
I mean, I'm from Jacksonville, Florida. Like, I feel like he probably. Did you say Jacksonville, Florida? You said it like I'm from Jacksonville, Florida. It's fucking tired. Down the drink.
You're from San Jose, Jack Johnson. Nothing left. Tune in next week. Join the Discord. Have a good one. Took some freedom and I took it down. Half a brain and a whiskey and sour. And I saw my reflection in the merch covered table till my brokenness brought me down. Oh, mirror in the sky will collide above. Well, anyone me to my fucking truck? Can I miss it? All the jigsaw trash Tuesdays. Is it true that little Esther goes both ways? Papa. Well, I've been afraid of broken, 'cause I've built my life around joy. And time makes you homeless, even Dino got homeless, and I'm getting homeless too. Yeah, I'm getting homeless too now. Great stuff. Welcome back to 10 minutes of Shaw. I was dressed as BGL briefly, protected and covered up and all that. Being dressed as him kind of threw me off a little bit. I'm not used to you with hair. Well, yeah. I need hair 7 times from me. I'm cold as fuck, as the cold men say. Man, we dressed up as BGL for this episode. I know we said it would be 20,000 views, but
I'll take whatever.
And I joined the Discord. Shout out to Sierra Guitar for the amazing theme song as always. Also, shout out to Haphazard. I know you don't matter, but thanks for shouting us out at Chang's. Your puts are great. I think. I don't know, but you don't matter, so whatever. You're not here for that. So, let's start the timer now. Alright, so for this first clip, it's from Wizard's Coat. A day ago, haters wouldn't get it be next level comedy. I think everyone's seen this clip or you saw the thread. I don't know, that's a hard one to remember. Imagine if I just remembered that. That would mean I was homeless as well. 7 times a week.
This is shocking to you. This is going to be headed to mental work as well. So that's going to be drinking time with your best. Yeah, it's that's an idea. I don't even think that's true. We'll turn out that Shakespeare type of thing go hand in hand. You'll be no Oscars. I don't even think that's Shakespeare.
Pause. The fact that he called it a mental workout to read a book. Just reading a book is a mental workout. And then he said, but he didn't say preposterous, correct? He said there's no preposterous. That might have been on purpose, I don't know. That was ridiculous. And it doesn't look like Shakespeare. So I'm glad that BGL is pointing out, even though we're kind of used to his voice being blurred out and flaked out. But
Also, who's this idea of keeping a schedule on BGLs or Randy?
they're both so dumb. I don't know. It could have been either one, and it could have been from the brain of either one. I have no idea. Okay, no, it was basically the authority. Okay, so I predicted that it was actually Shakespeare. That was the punchline we said. That he's reading a different book than he thinks he's reading.
Shout out to Wizard Code, dude. This one's from Thick Boy with 3 C's. That's pretty cool.
Big boy squad.
Big boy names. This one's called Papa Kicking Off a Tie 23 with some topical fire emojis.
Return to the dice, dude. Dicey is bad. Really, dude? Yeah, I'm glad it's back. And he also clearly had the guy play Kanye on purpose. So he could be like, oh, look at that. He put the Kanye on me.
Talk to me right now, dude.
I'm a fan, but, well, let's see what he says.
It was a plan and a gay joke, dude.
He said something about being gay.
He said that she fucked me.
San Antonio. San Antonio's little girlfriend. San Antonio is North Korea without a beach. With a beach, I mean.
I got rid of the same dicey 7 times a week. Alright, so this one is from The Perfect Machine. 4 days ago, it's called How Quickly Papa Forgets and What Happened to the 300 Pages of Evidence Against Bobby Lee. Also, Papa wasn't happy when surveillance footage caught him slipping a number. You sure you want camera footage leaked?
Well, before you play it, though, like, that is a good question I've seen brought up on James quite a bit. Is like, he brought up this thing with Bobby Lee and all this evidence and servers and all this, but it hasn't been talked about at all for the last month. We've been doing like no episodes that brought the back up. Yeah. It's kind of like in the news when they're like Ukraine, and then you don't hear anything about the COVID mess.
Political tire, dude.
Question.
like, show me the tape. Show me the tape of him getting beat up. Chuck wants to really see him being beaten.
How many chicks he put?
Yeah, exactly. How many chicks does Pop Close? Oh, really? All right, so Shabbos. Yeah. All right, so this one's from Rogan is Shorty Pie. 6 days ago, it's called Now Bardor ranks himself with Machine Gun Kelly and Drake.
So Machine Gun Kelly gets so much hate, right? So if you're just living out here addicted to your cell phone, like God, people hate Machine Gun Kelly. If you open up your eyes and you look at how many downloads he has on Spotify, if you look at his arena, you ever see how many tickets he sells? That's what his arena sold out for. Or Drake for that matter. Whoever it is. Okay. Yeah, okay. His comedy time. Sold out 2 shows in Calgary. Yeah, so it's like, but I heard they want to add another show, like a 3rd show. 2 shows. Yeah, 2, but I heard they want to add, they were standing room only.
What do you hear this from? Why are they hearing things about Machine Gun Kelly? The fucking shop's gigantic hands. Because they think it's like have like a third of the screen is taken up. But why would they know this much about Machine Gun? Do you hear about how many tickets Machine Gun Kelly sells?
It's just like me.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Randy Fellface and Machine Gun Kelly sell the most tickets clearly. So strange. All right, so this one's from Glow Year. Up Against Called Out. That's what it's called. Let's see what this is about. That's sad, so that's weird. That they would make an extra size.
Fat guys are really skinny.
I wish you had a close up of his face. How clock short he was. Because he's skinny. He says, like, to my face, like it's a fact. I'm a fat ring. You can't do it. That doesn't make sense. Like we hear. Leah's got a point. I mean, I don't even really know what Leah was saying there, but I assume he has a point because it's just like, I'm sure Shop said something stupid. Yeah. And it was so stupid that Leah's like, he's doing it. Really, dude? Yeah, he should have just said that. Yeah. I get it. Listen, I understand where you're coming from. That pickle rig, somebody had pointed out that that's like the worst. Oh, yeah, that's where the shows from the gay shows are getting bad. I agree. I only like the first 2 seasons of that show. Kind of went downhill. So, of course, that show's favorite. 10 minutes of Rick and Morty. Yeah, coming soon. All right, this one is from KRC365. It's called This Man is 40 Years Old. Warning BGL alert. What is going on? So, it's like a juice. What did you say? What did you just say? What? No, you're not, dude. No, you're fucking not. What is going on there? No, I'm not, dude. Take it back. Cut that excess cloth off right now. Oh, man. Oh, God damn it. It makes me so mad. Have a good day if you're walking around with a fucking poncho. I gotta say, that made me feel a little self-conscious about being dressed up like BJ. But I mean, like, he really acts like a kid. He's not Batman. Not Batman. He's doing the Crystalia thing. Is that a Crystal Leah thing? Acting like looking behind the camera and shit. Crystalia does that shit all the time. I don't even know that. But, I mean, he's just taking it. He's a chameleon. He becomes other people. He does bad impersonations of anyone around him. And then also, like, the humming before saying something like that's some Crystalia shit. Brian College. Shit, I didn't even know that. Good cat shit. I'm homeless as fuck. You are pretty homeless. I think that's probably the most homeless I've been to. Yeah. I think we're progressive. Like, he has some of the comments on his thing. All right, so this one's another one from Rogan is Shorty Pie. You don't matter. You don't matter. This one's called Squab on Domestic Violence. All right, that's good promise. You know what's even worse? Gay domestic violence. Just 2 dudes. He says it. What you did with 2 dudes. Yeah, he's to define what gay domestic violence is. Domestic violence of 2 gay dudes. They don't fight like that.
push yourselves. You know, and see that the subject's not always a big dude and a twink. That's easy work. But it's two hairy bears. They're covered in cum.
Golden hour. Thank you for watching. And they're covered in cum.
No, they're fighting what they do, man. They're wrestling and fighting like secretly.
Why would they be covered in cum and fighting?
Because it's funny, Brendan.
Then at night we fuck each other. That is it's like a classic shot, like stupid gay rips that make no sense about nothing, and then Juliet kind of pointing out that he's moronic, sort of trying to do the same thing. It's like a sitcom. Their show is like a sitcom where they just makes people look themselves.
Shout out to the Golden Hour, dude. It's a brand new podcast.
Oh yeah, that's what the golden hour is. This.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, they have so many podcasts.
Yeah.
Why would they need another
Well, they
podcast?
got rid of the kicking and sticking the wing.
But is it? Oh, is it
This
this?
is the kicking and sticking the wing.
Is it okay? Why?
Because the
But Theo wasn't even on the podcast.
yeah, he was.
Oh, he was. Eric Griffin and Leah too. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Are you even fucking homeless?
I know. Yeah, am I even homeless, man?
All right, so this one's from Rogan and Shorty Pie again. It's called Papa's Hands. So, for instance, the fact that it'll be in Boston, Massachusetts on the break coming up in 2 weeks, that would be good to come out now. All right, you know what? I'm not doing this long. I'm doing it. The Wang Theater, so it's $300 tickets. And I'm doing 2 shows there, so that's 7,000 tickets. Wang in Lakeland, Florida, and also, a lot of people wash their hands after they piss. So use the official content. She said that they actually gave you a 3-fight bonus man.
So this is on Alpha Brain too, so he's supposed to be
Part of like it's doing a smartest version of official.
shut the hell.
Yeah. So why was it a bit? I was done shit before. So apparently there were 3 strikes. One time he was in a hotel. So yeah, like my hey, I'm so sorry, dude.
Insanely stupid football player humor to put your finger in someone else's mouth.
Yeah. Have you ever put your finger in someone else's mouth?
Maybe. I don't know. But I don't have any clear memory of it. It's just like these are the guys that gave everybody COVID during the tour, and they're talking about like being proud that they don't wash their hands. They're a danger to society.
All right, so this one's another one from Rogan is Shorty Pie. Long title.
You gotta do it. All right.
It's titled, "This is how you lay groundwork for walking away from a project like Thick Boy YouTube. Plant seeds that they're trying to stifle you, but say you do what they say not to anyway, because you're a wild and crazy comedian. Then one day, they gone too far, I'm done." There you go.
I love that they do these ridiculous titles. They're so long and hilarious and become part of the thing for me. Oh my God, can Gerardo read the whole thing?
I try hard. You're very good. Dude, I love the Pelosi thing, and then it's off the races. And I know exactly what he's doing, but I'm doing it on purpose. I know we're going to demonetize. And I could see Mike, who's the head of Thick Boy Productions, he was behind the camera. I don't know how it's Pelosi, and I see his eyes going. Just once we get demonetized. And I know it's going to cost me financially when I do that stuff. But I have to do it. I have to do it. I can. And listen, I've had conversations with you too. They're like, make sure you don't say this, make sure you don't do this, make sure you don't cuss them first, whatever. At some point, like, if I start being just ingenuine online, dude, we did an hour-long episode on the podcast about Pelosi. We didn't get
demonetized. We did was it Flappers attacks the Pelosi's?
Yeah.
And we make jokes about Paul Pelosi. Well, respectfully, I guess. Respectfully. But yeah, wasn't even talking. That's more bullshit.
Yeah.
What does YouTube talk to Shaw?
No, it's probably his homie that told him don't cuss in the first 2 minutes. Whatever.
Mike, who's the head of Thick Boy Productions, apparently.
Yeah.
I didn't know they were that
official.
Yeah, we should get a head of Raccoon Tweeties. Then I guess that's you. Don't fucking forget it.
Oh, you're good. Even because this is what I believe. I know it's not maybe the popular opinion online right now or the facts right now, but from the sources and what I see, like this is what I think is fun to talk about. I know it's getting change. I know it's going to affect the show. I know the show's going to get suppressed, which it is. I think it's
Okay, can you say redundant reading? Yeah, he's pretty boring right now, but also he talks like it's almost like a Creole type of like fast, like the words are super connected. It sounds like he has an accent, but he doesn't have an accent. Yeah. It's just like CTE or something. I don't know what it is, man. He's got some weird, but it's become this like demonetized. It's very fast. I mean, President could be demonetized. It's demonetized. One thing about talking about fast. I can't do it. I can't do it.
we're to 100K, which I thought you about 20K. That's what we're talking about. Some politics.
Why doesn't anybody do impersonations of him? I haven't seen anybody do like even that. There's a video that some guy did where he plays him and it's pretty funny. I thought it was a good job. I don't remember who it was that did it, but he doesn't really do an impersonation of Shop. I've never heard somebody nail like a Shop impersonation. Yeah. James Austin Johnson should stop doing Trump.
All this stuff. And they even called Obama freaking like Obama's female or some crazy shit. I don't know. But it had so much fun with it. Remember, I'm from the Wild West days with Logan and Eddie, Brian, and myself, where it was on.
Yeah, 6 years ago, dude, the Wild West, 6 years ago.
Back then, got suppressed or demonetized, and you're allowed to say whatever you want. We're in this weird world now, and trust me, I fight it every single day. Where my shows get suppressed and demonetized and flagged and taken down and all this shit every day. Every day. That's just like it's part of my gig now, based on Rothschild'S. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. I don't agree with all the stuff Elon does and stuff like that, but Elon joined us and God, if you can only buy Instagram and YouTube, that'd be fantastic. Hey, Elon, keep the train going, dude. Get some investors. So we test my YouTube and Instagram. Just Facebook owns Instagram, but get some investors, man. Buy that stuff and go help suppress our stuff.
This is like if you gave a monkey Adderall, a monkey that can speak, like it was like if you gave Shop Adderall, and it's a stream of conscious nonsense. It makes no sense. You brought up Elon investing, his videos getting demonetized. He's like trying to make himself like he's a hero or something. Buy YouTube so that I cannot get demonetized. Why is Elon looking for Shop? I thought Elon was supposed to be the smartest guy ever. So the question, dude, is Elon homeless? Maybe hopefully we'll find out someday, probably. But like, would Nikola Tesla buy, or Thomas Edison buy YouTube for whatever the comedian is was of the day? Then probably not. No. For Mark Twain, I
can't change. I know it's not money, but I can't. I really don't. I just can't. Sorry. I apologize for getting you on the show. I didn't even say I'm like, hey man, I set you up for that stuff. It's gonna, get the show demonetized. That's what Sam's watching. He's like, we never had that conversation.
Who was he speaking to? Who was he apologizing to? Fans of Bitcoin Nation?
Maybe people that have like they get commission off of like the percentage of his YouTube.
Yeah. Maybe that's who he's apologizing to, but I just meant like who is watching this and understanding? Like is there a fan out there that's a really thick boy squad guy who's like, man, he's right, everything he said, I 100% agree with 100%.
What's crazy to me is this clip is 3 minutes, and he says demonetized or suppressed like 9 times.
Yeah, why is he really getting demonetized and suppressed like this?
Well, that's what the title is saying, is that he's planting the seed that he's going to all the hate about whatever podcast he has, right? He can take it down and say that it got deleted by YouTube.
Right. And all the every time he tweets, like he gets this biggest big dickage. Every time he tweets, like if a stand-up, it gets destroyed. And not just a stand-up. He posted like, hey, what do you guys think about Terrifier 2? And he had to turn off the comments because people were shitting on brain dumbass about the movie.
But yeah, he asked about it and had no comments, so you couldn't even tell him what you thought of it.
That's why I didn't even think about that. Yeah, it's his job is turning me into shut
surprised, but that's what you're here. It's literally what this is what's fun for me. And if I have to change and bow down to their criteria, what they think is misinformation, or what they think you can't talk about, I so much fun doing those things. I can't do a fight command on Saturday. I seriously.
You know who else is a hero that stood up? You know, when other people wouldn't? Mark Twain. No, Mr. Rogers. All right, so this one is from Rogan and Shorty Fight again. Rogan and Shorty Fight all over the T-Back Kids summer. This one's called Scooter Gretzky wasn't there to help Ye take on security guards at a children's soccer game. Rings and Papa have a Facebook mom's group moment together. All right, I'll say this about what is his name? Rogan and Shorty Pie. Rogan and Shorty Pie is doing some good work on the titles. Yes, sir. They put Drew to the test.
What they did in Kanye to the soccer game, I know exactly how it worked. I didn't see what they post. I didn't see Kanye checked the world. Kanye's going to the
I just say track it.
see his son in a long time. And the one person he was more than anybody on this planet, security stopped him from seeing his son at a soccer game. And he starts freaking out, dude. I would too. He starts freaking out. I would too. And then I would.
You know what I would do if that happened to me? I would put Solidarity into a lot of hearts. They're trying to stop me from seeing my kids. Fucking these guys are like insane with those cannons, and they take it at work when they take the word for it. Like they are always doing clips where they're like, "Oh, you know what I would have done in this area? I mean, I would have gotten up in their face." Mark Wahlberg on kind of like, yeah, they're basically they're Mark Wahlberg, but without any sort of reason for being Mark Wahlberg would just say that he would. If I was on that plane, but these guys are like, if I was in that soccer match, and I wanted my son to be better at soccer, I would help him what? Beat up the ref? Yeah. Talk to and yell at his son in front of everybody? You'd help him do that. Yeah. Like now we got Sean and you're like the two stupidest celebrities. And now Callan is here, like no one is safe.
Alright, so this is the last clip of the day. It's from Mitchie Stick, LBC. Boba, Papa. Oh my god. Boba. Papa having a stroke live on here. Oh, alright. The Philippines and credit cards issued a strike back in pursuit of a license with BNZ etc. Checking account, turning alcohol, contract device, credit device, secure contract, credibility, Visa, credit card, regular on-time payment history, have a positive credit score, impact the score, and vary. And some user scores may not improve. Network ATM withdrawal fees, MetLife accept, and money touch ATMs.
Is that a side effect of Tyrant Thick Whiskey? Kratom, Alpha Brain, Adderall, or one of the many energy drinks that they show? Who knows? Only time will tell. I'm worried about Papa from that clip. I don't know. I can't see myself, so for all I know, I'm doing the same thing. But, all right, that's it. See you next week. TVK to Major Show. TVK to Major Show. Take your alpha brain and put your dumb hat on. TVK to Major Show. Check the fires on. Check the chicken and make James Lumpy with you. This is TVK to Major Show. You stand up is some shit. And the papers want to know what are we doing here. Now it's time to read the comments. Yeah. This is Major Show to TVK. I'm slipping on my words. And I'm speaking in the most peculiar way. And almost all my jokes are about me. One take. My favorite time of the week when you get here. Papa tried to be, it's a problem to be. Better be. Or like we learned how to play the Jordan learned how to play the piano for that. Yeah, but I'm dressed up like a leprechaun because I had to work out this morning. And some for Halloween. At some point we will do BGL, but you got it for the 10 minutes of shop. It's got to get to 20,000 views. Yeah, dressed up like BGL. But anyways, that's not why you're here. You're here for 10 minutes, no shop.
So this first one's called everyone knows. I think they caught on to the you don't start the timer.
Yeah, somebody said the fake timer thing is like their favorite part, and it's hilarious because I just botched it.
All right, so this one's called Papa Claims People Accuse Him of Having Others Write Jokes for him, like Chris Rock possibly. They compares himself to LeBron and Tom Brady.
Sounds great.
So here we go.
Crazy, like that's not real. That can't be real. That was so impressive. That can't be real. You're actually helping Jake Paul in this. That's all you're doing. You're just feeding into his narrative. When you say that, that's a compliment. That's such a compliment. It's the same thing I've had people go, Chuck and writes jokes. There's no way they're doing a show. And then what Joey has to, think she has so many jokes. Like, damn, that's a compliment, dude. They think, what do they think? Chris Rock for him? Who's written him? I'm like, okay, that's dope. I'm never like, what? Oh, that's ridiculous. No, dude. Hell.
Confident nobody thinks Chris Rock. Brendan Schaub's material. Oh, really, dude? That's an early, really, dude. That's no really, dude with an exclamation point. Chris Rock. Why would you pick him?
You should have think really do like a leprechaun.
That's offensive. That's the worst thing that's happened to Chris Rock since the slap. It's the worst. That's not to be accused. I'd rather Will Smith punch me. Very sensitive.
Hell yeah, man. Podcast, that's why he's doing it. That's dope, dude.
It's not a
That's great. I mean, it's a good show. It was so good, you think somebody else is writing it. Hell yeah, dude. This is great. This is fantastic. So with Jake, same thing.
He says it so many times.
Same thing. Exact same thing. Same thing with Tom Brady, right? Dude, he's whatever he is, 44. Dude, there's no way she's that good. Yeah, he's on steroids. Whatever you want to cut the legs from under.
Wait a minute, he's saying there's no way I'm that good?
He has compared himself so far to Jake Paul, Tom Brady, Chris Rock. Like it got progressively like more athletic, because nobody really wants to be Jake Paul, probably.
Yeah.
I'm sure love it, funny, but so Jake Paul and then Chris Rock, who's one of the greatest stand-ups of all time, and then Tom Brady, who's legitimately the best quarterback ever lived. So what's the last one? Does he do it? Right? Didn't they say LeBron? Let's see if he does.
What does he say about the people? Because we can never comprehend that even somebody could achieve these accomplishments. Oh my goodness, Tom Brady, he's on so much shit. LeBron doing so much shit. Okay. Just makes you feel better about yourself.
What? The reason, if Schaub is watching this, the reason that people say that is because, and I want to try to say this in a way that's not super mean, but it's because you're so bad at stand-up that if you have a joke that even has like it's written in a way that has like a punchline, people assume that someone else has written it. Because they've seen things like the Magic Johnson thing. Like nobody would accuse you of writing or not writing that. That has Schaub written all over it. How do you Magic Johnson jokes to the wee? I try to force that into the thing. I just love it. The tater tot thing has been stuck in my head, so I've been doing it nonstop forever. The tater tots have been doing the wee.
Really, dude. This one's called the Stop Painting Narrative. Papa Dana is going to call you a dummy.
I want to know where does Schaub think Jews came from? I guess he's talking about like Egypt, maybe when there were slaves in Egypt.
Oh yeah. Well,
If he could elaborate more, do you think?
well, he watches George Carlton and Dave Chappelle. So Dave Chappelle has that one joke about going toe to toe with the Jewish person and seeing who had like the impression Olympics.
Oh, I don't even remember that, but yeah, maybe he stole it from that. So possible.
But anyway, Chappelle and George Carlton. So here's the change the narrative Papa.
Watch the fight. He was definitely one. Very good, hard watching. In the sixth round, Daniel Cormier, he says he's been hearing stuff about Peter Young. Because, Peter Young, he lost a split to Aljamain. He had the DQ because of the knee. And then now this Sean O'Malley thing. He's saying that he
guy to cover for Chase Hooper, respect. My guy, sorry, you got a head weight, you're gonna come back even stronger next time. That changed. All right, let's go to Jason.
What are you doing? You can't fight Russia.
No fighting.
That division is Russia. What's going on right now? It's be tough to market. Think Americans are going to get behind that? You're an American audience. Can't advertise in Russia for the most part, I don't think.
Can't advertise Russia for one fucking minute.
From a business standpoint, I'm dating on it like I'm fucking out of here, dude.
I don't know if that's true. I've heard anyone say that but him. What does that big Russia have to do with anything?
Well, he's saying that, let's say Peter Young becomes the champion, you can't go to Russia to fight because of the war happening.
Do they normally go to other countries with the fighters to fight?
Yeah, they do like if there's a Brazilian champion, they'll go to Brazil for him to do a title defense. Really? Yeah.
I don't even know that. Yeah. Like UFC does that.
Yeah, like, what's the name? Steelwich.
Yeah.
Fuck, I don't really shop, dude.
What is that guy's name? Steve Miocic.
Fuck, he's from Cleveland. Yeah, so they'll fight in Cleveland. For like a title defense.
Cleveland's a little different than Brazil. Is it all on the continent, bro? What does he say? The state, the country, not the continent, whatever he says.
So this one's called Sebastian Maniscalco in the Izzy again. Splav on people who believe the rumor the Paul fight was rigged.
Dude, these titles that James makes, they're like tongue twisters.
Yeah.
They're trying to make you seem good. They're great.
Yes, they're amazing. Here we go.
But also, what I think is funny is, God, that people say, like, this other Star Wars swords, okay, it's, dude, that's real. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, let me.
He talks so fast for no reason. It's gotta be like people said, the Adderall. That's one thing he doesn't shell. You're probably not allowed to promote that or whatever.
Yeah.
But he's definitely on Adderall, right?
Yeah.
And he's on Kratom and Alpha Brain and Tiger Thick whiskey. So at different points, he's like, he's very opposite manners. There was a guy that messaged us about potentially sponsoring us for his rehab center, like shouting about whatever shop does Kratom, talks about, or looks like he's on Kratom or Tiger Thick, big ski.
Yeah.
And I would definitely bring it up now if I knew the name. So that guy. Yeah, that could be a fun bit. We'll just bring it up and help people out.
Yeah.
It seems like it's really funny. It's a good one to try to put it.
Because you got a pumpkin spice latte. You know, like if you think it's stage, you're also the same grown man that orders pumpkin spice lattes, right? So,
Shop, I didn't know that Shop was another one of these people that's this grown man. So that's a huge thing on the YouTube. It's like, I can't believe a grown man did this. A grown man does this. So I responded to one guy. I was like, would you rather Shop was make fun of a child? It makes no sense. It's a grown man. Why can't a grown man have a pumpkin spice latte? It's probably because he doesn't want to say that word, those words. That pumpkin spice latte, that's a lot of, it's a hard one for Shop. He goes into Starbucks and he's like, he wants to get a pumpkin spice latte. He's like, can I get a Guadalajara hard scarf? I need a Guadalajara hard scarf 7 times a week. Listen, Papi, dude, before we go, let's play one more clip.
Alright, this one's called Brain Dumb Having a Seizure.
So we brain
that's silly. You're talking about showing out my five section with you.
Sure. This is like when a dog would try to read. A dog was like, SNL sketch where they put a helmet on a dog.
Alright, let's try to see if we can guess what he's saying. Ready? Don't laugh.
You're talking about showing out my five section with you. See, then you pretend that you want to bring fires up and you want everyone to get paid, but everybody trash for one every time they fight.
Okay, I kind of understood that.
I think, yeah, he said you talk all this shit about MMA fighters, but you bring up trash talk then. that's one of the things where you'd have to like listen to it a lot, like an FBI investigator. Like, okay, what did Johnny say? Did that guy get the wire off with the wire plugged in right at shit? Yeah. It's not moving around, Jenny. Oh, I remember what I was going to bring up. When I was driving back, I was telling Jarno that I'm going to lead a work party, and Jarno sent me a text saying, "Did you hear about Shop's wife?" And I wrote, "No, what happened?" And he wrote, "She dressed up like a hot Cheeto for a Halloween." It's pretty good bit. I was like, "There's a chance that real." I thought you're making a good bit joke, and you were. But I was like, that couldn't be real. I would totally be a hot Cheetos for people. Like, stupid bits or like that. Alright, so this one's called Naders. We'll say it's fake. Sure.
Now the neighbors will be like, it's fake, it's real, blah, blah, blah.
The Naders? So he really says that maybe his neighbors hate him. Wait, I thought he was trying to say haters. Yeah. Oh, maybe he was starting to say neighbors. Oh, because it's he has all those break-ins in his house. Yeah.
How old are you?
So he's drinking out of shoes. Yeah. I can see it. Alright, so for this clip, I saw this before, yesterday. And it's called Compulsive Liar, Lies About His Age. And then so I looked it up, and Brendan is 39 years old. Okay. But this is a recent podcast. And keep in mind, too, his birthday's not recent whatsoever. Okay.
Love that. How old are you?
38.
Yeah.
So is he lying, or is he just forgot? But there's a chance he forgot. He's so stupid.
It's Fred.
I'm surprised he didn't have to do the math. Brain dumb forgets age. Alright, so this one's called Francis Ngannou may need to investigate Tripoli's whereabouts when he did food truck diarrhea.
It's Francis Ngannou on this week's Food Truck Diaries. And we booked him really short notice, so we couldn't get him a food truck. So I went and picked up chicken sandwiches. We got him out in the truck in my car. I started like digging this chicken sandwich and I watched him eat it. Yeah, chicken. You know, I go to see Fight John Africa. John Africa.
Even Mike Tyson, somebody who's been hit in the head quite a bit, is homeless as fuck. Yeah, it's homeless. Yeah, not only is he homeless as fuck, but he's catching Brendan's like mistakes. He's like, what? John Africa? Alright, I don't know if you keep up with the aerial beef with Brendan Schaub. It's fucking epic. Oh yeah. So I can cut this part out if it's not good. But okay, this is just an aerial clip. Okay, yeah. Mix it up. So this mix it up, Chad. So this one's called P.F. Chang's Support Henry Mill.
When the broadcast ended, and you know you take off your headset, you know, all right, that was fun, done. As I'm leaving, there's all these people around the ring. I saw the great Mike Goldberg there, former UFC play-by-play man. Said hello to him. That was lovely. Kind of weird that I'm the one getting off for the broadcast and he's just standing there. Usually that's him. Anyway, as I walk out, there's still a bunch of fans there. It was a very young crowd. As I'm like leaving the gated area around the ring and making a right to go into the back, there was probably a good 30 or so youngish guys there, and all of them were just chanting P.F. Chang's, P.F.
I would do that at any age. Like right now, that would be the most fun part of going to a UFC. Is chanting P.F. Chang's. To meet Ariel Helwani and chant P.F. Chang's. That's so great. And he's got a fan base there, and just the Chang's people. There's so many of them. I can't talk. That's what happens when you eat that word chicken big. Yeah. Alright, I saw this one a couple days ago. It's called Papa Knows We Meet at Chang's. I mean, did you see this one? Alright, so check this shit out, dude.
What else you got? Come on. You gotta come up with something. You guys should all get together. I don't know where you guys meet. Whether it's P.F. Chang's, Starbucks, I don't know where the hell all these haters meet.
All these sugars? Sugar Shane O'Malley's haters. So Sugar Shane is a fighter. I know Shane O'Malley, that's gonna be crazy here. He's gonna be Peter. Yeah. But why does he think that all haters just go to P.F. Chang's? So he thinks that people hate Sean O'Malley and meet up with P.F. I've been pretty excited to show you this one too. As you can see, I read it in Netflix. You know what modern MMA shows are lacking? Detailed breakdowns of widely seen cartoon episodes that came out 5 years ago. That's cool. Really.
If you watch the Pickle episode and other collections, Morgan's, dude, the family, because the family's so fucked up, the family's come to therapy. In order to get on family therapy, Rick turned himself into a pickle. And his daughter's like, do you feed yourself in a pickle? He's like, no, I totally forgot. But then he has a needle that is, it's a syringe hanging above him, where it just hits something, it turns back into a human being. And she's like, oh, well, if you forgot, then you probably don't need this. He's like, no, take that. And he's like, God damn it. And then they go to therapy, and he just sits there, and he's just all, she's all, okay. And he's like trying to roll the rock. They rolls and rolls into the sun. He's about to die. They start trying to breaks down and the fucking drain, the storm drain. And he gets into like the sewage, and then there's rats there. And then he kills a rat. He sees he's the smartest person in the universe. He set himself with all the rat bones and muscle to himself in this like badass superhero. It's insane. It's so creative, well done. It's by far the best.
Even when he tries to say creative, he says creative. It's so creative and well done. That was like when you talk to a little kid, like a little kid tells you a story. And then I went on like this really fun ride, but the ride had there was like a monster on it, and you just like sit there and you're like, okay, great, good, Brandon, okay. And then I took my shoe out and I poured my big whiskey in it, and I drank it out of shoe. This guy's broke into my house, and I wasn't there, but then I arrested them with my guns, and then my wife was there, and she was like throwing hot Cheetos all over the place. All right, so this is the last one from today. It's called "The Amount of Nicotine Pouches He Shows and Tries to Speak Through Is Astonishing."
To do the code in is be professional. I remember Rothschild'S fight, which didn't get that hard. SBF, and then even no guess. A week before I flew to Brazil, we did that fight where we had a crowd there, changing my sparring partner.
Oh my God!
He was like 9 beers deep, Jamie late. I'm like, what are you doing? Let's go. I'm like, no talking. Just want this as real as we can. First round, Jamie knocked me out. I'm not team telling us that what are you doing? What the fuck are you saying? I'm so sorry.
Bro!
Big commentator.
Somebody said, God damn. So he's chewing tobacco? That's what that is? No, nicotine pouches. Oh, you put nicotine pouches in your mouth? I think put it on your arm. It's like the lozenges, right? Lozenges? Yeah, whatever they're called. Lozenges. Fuck. Lozenges. Okay, shit. Yeah. So he smokes or like vapes or some shit? And it's just, he's sponsored by the nicotine company that puts pouches in. Oh my God. He does need a handler, dude. I need a handler? Yes, you do. Yeah. You gotta stop, just because he sponsors me doesn't mean you need to necessarily use it all the time. Yeah, I mean, nicotine lozenges, that's not good for you. Don't do that. You do that if you smoke to get not smoking and then eventually stop. Just take nicotine lozenges forever. God. But yeah, that's all the clips for today. All right, well, that's all of the clips. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed this episode. Thanks again to Walsh, the World Record Podcast, for the last one. That was great. Join the Discord. We may or may not have Al Strickland Williams on attendance. The show coming up. We might have recognized been on Conan and Comedy Central, so he may do it. I don't know if we can talk. I don't know if he's homeless. We'll see. Yeah. But anyways, thanks for tuning in. Have a great week. We'll see you next week. Bye. Happy Halloween. Bye. Why don't you ask the kids at Team That Game? monsters.
This is the appetizer. And you get because I know what it's like to watch 10 minutes of Shop, and you always want more. After you're like, come on, and that's what leads me to spending time on TFATK when I should be with my children.
Who you've taught to say dicey.
Dicey, yeah, I haven't given her the dice yet. I have to make that video.
I saw a clip got posted somehow from the Patreon on TFK, and you had said that it's a line where you say watch it 80 times. You should have wrote 80 times, that's rookie.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, going to it 80 times a day.
But anyways, that's not why you're here for 10 minutes of Shop, so let's start with that. Alright, so the first one is from his Instagram, his latest stand-up post, probably tomorrow. Let's see if you're waiting for it.
This is amazing is he can't say one syllable words. He can't say flesh. He can't say soul. So like they should have I don't know if TFK put the subtitles on there, but Salt Lake should be spelled SAWLT.
It was from his own Instagram. Yeah, I've heard it both ways. Both. And it's crazy to me that like his video audio guys are terrible.
I think that's just someone with a phone.
Yeah, audio's low because it's just on a phone. Like, because I can barely hear it. Is that what he posts on a phone?
Yeah, he posted it to somebody. I mean, maybe one of his boys took the video. It was a sanctioned video by him.
And they were like, you gotta do this stuff about how you talk about black guys.
Well, it's crazy because like Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah is pretty much all white.
Yeah.
So he's like, oh, it's some black guys, so you can see what they look like in person. Like the only reason he brought two black guys was so he could fill up a few minutes when he got on stage.
Smart.
His whole like he's gotta be panicked every night. Like I have to do 45 minutes at least, and it's just like we gotta go see him. We gotta go see him do it.
We almost went to Ontario. You're right. We should go. Maybe we'll go to Canada.
Yeah, we'll just bring to Canada. Well, let's not spoil it. We haven't gotten to that.
I can't believe they didn't do it at Utah Jazz race. There's a lot of black guys. Shot thing. Yeah, he's very but this is the infamous clip that I was talking about this week in the Shop verse. It's the Magic Johnson clip. Here we go.
I call him. It was over. We call him just like you said, LA politics. They fire just this reference to viral for everybody in the world. Because the mayor of your city is trying to do SARS for 3 years. Surpassed the same home for 3 years. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, why does he do that?
Damascus save a home. I think he's at this point is maybe smart enough to realize that everything's crumbling and he has to figure out how to do stand-up quick. He's had 5 years of just like this cakewalk into the stand-up world, and now he's like, fuck, I need to learn how to do stand-up. So he's just watching clips of Joey Diaz, I don't know, whoever looking for a clip of somebody going, like, I don't know, somebody did this, and he's like, oh, do that. So I did it, but he's using it wrong. He's like,
it's like watching stand-up. He's watching like a movie by accident. Yeah, he's getting confused. I have a question for you. Do you think he watches stand-up like, since he's a fighter, fighters watch clips, so he goes in stand-up the same way?
I mean, I think that's the only brain he has. Like, he's not. Yeah, he's watching it as like, I mean, that's where he's getting this, and that's like everything is coming.
And he's gonna get knocked out in whatever way. The same as because he got knocked out from watching those clips when he's a fighter. Right?
Oh yeah. So he's still doing it wrong, and he's not learning. And he's like, you can't. He will never be funny.
No,
intentionally. I mean, he's my favorite comedian.
sometimes he goes like a little bit, like there'll be a clip where it's like, oh, Bob was showing self-awareness in the two vacate, but then he comes right back out with this Magic Johnson. I don't want to smoke. Yeah, that's what happens. I can't really hear what he's saying. There's a piece of trash. Yes. That's because it's a piece of trash. This makes me like our city.
Super Bowl last year was around when he takes a picture of some Magic Johnson. Instead of saying, I would wear that so
One thing that made me laugh on that, because the don't make me say anything is lies. And people were just like, what does that even mean? And nobody speaks like that.
We'll go back a little bit too with like just the he's like just listen to the way he says Magic Johnson. Like the guy can't talk. Like, if I was in the same room as Magic Johnson, he goes, if I was in the same row as Magic Johnson, same row with Jake Johnson. If I was the same row as Magic Johnson. Wait, let's hear it one more time. This will be an extended 10 minutes because that's like you Sandro's Chick Johnson. Somebody gave him that mosquito line. 100%. Yeah. 100%. What if that's like, you know, when your parents say, like, don't make funny faces because they'll freeze that way? Like, we make fun of Sean so much, we forget how to talk. Sean is the brain.
Sean is literally just showing some of their routine.
But there's no way. I would bet, I am a gambling man, and I would put $1,000 on him. He did not write the mosquito line.
Yeah, probably not. There's just like
there's too many levels to it. Even though it's simple and fucking stupid, it's still it's to one level too much out of his realm.
I think that people write the stupid shit he says. Some of them, if it's even a joke. I realize that the king and the snakehead writers. Something that's crazy. God, they so sad.
Let's get somebody. If you're watching this. If you've been involved in writing for Brendan Schaub in any capacity, reach out to my lawyer, Frank Cum69@gmail.com. That's a real that'll go to Frank. And yeah, let's get talking. You can be in a silhouette with a disguised voice, whatever. I just want to hear how it.
We do want to find. I think that's a good idea. I want to find some of these people. Like I want to find for sure any writers if they're willing to go.
Any disgruntled employee from this universe.
He's blaming you for the COVID shit.
Yes.
He's probably a dick to be around. I know that guy.
Jim guy.
Who's good?
Jim.
We want that guy on. It's like the first time Schaub has gotten to make someone else stupid.
No, because he even says that in Gringo Poppy when like his first bit is about the COVID vaccines, and which I don't understand why he does that little walk thing, but I think he got that from Rogan maybe. Does Rogan do that like kind of like walking back and forth? And he does this like, you know how he won the
Bobby just kind of makes up stuff. I think Shab says whatever he thinks maybe happened. Like somebody, he maybe heard some of that from someone else, and then he interpreted it.
I think I wonder how much time, and we talk about this on the World Record podcast, where you would like to see like a documentary about the making of Ringo Poppy and the Showtime. I think you'd be surprised. Is that
I think you'd be surprised, or maybe it's.
I think it's just you'd be surprised. Yeah, I would like to see the preparation that went into Ringo Poppy. So I feel like.
Well, that's a perfect. Not to get you.
No. I mean, I was just drifting off. I can imagine like how much time went into prepare for that. Like I think it was like, oh, we gotta have a vaccine thing, and so like, oh, the first person, like he's got like a writer's room with like, oh, that's all you need to find out. Like,
I mean, it's perfect, and it's the perfect like follow-up documentary because it can be two parts.
Yeah.
The first part is Showtime. I won't do it. I won't go into that because I was talking about it on yours.
Oh yeah.
Showtime documentary, but then this part two is like
Ringo Poppy and Redemption, the resurrection of Jeffrey Dahmer.
And it's like coming up with a song, and like getting people to stand outside,
sitting in his garage with an X-Acto knife, cutting out the skyline background for improv.
Covering up the improv. It's different. And I with the idea, like, okay, what was this special going to be about? And it's like, I got it. Why is Mexican? It's like the whole specials. I don't understand why he dresses like the pants look weird. It's like a Peter Pan kind of vibe.
I mean, yeah, he's got a whole. I don't know.
It's always a jacket. If somebody's wearing thigh-high shorts, Brandon gets mad. Which Brandon? There's three.
I mean, it is so easy to make fun of. It's like us, what we're doing. Like, and I said that on World Record. It's like if like some teenage black girl walked in, it's just like, all three Brandon. It's so easy to like, let me get this straight. You're Brandon, he's Brandon, and he's Brandon.
Oh, son.
Yeah.
Why are you talking about his clothes, Cody?
Or any teenager. I don't know. I feel like black girl teenagers are like the best at like tearing people down. Any teenager.
I don't want to tell.
There's a high school in my neighborhood. I'm gonna walk past it. Hey,
That's all.
hey, fat old fuck. That's what I wonder where that is. It's improv.
I don't know what improv is. It's also not something a 6-year-old would say.
No, and like even there's a part like, and I don't want to like keep rehashing these, but just the way he rushes through that in that clip too, where you were wearing a mask next to Magic Johnson or whatever. He goes, "That's insane." I just made that part up. But she's like, it's just crazy how he's gained zero. He's learned nothing after being on stage a lot. It's like a big crowd.
Well, there's that famous thing of him, they're making fun of him for lying, but he says how much he's been on stage. Yeah. He's like, this guy asks him how long he's been doing stand-up. And he's like, oh, well, 6 years or whatever, but really 10 years because of how much stage time I've had. And it's ridiculous, but at the same time, he has gotten a lot.
He should have a little bit of skill.
Yeah, he should be better. The clip where he says something a 6-year-old would say, the obvious joke there, I think, is not a good one, but the obvious one is to compare it to Clinton. When like I didn't inhale. That's the obvious.
I did not have sex with that woman.
Or that. But instead, Sean was like my 6-year-old, and it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, I feel like what he's doing now is trying to focus on, I think somebody told him, like, you just gotta be real, you gotta be yourself. So now he's like, so I wake up at 7 a.m., I'm in my underwear, I'm drinking coffee, my 6-year-old's there, I got my car out there, my lawn is situated like this in the front of it. It's like, no, he didn't say just describe your day-to-day activity.
So now to this podcasting endeavors, this one's called The Incessant Need to Embellish Every Story. Rasan's sure, Brendan.
Ramping up for Halloween, how's those costumes looking? I prefer the guys to make the costumes a little more unique. My mom used to make my has already been 20 minutes or so. But
There's gonna be a longer. We literally, it's like the Charlie Day meme, where you're like,
yeah, it's I mean, I would like, whatever. We don't have to watch it again, but it's. I don't get the point. Like,
oh, really, dude? So,
so he's got a French robot. He's handing out croissants at his mom's, much to his mom's dismay. And then I went into the closets, opened up the comic book store because I had to open. Still had to sell my comics out of the closet.
he's like, it just doesn't make sense because he's so stupid now. But as a kid, he's a genius. He's a comic book salesman, and he made this costume, made croissants.
French robot.
How to make croissants. I couldn't make costumes as a kid. I'm not that dumb.
I don't know where the croissants came in. Like, did they buy the croissants?
I guess.
Like, you have to stock up on the croissants and be giving them out. But also, you're a kid. Why are you trick-or-treating? Why are you giving out croissants?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You'd be going to get candy.
Yeah.
Like, what kid would his friends want a bunch of croissants? He's back to stupid now. Because maybe he is so stupid that he was like, I'm gonna give all my friends croissants. So maybe Netflix. Prior to Netflix, I guess. Not Netflix yet.
Blockbusters.
But Blockbusters been in it.
That's why it used to be good.
When was the turn? When did Dash start using them? Alright, so this one's called Papa Just Goes B. A comparison of the vaulted shelf display from the first episode until today. I don't know if that's going to help solve this.
A little whiskey from the first episode of the show. Whiskey. See behind me. I don't take favorite whiskeys. And up there, I'm going to highlight my favorite sneaker of the month, so I'm going to switch that in. Don't help it. My favorite sneaker. So next every week, keep your eye out behind me. I have my favorite shoe, and then some of my favorite. Well, they're not really my favorite whiskey.
I'm nervous.
So that's on the shelf or something. My favorite one, not really my favorite. But the shoe now, that's my favorite shoe up there next week. But it's not my favorite because I change it every year. It's going to be a new favorite shoe.
And so it comes in Shabbos, time to go.
He gets up, he's only wearing one shoe. I gotta get my shoe back on the shoe. So I can ride it home.
Wait, my favorite shoe. Yeah, my favorite live best.
He comes in every week. All right, the next week. 3, 2, 1. Welcome to the British Show.
And we know now from the last week's thing that he is on Alpha Brain and Creative.
What is creative?
I don't really know. Well, thank you to the YouTube commenters that explained what it was, but I'm kind of busy, so I read anything that I wanted to figure it out either. But so one of them said it's like supposed to make you focus, but it's also like from heroin or something. So for some people are saying it's very bad for you.
Well, I did see a comment that, because he was like, I take this 4 times a day, some little shot bottle, Hippo Creative or something. And I saw the commenters on the Reddit they were like, if you just read the bottle, it says don't take more than 1 shot a day.
It's obvious too that that's because what medicine or anything is 4 or 5 times a day. Like almost non-existent, right?
I don't know.
4 or 5 times a day, that's like water. You should, not like.
Well, I mean, it's probably like people take 5-hour energy like that. That's how I was kind of look like. It looks like it's in a little 5-hour energy thing.
Right? 1 or 2 max.
I don't know. I mean, people drink that shit. So there's probably people who do it fucking
too. I was at a friend of ours' house, and we had a dinner party. And when I came over, it was like a nice dinner party, and then he saw me, and he was like, "I'm gonna put on the Gringo Pop." The two people that were at the dinner party were like, "We have to leave." Not everyone's homeless. They want to be though, for sure. Yeah, I mean, if they really got it, they watched enough.
Yeah, there's a lot of like just putting on the Gringo Poppy.
What's that?
You have to give people like a little bit of a credit. Like you have to have like a little van outside with a little school desk and a TV screen. Just like, okay, so here's
This one's called Movie and Sound. Papa wasn't there, but he chases them away.
I also got into when I was in there, they did it when I left for stand up. My wife and Tiger were in the house. Spent the mall. I chased them. Tossed the ladder around the house. It was just a fucking mess. That's one reason I remember. I don't know.
Wait, did he say? What do you mean he wasn't there? He chased her.
My house got broken into. When I was in there, they did it when I left for stand up. My wife and Tiger were in the house. Spent the mall. I chased them. Tossed the ladder around the house. Just a fucking.
So, like, is he saying that he came back? He wasn't there at the beginning, and then he came and found his guns and chased them?
I mean, the way that it would only make sense is like, so he left for stand up, and maybe his wife called him and said, "Hey, there's guys in the house," and so he turned around and came back and got his guns. I don't know. Yeah, that's another thing too, because in his, is it in like Gringo Poppy ends with some like big long gun story. He is contradicting that he's like, I never shot a gun, never held a gun. Like he says that sometimes, and then he's like chasing guys with guns. And then there was another clip where he's talking about how he has a concealed carry permit.
Another thing is, like, if his wife, this is his wife, are they in Mexico? Is he saying? This is like what I've been saying about Shab and everybody. Well, not everybody, but like the supporter aspect of what he does. It's like huge, different many like views, and you're like, wait a minute. If you look at Shab from this, is he saying that? Like it's all very confusing. It's a walking supporter film. It's a walking supporter film.
Yeah, I don't know what happened in this clip.
Maybe he was doing a Zoom show in like a different part of the house, and then they just became that's I wasn't there, but then guns were involved.
Cops around the house.
He said his wife big enough. That's another thing.
My house got broken too.
It's time to move. Or a hard scarf. My wife, she came out, she had a bag of hot Cheetos, she started throwing them everywhere. Overused as a kid. Okay. They tried to get the jewels, but all they got was pico de gallo, and I'm like, alright, that's what's called Papa has recovered drug addict if he has any drugs on him.
Mine was the best night. One of my favorite moments ever from anyone's career was in yours when you kicked the pills and you said beforehand where you were like, I'm fucking back, because I knew what that's like, and I was like, I could just see, I was like, prescription pill. Yeah, like that's ever the you know what though, you still have them. But I have surgeries and stuff, so I just can't be like, I'd be lying to you to say that I have this for you. Yeah, you do. But like, because also I live in a world where surgeries, injuries, doctor, hey man, like, if you want to see that tonight, like, what are you gonna do? We just replaced your neck. Or, go to Disneyland with the kids. We just replaced your neck. I don't want to run the song. Wheels here, push me around. That was funny. So I'm sitting there like on a cane. I'm sitting there, and then my personality, then it's like, well, I'm a miserable asshole right now.
I think the drug addict said that. I mean, he asked the guy if he still have it. It sounded like he was dead serious. Yeah. Like he was going to ask him. Almost.
I don't think he understood, like, when the other guy said, when you kick the pills, I don't think it had registered with, like, that is too much shorthand for Papa. It's like, oh, you kicking up like it's like a hacky sack? Kick some my way.
He says as if like the conversation could have gone like, yeah, and they're like, oh yeah, love those. But
Yeah, I carry around. I was badly addicted to them, but I still have all my camera with me.
and the guy would
No,
like,
Papa.
he'd be down to like take him right there. You know, I got my pair of whiskeys here in my shoes.
We can fill up a shoe of whiskey and wash some bills down for the Ty's computer. Drinking out of his big stupid sneaker.
If you saw, let's say you were at the store, you're doing one of those shows, and you saw Sean drinking whiskey out of his shoe, would you try and help him?
Like help him, like hey, you want a glass for that? Because I would think it would be a ritual.
Like, hey man, like you shouldn't
You shouldn't drink your entire thing out of your shoe.
it's not a, I know you're high on, kratom.
You know, I want to try kratom.
He's high in kratom and he sees like a view of you. What if he watches this on kratom and he's like, oh fuck, there's somebody pretty.
It is the dumbest fucking.
Really, dude? Alright, so this one's called Another Failed Attempt by Mr. Don't Make Me Say It, trying to pronounce someone's name. Alright.
Before he started fucking his maid, we had Spencer Sloan. We had good people. He was on the motorcycle. They liked guns. They would fuck hot women. They would fight people. We had John Claude Van Damme. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now we get the fuck.
Why does he always have food?
We had Spencer Sloan. We had good people. He was on a motorcycle.
If you had a big speech impediment, would you also try and talk with food in your mouth? So dumb.
You know, that's a good point.
Leah made fun of him on Monday when I was working.
For having food in his mouth.
And it's pretty funny.
Watching me eat, again, I'm going to say it is fascinating. Just the whole style of eating. The tongue's all the way out.
Yeah, when he's a funny eater. Like, he's actually pretty funny.
That's right. Like, let's look at the positive. Like, instead of tearing them down, let's find positive things. He's funny.
Here's one thing I've noticed about the eating. Like, if he's done once or twice, he'll say something absurd and then take a bite. And that's comedic. If he was doing that on purpose, I don't think it would have Heather. If he was like, he's like, so your wife just died. And he's like, a big bite of like,
It's like work. Well, that's what I think I say that on the world record episode that is also out now. That could be the eating thing might be a CT. That might be indicative of brain damage. Sticking your tongue all the way out when you eat.
or there's, you made it find the glass and he's trying to find the straw or whatever, or you can't drink. It's like that could be also be CTE.
I don't know what CTE is. I mean, it's brain damage, right? It's just a certain, what is it, the concussion thing that the football guys get?
Talk about UFC. Also, I want to talk about it. I know when his house to get robbed. That's scary. That really happened.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not celebrating the fact that it house got robbed. I'm just confused how
It just doesn't make sense the way he described his account of events. It's going to be confusing. Imagine being the cop that can exactly. It's going to be sucks for the cop because they're like, well, you weren't here, but you're here right now.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he admitted to doing some kind of fraudulent, like, insurance. I wasn't there, but I'll just chase him down the street.
The cops are like, okay, we get it. That is your favorite shoe.
He's like, you guys want some coffee? I got a whole box of shoes up there.
This is my favorite wife.
Open Thursday is a size 13. Filled with Mountain Dew.
Don't worry. They're gone. There's no Crocs in here.
Yeah, the reason that you don't wear Crocs. Crocs don't hold. Watch this. Look, I push it in. Crocs comes right out the holes.
If there's two. I was in the book and you won't go. Okay. It was the fucking 90s.
He should do an hour in Flappers. That would go to.
He's recruiting his world's surgeon. Yeah. This one's called Why Did Boba Feel the Need to Repeat Himself So Much? Oh, yeah, he loves to hear himself talk. not able to say the name of the movie, his favorite movie, which seems to be a constant thing with Sean. This is not the first like thing where he's like, oh, I remember, and then
Yeah. That's there is one clip. It's way back. It's like him and Dalia and Eric Griffin. And Eric Griffin says he's like, you know, like when you're kids or whatever, you're playing hide and go seek, and he's just sitting there and goes, great game. Dalia points out, he's like, this dumb motherfucker just said hide and seek. It's a great game. Like he's so serious. He's like, you play these kid games like hide and seek, and he's like, great game. That's a great game.
yeah, and hilarious. And if you're a bully, you'd be like, all right, tell me the rules of hide and seek.
Yeah.
Just to see if he can do it. Because even if he knows that, which he probably does, even with CTE, he would say a bunch of things wrong. Great game they're playing.
He has like a dinner party. There's like waiters walking around just trays with sneakers full of champagne and tiger thing, whiskey, the sweet nectar.
I can see the gym guy drinking out of a shoe shop. You know what I mean? Gin would probably say yes.
Yeah.
What did you think of the Mr. Rogers?
I mean, I think it's hilarious. You know, I mean, he basically, somebody told him some urban legend, maybe the person who told him that believed it too. And he just was like, oh, I can't wait to show, bring up this newly found knowledge on my podcast or whatever.
Did he bring it up because he was like that stupid? They just believe sort of this pain story, or is it just that he's always really drunk? He's just like super drunk, just believe that he shows himself.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, I could see. It's like that Seinfeld episode where, like, Jerry tells Elaine that War and Peace originally was titled War, What Is It Good For? And she, like, brings it up at some, like, her boss at a book thing or whatever. And they're like, she's like, yeah, did you know War and Peace? And so, like, I feel like it's kind of that. Just somebody told him that story and possibly they believed it, or he read it somewhere and didn't realize it was on like, a joke website.
Well, here's the clip, and he didn't think about the logistics of it. Here's the clip, and there's a little bit of context at the end of the clip. So where are they possibly gotten it from?
Did Mr. Rogers drink on the show? He sure did. It was just off air. He was hammered 90% of the time. He was enjoying his life. Snotty nosed kids, and it's like he's gonna shoe and his whiskey on the same shelf as this one. Brandon, you got the shoe on the whiskey shelf. God, who's the guy? Was the director?
He already is talking about Mr. Rogers, like not liking the kids.
Yeah.
Mr. Rogers' whole thing was how much he liked you guys.
Beat down basement. He was a sniper, one of the most decorated snipers. Dude was a savage. Beast.
Did you guys know? I can't believe this. I just read this. Did you guys know that Mr. Rogers used to be in the Navy? Tatted up, never killed guy. I never knew that. That's crazy. Just a whole other life that we never knew about. He used to drink before the show. He was completely like wasted. It's crazy. It's all in the movie.
That guy's homeless.
Oh, you need to read him. It's awesome.
I see him pop up. I don't know his whole story, but obviously he does some kind of MMA show.
He's like the MMA commentator. He's one of the really big ones.
Is he like with Rogan and on the ring side, or he just has like a show?
Well, UFC actually gave it for the longest time. He's got the biggest MMA show in the news. I mean, I don't know too. That's more of an ultimate type question. You know right away. I'll watch this. But yeah, I think he's just a commentator, kind of like that. Shop steals from both of them. I think definitely like he hears their opinion on stuff, just sort of regurgitates it. Shop is.
There's a different clip where he finds out that he's wrong at the end of it.
Oh yeah, the Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, we watched it on where he's like, no.
And then Sean's like, no.
This dark monster that
Big Fat Cat.
watch that. If you haven't had enough, go to World Record Podcast and see some more. And I don't want to. This has been a long one for you guys.
Join if you'd like to join the Discord. Frank comes on there. Lots of words like protein farts. Protein farts. That's a new guy's name. This is so ridiculous. This is the kind of stuff we're watching for people to do. There's one guy that always comments. Shout out to Dave Frankie. The girl is always up in there. He's always up in there. Jeez, just what's that girl's name? Jessie. Jessica's a G. Jessica's a G. Thank you. All right, that's enough. Thank you so much. Tune in next week. Bye.
At Granger, we're the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional grade product. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, we're the ones who get it done.
Brandon Shop is a total freaking dog. Brandon Shop is a total freaking dog.
Brandon, can't you see? Almost can't be.
We know it might be wrong, but we're watching 10 minutes of shop. Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed that intro song. That's a new one, Stacy's Mom. Total freaking dog. We just did a poker episode on the actual podcast, and that's why the dog came out.
You know what? Then check it out.
Check it out, yeah. Join the Discord, no pressure, but that's not what you're here for. 10 Minutes of Shop, so start the clip. Alright, so this clip is called Swing and a Miss Papa. Alrighty. It's very juicy savage.
Yeah, dude. Murder. Yeah, beast. Roger, the host of the National Flame TV show for Joe Mr. Legendary, served as a Navy SEAL, Marine Scout sniper during the Vietnam War. Ever heard of it? Never killed. The state is false. Mr. Rogers never stood up. Oh, dude.
Oh my god. I don't even know where to start again. That's the Vietnam War. That was a good one. And then, ever heard of it? Like it's a cool thing.
Yeah, it's like,
Remember how cool that was? Ever heard of it? And then of course Mr. Rogers didn't do any of that. Like it's a credit. And Mr. Rogers, I don't think killed anybody. I think that was a big part of his personality. Was that he was the nicest person. Look to the helpers. I think was his quote. Isn't like in the Danang and down in the jungle. I did these puppies were all I had. They call me this crazy thing. This bird is what I got there. Alright, jeez, Papa. You're posting.
yeah,
Alright, so this one's called BGL Interrupting Dane Cook with Shush Sounds. Great addition to the team, Brenda. There's a lot of Dane Cook clips this week. Alright, one last thing, guys. Like Mr. Rogers in the Vietnam War. Oh, really, dude? There's not trains in Vietnam.
it's that store because the store was still open in some places where we're filming the employment scenes and other actual Costco. Yeah. So the police were called for the rest of the shoot for the next week. What was that? A police were called. What was that? Oh, I thought you were shooting me. I'm trying to. Oh shoot! Oh, that was one of the most interesting laughs I've ever heard. People laughing.
Do you think that employee that won this like one of Shop's favorite food? It's gonna be. He's like,
dude, chilling there after that Costco. It's fucking dope, dude. It's gay.
This looks like a fight that's brewing between Dane Cook and BGL, man. That would be interesting.
Well, Dane Cook's
strikes me as somebody that loves to fight. Maybe he definitely seems to have a temper. I've seen him on stage like get really angry at the crowd. Yeah. So I would like to see Dane Cook beat up AJ. I think I said
I want to see Dane Cook on Twiggies, dude.
but I also don't no violence. No violence. I'm not support violence. People take me seriously for these things.
All right, so this one's called "Someone Finally Said It in Someone's Reading Comments." I don't know what that comments. You need to watch it, like and subscribing, and then take it on a run. Or take it on a run. Now, yeah, we can. You talk about the video. Oh, yeah, you're cutting me off, so it's it's highly annoying. But you want to be on the no, I don't raise wedding Patreon. People, that's in the comments. You're just cutting people off. It's okay. It's one of his things. It's fun. It's what he does.
Well, I don't understand what you're saying. I guess if they're just saying that on the king of the that's on the king of the snake.
Yeah, that's the king of the snake.
That's the king of the so the king of the snake shop is cutting off, people all want to hear what Dilly has to say, and the shop is cutting in on Griffin, and but that clip was so bad.
Yeah. Oh, really, dude? Oh, really? Okay, so this one's called another day good one. It's called Dumbest and Longest Question in TFK History. Yeah, that's true, right? And do you feel like when you and I were talking at the improv, do you feel like the younger generation, and I figured you knew it was going to come with the appreciation, like the respect you have, and like now you're an OG, like because you're like a pioneer, right? The MySpace and your marketing, and I'm influenced by it, Schultz is influenced by it, everybody is. You were the first one to do it. Do you feel it? Because anybody I talk to, especially they have a marketing mind, they don't mention think. Do you feel that respect? I think it's true.
What a insulting question,
Everyone hates you, and so.
Well, I mean, Dane Cook probably thinks he's a great comic, and I mean, I laugh when some of his old stuff. And this question is you're the greatest marketer ever, right? And you're very good at merch, and that's all that shop cares about. And he asked me, I'm surprised. I wonder if did Cook respond to this stuff at all, or not? Just not on the clip, maybe. Yeah. I bet he was pissed off. He's like, well, I mean, I didn't answer that. Yeah, I guess I'm a soulless marketer. I'm the best at it. Thanks, shop.
Yeah, I was really lonely starting MySpace a couple years ago.
Wait, so Dane Cook's wait, I inspired you and Andrew Schultz?
So, this one's called We're Talking Logistics. I think that's what it says. I'm thinking we're talking about logistics. Where there's this urban legend of a guy taking acid, and he thought he was legend pills to get off the diet. As you get older, you think about just the logistics of that. Not realistic of an acid, so I stay away from it. So, dude, there's something endearing about shop, dude.
Well, the malapropism, or I don't even know if that's a word, but it's when he messes up words, it's always funny.
Yeah.
It's brain. He gets a little bit of it. You know what he's trying to say, but he doesn't say it right, and that's also such a stupid, of course someone didn't do that. When his idea of when you get older, it's not 18, 20, it's 36. You get the impression that he figured this out last week.
Not realistic of an ass. Logistics of that. Not just the logistics of that. Realistic.
He's thinking, he probably didn't figure it out himself. So he was probably telling that story to somebody like Dalia, and they're like, dude, that didn't. Or maybe he was telling the story to his kids to scare them into either not doing acid or wearing Crocs. And then they're like, Dad, that probably didn't. He's like, oh, and then he says there's no point.
Yeah.
Classic show.
This was the one I mostly said. It's called Dane Calls Out Brendan for Interrupting, then Brendan Blames Cal. It's a
dicey. Here, okay. What was the shot in Dallas?
Sounds like this one is the first, second, and third act. Touching moments. Audrey's man. That was a big thing. That was a game changer for me. Oh, and you know what happened? I was such a
did a long story about Tom Cruise. Yeah. Okay. I guess because he's saying because he didn't cut off Calvin's Tom Cruise story. Couldn't cut off David fake hooks then. Okay. No. They had to cut off the Tom Cruise story because it wasn't interesting. Brandon's trying to make Dane's thing interesting, so they don't have to cut it out. Tom Cruise thing. We're gonna edit all of that. Okay, this one's called Brendan has to be center of attention or talking all the time. Just doesn't let Calvin finish. Tom Cruise story, dude. Here we go. This is nice. We have to see closure here, dude. And now we can see that you want everything could have won every time. So, wow, Jesus Christ, this is a long time. Cruise experience. Like, when I was like, did you say Tom Cruise? Change right for a 45-minute monologue on Tom Cruise. I guess they wanted a lot of rain about Tom Cruise. Do you think that BGL has control of when he shows up on screen? He pushes it and he's like, I mean, if he did, he'd probably only be on screen. The whole thing is like he's like obsessed with himself. There's something about him that's just very unlikable. Really? Well, there's something about him that's very interesting also. I don't think so. I disagree. I disagree, dude. What do you think is interesting about him? He's a weird fucking looking man, dude. Yeah, I guess. He is weird looking, but it's just no logistics. Okay. So that's the end of that one, dude. Oh, that's it? Yeah. What was the whole point? They didn't clips like that. Yeah. Alright, let's keep looking. It's like chop clips, dude. That's true. So this one's called Dark Brenda Has No Doubt it was the same video he watched when he was 16. So Dark Brenda, is that a character we don't know? I think it's like Dark Biden. It's probably like conservative or I don't know. Let's see. I saw something once and I won't say it. Come on. Dude, it was yeah, but like real hardcore, like where you're like, how did this even get on the internet, man? This is fucking, it was just crazy. It was a band. I was dead in not an instant. Oh my gosh. I think I see it in the lives. See, we're going in that direction. I can't, now I'm seeing it. I can see it. Because you really like, I couldn't hear what he was saying because of the speech impediment, but then the end when he does the sound effect is just like so that classic show. He brings it home every time. Yeah. Okay, so this one's called Sweet Nectar Bee. Sweetest no, it's suffer from mental illness. But you don't suffer from mental illness? No. You never went to depression, you never contemplated suicide. Fucking social. Nobody just will not know. Let's take another little break from chatting and shoving food in our mouth with Sean Strickland. Kids, what do you heard about it right now? That tiger's thick, sweet nectar. Nobody knows what the forest is like. See all of so they're talking about suicide and I go in a Pharrell hat trying to sell a shitty whiskey that's $100. And sweet nectar. Why does he think anyone wants to buy it if he keeps saying it? Who calls whiskey sweet nectar? It's like that thing that you hear when it's like, that's my nectar, you know, and he's like, whoa, I never thought of liquids that way. I wish he had done the mask thing, like where he's like, well, welcome back. Back, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Alright, let's see what else. So you want whiskey. Is this placement edited by James? Well, you probably don't know. Is it edited by James, or is this just part of his like food thing where you like this? It's edited by James. Okay, let's keep it. Well, guess what? We just restarted that. That's right. We got stickboy.com right there. We'll see the sweet nectar in stock in the mail. Be shipped. Go to stickboy.com. Click on Tiger Thing. This episode of Food Truck Guys with Sean Strickland is also alongside the best creative. It seems like that clip seemed like pretty sad. Tired. I think that's why they cut it together because he's saying like, no, never depressed, and then it's him being like, he couldn't even sell it. He's like, this is my last one of the day. I'm just gonna surprised. He's usually so amped for that shit. He must have done a lot of podcasts that day, or maybe read some of the comments. Or he watched a 10 minutes of shop clip right before. He's like, that fucking asshole. Maybe he was two jerks. He walked too many people to their truck. Too many truck walks. He got denied a bunch of times. And he's still, what is happy? Alright, let's keep this. Happy.
Planet Earth, that's right, baby, creative. Now, a lot of you guys are like, man, I'm thinking about trying it. I don't know. It's kind of the Wild West out there. It's like CBD about 6 years ago. And now CBD is everywhere because we trust some companies. Guess what? Trust your big friend here. I take this creative. This is the only creative I trust. Those other brands, I'm not sure. Can't vouch for them. But what I can vouch for is that I use on every single show that you watch me on. And particularly stand-up shows. Every single time I'm using Happy and creative. That's right. It's one brand I trust. I take the big lemonade shot 3 to 4 times a day. So it's every problem. I enjoy it. It's me. You don't know what you get. If you want to use the best focus product I can use, and guess what? It's all natural. That's right. It's all natural. No gimmicks. We got you covered. This can't be Happy and herbals.com. Go big boy for doing tropical life.
He drinks all the nectar, sweet nectar, and he takes 3 to 4 kratom shots and alpha brain. Well, this is the effect.
Why do you think he's telling the truth?
I guess it might be like, but that would make sense because this is why he's like this. And he looks all tired and shit. This doesn't make me want to buy Happy or alpha brain or any of that stuff. It seems like he's, I don't know what kratom does. But I guess it helps you focus, he said.
I feel like Brandon Charles is the only way to get you sober, dude.
Oh, yeah, I see the effect in the shot. I don't know. That's crazy. Let's go with you again. Finish it off. Let's hear.
You share that with your aunt. I'm freaking crazy.
Why is your sister gay all of a sudden? Can you share it with your straight sister? And your aunt? Two women in your life need kratom. That's what Shop says.
Kratom and cures gayness.
Is that what he's saying? Of course, he's someone's gay. That's a Shop world. Imagine you talking to Shop. You're like, man, my sister's really going through something right now. And it's like, well, fill her up with kratom, and you're gay on too. My aunt's not gay, Shop. Well, she's not born a sister.
I've never heard anyone refer to the lesbian sister as their gay sister.
Yeah, right. He's lesbian.
Yeah, he is. My friends, nephews, cousins, MySpace, top 5 friends. If you're still doing that stuff, your Grindr profile, your Tinder profile, whatever you want. Use the promo code ThickBoy for 20% off for life. All you gotta do is go to happyhippoherbals.com. Use promo code ThickBoy for yourself for life. Use it anytime you want. You will.
I gotta say, I'm not a real big fan of his choice of hat. Yeah, that's a pretty wild hat. I don't know. I mean, for a guy that criticizes the shoe wear of his children, a hat like that is pretty awesome.
MySpace, top 5.
What are you talking about, Chop?
Alright, we have one more clip. It's called Brendan Chop, the Geographer. You ready for this? Yes.
Sounds great.
Alright, let's see here. I don't know. Do you remember Double is straight from Africa? He's from Africa. He can be. He's serious. What do you think he's not? No, he's not. He's from Africa. I know you. I can tell you this. I know you've never been to Staten Island. I know you've never been to Staten Island. Rhode Island. So, season 2 we went to Europe, Africa, and Africa. Well, just from one location. We were in Morocco. Jesus Christ. People say Africa like it's a country. I do it too. Africa is a country. Yes, it's like I'm American. I know the state. The state was feed itself on the state. Country. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's the show.
Geographer's Brendan Chop.
Russia State. Brendan Chop.
Modern day geographer.
And then he's got his ridiculous hat on there.
Yeah.
See, that's how I've been quoted. The Shab is fascinated by the idea that somebody could go to Africa. Beyond the fact that he thinks it's a country and Nigeria is not there.
Yeah.
He just knows it's a continent. Which is great. I want to ask Shab, like, what are the 7 continents, Shab? There's Rogistan, Big Whiskey Squad land, Big Boy Squad, Discord. We're shoving it up in there. People are giving us ideas for songs. We haven't taken any yet. This week's was Stacy's Mom by Fountain of Glee. But, yeah, man. If we keep getting people on there, maybe we will do longer episodes. And there's also the Halloween episode we may or may not do. Be dressed up as BGL briefly. Yeah, so we'll see. Thanks for tuning in. Tune in next week. Bye. I'm shy, protecting his plug, trying to get in it and walk into my truck. Welcome back to 10 Minutes Shop. Hope you enjoyed that new song we did, and hope you enjoyed the Discord. We're chopping it up in there. Got a lot of great people.
We need more song suggestions. We need more.
Yeah, suggest some songs because every time it makes the episode start later. Because we're like, should we do Still Not a Player by Fat Joe and Dave Hunt? Should we do Shampoo, Sean Paul, Sean Paul? Yeah. Alright, but you didn't come here for that. You came here for 10 minutes of shot, so let's start the clips.
Alright, so the first one's called Papa Casually Stealing Material from Andrew Schultz's new special. It's so ridiculous. Yeah, mine's merch sucks. He's a merch man. Yeah, the drums merch is lit. I was like, oh my goodness, saying they went viral. Stickers and ties. No, I know. I was just saying that. It's fucking my merch. His merch sucks. Bumper stickers. Mine's merch sucks. The only place you'll see a bumper sticker for Bob, mine ain't got no merch. That guy is edgy. You watching a Star Wars show? Maggie had like, holy shit, dude. I'm glad you might as well be like this. Oh my god, your face is
I'm like riveted. Just wanted to see if he does the teardrop. I know, that's what I'm waiting for. Because I'll defend him before a little bit because everyone is talking about this. This is a hacky merch thing. Like, he is not stealing at all so far. Okay. Because, like, I mean, I tweeted about Trump and merch. That's his thing. It's like, of course, that's all shop because all they talk about is merch. There's merch on the stupid table, probably. Sure, they're shook. They got the Tiger Thing whiskey. Maybe they have a sponsorship with Diet Coke or something. It looks like,
we have 3 seconds left. You can still call Joe Biden's merch game, so it's okay. But Corinne, I respect that you're playing
no teardrop. No, so yeah, not at all. I mean, Shop may have stolen it because Shop, he has no material, he has no original thoughts, really. He just got paired to other people say. So he might have, but like that's not really like.
Alright, so this one's called Brenda Gets Approved Wrong, so decides to move the goalposts in order to win the argument. Classic B. I don't know. The title is longer than the actual clip. So great. Oh, this one's 3 minutes long. We'll watch the whole thing. I'm good at parts that aren't funny. Right in her dance, Shakira. No, Shakira does. Oh, that's Shakira. Not J-Lo. Shakira. You think J-Lo has a better voice? Please take her catalog, her song. That's a porno. Please take her catalog. You know, me a favor. Hold on, let's just. Jay, I want to agree with you. Let's see. Hold on. I'm going to do this maybe. We'll be here 55. I'm going to be out there. Go to hilarious. Album sales, Jennifer Lopez. Album sales have nothing to do with it. No, that's okay. McDonald's sells more hamburgers than
You see how BGL is blanked out. We have to make sure that he's blanked in every video. I forgot once. Yeah, I would apologize to the viewers for that. It was a mistake. At least we talked about it. We planned on blanking it out. All right, listen.
You can't buy it. There might be. Tells me it's a good hamburger. Then what? They don't eat a good hamburger compared to another. Don't compare numbers, commerciality. No. Okay. So it's not about artists. It's about artistry, dude. How's J-Lo not art? There are people who are way better than artists. She's not. There's nothing J-Lo has ever done artistically, ever, that would be considered original. Okay, Shakira is a better singer and dancer.
Sometimes it seems like these two are literally being forced to do podcasts. It does feel like that. Like they are stuck in this room, they can't leave, and that's why he's doing this weird, like sitting like this, and Brian is saying all crazy. Is because somebody has like forced them for 24 hours to be in this podcast studio, and they have nothing else to talk about.
Sir, hold on. When she touched on artistic, that's original. But Shakira has by far a better voice than J-Lo, and I don't think anybody in the States would disagree with that. You can't just go by how many records she sold, and she still beats you over records. Shakira's Jennifer Lopez, to me, has always been I just think she falls short.
I don't like how they talk about that.
I'm a fan of J-Lo and Shakira. Are you a fan? What do you mean? I like J-Lo. What do you mean? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? I'm a fan of Shakira. Calm down, dude. No, you're not Shakira. Here's my other thing. I don't get all fuck, but if you want to argue all fucking day with us, so calm down. Here's the thing. Adele's not going to pull something correct. Shakira's pretty badass, but she's not an amazing voice. That's where it's supposed to go. Hold on. We're not talking about dancing. We're talking about singing. Shakira can sing. It's not like that. No problem. It's not even close. It's amazing, man. Shakira's amazing. They're not in the same fucking category. I don't even say that. I don't know. I'm a huge Adele. Adele compared to Shakira. Shakira can sing. Compared to Adele. Adele's ridiculous. Yes, it's great. But Shakira, that's your point. Your point is Shakira's better because she has a more better voice, right? I think Shakira is a
quintessential chop fuck. I can't even talk. Yeah, this is a very boring clip about like them pretending or maybe they're serious. They like really are into Adele, Shakira, and J-Lo. It's just like I can't believe you watch the show. Yeah. I'm in a Def Leppard. I was probably put an apron on me and I'm saying, apron on me. Take your hand off your dick. The CTE, Jesus. It's been on his hand. His hand has been on his dick the whole fucking clip. It's so strange.
She's actually a big also. There's some big shit here. She's not Adele. But she's pretty amazing.
Walsh was talking about, I forget what he said, but he was sort of making fun of Brandon Walsh was making fun of the sandals thing that Kellen always does. Yeah. He always does like the jeans and the sandals, just like a real piece of shit. Yeah. Not a good look. So Brandon Walsh, World Record Pod. There may be some, we know what they posted, some chains. Again, they posted Walsh and chains. He talks a little bit about Mesa. Somebody wrote like, the post was like Brennan Walsh once again or something, and this is 10 minutes. So we actually got this is probably the first time. Well, no, I think we've been listening. Oh shit, man. Shout out. Yeah, thank you. think that's the end. I think oh my god, it's so frustrating that they don't even get to a conclusion. Yeah. That clip made me homeless as fuck. Yeah. I was already pretty homeless with that one. Super homeless. Alright, so this one's called Cal and Shaw Use Their Hands to Make a Living. A lot of location there.
I'm not sure if I trust anybody who doesn't use their hands to make a living. A lot of people wash their hands after they piss. It's my dick. Wash your hands whenever. You piss, you have germs all over your head. You have germs all over your head.
That's like something you guess about Chow. You're like, yeah, that guy doesn't wash his hands. You look at him, you're like, that guy doesn't wash his hands. Talk about soap. It's in that talk about the time. He comes out of the bathroom, you're like, shut up, you wash your hands. He's like, what are you talking about, soap? Take a really talking about soap and soap to read? Come on, man. That's game. Come on, that's game. That's Big Ten. Mama doesn't need a Poppy, get you a guy that doesn't wash his hands, bro. Talk about soap. Spicy. Dicey. Your hands not soap on my hand. That's piss. I'm saying it makes more sense. I'm saying it makes more sense to wash your hands